There's going to be a storm in 2 days. Maybe that night?
Sounds good. Anything you need from me?
Yes. Summoning a familiar is, tricky. There's no telling what will show up. And if it goes wrong, I might need some help making sure whatever I summon doesn't escape. The summoning is half of the spell, and the second part is binding it. Hopefully I'll summon a positive or even neutral creature. But it's also possible that I'll summon a negative creature, in which case I'll need help protecting myself until I can bind it and banish it.
I can do that.
Thank you,
Ellie said, looking relieved. That night, when everyone was settling down, John sat in his room and got out the items Stormmaster Kelvis had left, along with the journal that recorded the life of the mage who had stayed in the Shadow Tower 200 years ago. Placing them on the bed in front of him, John let out a sigh. This wasn't the first time the pieces of a puzzle had just fallen into his lap, and if someone tried to tell him there was no force pulling strings behind the scenes, he wasn't sure he would believe them. The fact that he would encounter the journal, the ruins of the Mage Tower, and a plant that claimed to be from the Shadow Tower was simply too strange to just be a coincidence. Putting that thought aside, he opened up the journal and skimmed it quickly, refreshing himself on its contents. He had already memorized the entire journal, but looking at it again brought it to the forefront of his mind and made it easier for him to remember it. Placing the journal down, John picked up the 3 books Stormmaster Kelvis had left and opened the first one. All 3 of them held notes on magic that was much more advanced than John could understand. What he found funny was that many of the effects Kelvis described were things John could do with pure mana control, but considering how that increased his doom points, John was more interested in understanding the magical theory in the book. Carefully reading over it, he stopped his mental model, pausing the analysis of doom points, and began to try to puzzle out the pieces he was missing from the combination of basic arcanum and the Stormmaster's notes. John had never been a particularly studious person by nature, though his life circumstances had forced him into learning how to study in order to navigate academia, but the advantage of his mental model skill could not be overstated. His brain seemed to process information on an unconscious level, spitting out answers and follow-up questions like a ticker-tape machine. Before he realized it, most of the night had passed, and John found it was nearly morning. Tearing himself away from the books, he meditated quietly until it was time to get up, and then began the chores for the day. That night saw him right back at it, and once again he spent the whole night completely immersed in learning about magic. At one point he'd realized it wasn't enough to simply work out the problems, so he began to write them down, doing his best to master the incredible information he was learning. On top of the theory the books contained, he also had a complete set of water spells he could use for reference, and he made good progress in understanding how spells were constructed in the first place. This time he managed to catch a few hours of sleep before the morning sun rose in the east, and as the day dawned bright and hot, he went out to check on Ben and Evan's practice session. Thomas had not been joking about working both Ben and Evan hard, and seeing them took John back to the torturous days when he had first arrived in this world. Deciding it had been a bad idea to come and see what they were doing, John hurried off to start his chores for the day. His spell deconstruction was going well, but John put it on the back burner and began to get ready for Ellie's familiar summoning ritual. He had gotten a bit more information from her and wondered if the spell would work for him. Most witch spells relied on the witch's medium to gather mana that was purer than normal, but John's mana was already incredibly pure. In fact, it was considerably purer than the mana Ellie gathered from storms. According to what Ellie had told him, she would use that storm mana to call a being from outside of the world that had an affinity with storms, and then, using the second part of the spell, bind it to herself until her death. So long as she had storm mana, the familiar could use that mana to manifest into this world, just like Vexus did. As she grew stronger, and her mana grew more powerful, so too would the familiar, until it could use its full power in this world. The difficulty lay in her medium. Where stars were considered a neutral medium, storms were considered a negative medium, and were most closely tied to aggressive creatures. While it wasn't impossible she would summon a neutral or even positively aligned creature, it was more likely that whatever she summoned would try to attack her, which is why she wanted John to come along. So long as she could hide behind his shield while she bound the creature, she figured it wouldn't matter if the creature was antagonistic or not. Chapter 29. Once the chores were done for the day and everyone was settling down for the night, John sat on the porch, watching the rain come in. The storm looked to be a big one, but most of the storm's fury seemed to be venting itself over the mountain. Like a misty sheet being pulled toward the farm, the clouds crawled forward, dropping a steady deluge of rain down on the forest. Hearing the door open, John looked up and saw Ellie standing there. This time she was dressed in her leather armor to avoid having her dress soaked by the rain.
"Ready?"
Nodding, Ellie looked out at the approaching storm.
"Yes."
Stepping off the porch, they began walking toward the woods, reaching the edge of the forest as the first of the raindrops pounded into the leaves overhead. By the time they made it to the hilltop, the rain was coming down full force, and they were completely soaked in less than a minute. John had to resist the urge to create a mana barrier to keep the water off him, but Ellie was having trouble keeping the wide smile off her face. Spreading out her arms, she let out a delighted laugh as she exulted in the rain.
"What do you need me to do?"
John asked, raising his voice to make himself heard over the wind.
"Just stand there, unless the creature I summon looks like it's going to kill me,"
Ellie said, joy gleaming in her eyes. Stepping back, John watched as Ellie took out the wand and the crystal ball she'd gotten from her grandmother. The way she'd described it, the summoning spell had already been cast inside the crystal ball, which acted as a temporary spell storage device. All she had to do was create a conduit through herself by drawing mana in from the storm to feed into it. Holding up her wand, she began to pull mana from the rain that fell around her, channeling it through her body and into the crystal ball that rested in her palm. By John's standards, the process was painfully slow, but given how recently Ellie had completed her class ceremony, the fact that she could do it at all was quite impressive. Mana continued to trickle into the wand, causing its wooden body to light up with an intense glow as it was condensed and moved to the crystal ball. The more mana that filled the crystal ball, the stronger the glow grew, until it looked just like one of the mana stones John used in the mana lamps. Rain fell on Ellie's skin, but despite the cooling effect, John could still see the beads of sweat forming on her skin. It was rare for magic users, whether mages or witches, to channel mana through their bodies, and John knew full well the pain it caused. Still, Ellie bore it without complaint, using the feeling of rejuvenation she received from the storm to offset the pain caused by the mana coursing through her. As the minutes ticked by, it clearly became more and more difficult, but Ellie did her best to hold on until, finally, the crystal ball in her hand lit up, jumping into the air to hover a dozen feet in front of her. Pointing her glowing wand at the floating crystal ball, she spoke the command phrase, and a pulse of energy radiated out from the crystal ball, passing through the world and hurtling into the void beyond, so fast it was almost imperceptible. As it was, it felt like little more than a flick in the back of his mind. As the spell took effect, Ellie's body sagged slightly, but she managed to keep herself on her feet as she turned to look proudly at John.
"That's the first part. Now we have to wait for a few minutes. Once we receive the knock, we'll open the gate."
"Knock? What's that?"
I think it's a signal. That's how the creatures show they're interested. The strength of the knock will help me determine the relative strength of the creature, but if I pass them up, I can't call them again."
"So it's a gamble?" John asked.
"Yes. If I hear a knock, I have to choose to keep it or wait for another."
No sooner had Ellie finished speaking than a light burst from the floating crystal ball. The light was bright, but only lasted for a short second before fading away. Blinking, Ellie didn't react, and soon the light had vanished completely.
"That was a knock, I think. I'm just going on what was written in the description. The notes my grandmother left said I needed to wait until the light lasted at least 4 seconds.
Another burst of light radiated from the crystal ball, lasting 3 seconds before it began to die out. With a rapt gaze, Ellie watched as the crystal ball began to light up, carefully counting the seconds to see if she should answer the knocking creatures. After 8 shorter lights, a bright light lit up the crystal ball, this time tinged with a sharper light that caused John to think about the lightning that flashed in the distance. It quickly reached 4 seconds, and then 5, 6, and 7. When it finally started fading at 10 seconds, Ellie let out an excited cry and pointed her wand at the floating crystal ball. The glowing wand shot out a light that pierced through the light that was still shining from the crystal ball, forming a swirling rift that sent a beam of light into the sky, cutting through the storm clouds. A terrible humming sounded as the air split apart, and a green-limbed creature forced its way through, staring down at John and Ellie from a height of 15 feet. Beady eyes fixed on them, sending sparks jumping through the air, and 2 massive scythe-like arms hovered over their heads. The monster that stood before them had 4 powerful legs and insect wings, reminding John of a flesh-covered mantis. Lightning covered the monster, sending powerful sparks into the air as it arced between the large blades on its front body and the 6 antennae that danced on its head. With a terrifying shriek, it took a step forward, its blade slashing down toward Ellie's unprotected head, too quickly for her to react. At the last second, John appeared in between Ellie and the monster's lightning-wreathed blade, drowning the monster's screech with the ringing sound of the blade deflecting off John's shield.
"So how are we supposed to banish these things if they're hostile?" John asked, eyeing the monstrous lightning mantis. "I have to bind it. I'm sorry I didn't mean to summon it." "We can worry about being sorry later. Right now we need to deal with it."
Shocked into action as John parried another attack aimed at her, Ellie quickly began activating the second part of the spell to try and cast the monster back out of the world. Stabbing out with his flaming sword, John felt the point of his blade deflect off the mantis's armor, leaving a groove but not quite managing to get through it. Stepping to the side, he blocked another pounding strike and chopped down with his own blade, attempting to carve a piece of the monster's blade-like arms off. This time he barely made a dent, but the attempt clearly infuriated the mantis, who pressed into him, trying to crush him under its superior weight. Groaning as the monster slammed into him, John heaved, throwing it to the side. Unfortunately, the mantis's wings blurred, and it managed to keep its balance, hovering just off the ground. Not waiting for it to get its bearings back, John dashed forward, his sword stabbing toward its beady eyes. Bringing up one lightning-covered blade, the mantis blocked John's attack, at the same time swinging its other blade to try and cut him off at the waist. Spinning to catch the attack on his shield, John was sent flying through the air, slamming into a nearby tree. None the worse for wear, John bounded forward as soon as he got his feet under him, but the lightning mantis was already moving toward Ellie. Swearing, John was about to unleash his mana completely when a loud crowing caused the mantis to hesitate. Out of the storm, Sigvald darted down, claws raking savagely across the mantis's wings, forcing it to drop to the ground as fast as possible. Just when it had turned to deal with the giant rooster's sharp spurs, the ground shook and 2 crimson trails streaked up the hill, gouging deep into the mantis's side. A scream of pain echoed from the creature as it tried to free itself from where Ferdy's molten horns had burned holes in its chitinous plating. Letting out a cheer, John jumped forward, his shield blocking one of the flailing blade arms and preventing it from digging into Ferdy's back. Sigvald attacked again, dropping out of the sky more like an eagle than a rooster, his powerful wings sending raindrops flying. Each time he struck the monster, the lightning that covered it charred his feathers, but he never once stopped trying to peck the monster to death. Finally freeing itself from Ferdy's horns, the lightning mantis barely escaped the bull's pounding hooves and flashed back to try and gain some distance. Keeping a close eye on it, John checked on Ellie and saw that she was struggling to generate enough mana to complete the second part of the spell. Like a double-edged sword, summoning a more powerful creature meant that more mana had to be used to bind it, and it was taking her a long time to gather the mana she needed. For a brief second, John considered revealing himself completely and lending her the support she would need to bind the lightning mantis, but ultimately the habit formed of countless years of hiding who he really was won out, and he threw himself at the lightning mantis, fighting together with Birdie and Sigvald to try and buy Ellie more time. Back and forth across the hilltop they fought, locked in a deadly struggle whose only outcome was death. Doing his best to help Birdie avoid any deadly attacks, John quickly realized that without unleashing his mana, there was simply no way for him to deal any significant damage to the monster. That realization was reinforced when a burst of lightning ran across the monster's body, causing the gouge in its chest armor left by John's sword a moment before to heal completely. Even the 2 holes in its side, left there by Ferdy's powerful horns, were beginning to knit together. "Ellie, any idea what this thing is?" John yelled after getting thrown back again by a powerful strike. Panting, as she tried to manage the mana flooding through her, Ellie struggled to speak. "I think it's a storm spirit. The shell is just a body it's creating. But you can't kill the spirit. If you do, it will just reform somewhere else. We have to banish it." Blinking, John flooded his eyes with mana, completely transforming his vision. The world stripped back as all the mana in his line of sight was laid bare before him. Just as Ellie had said, the creature in front of him was the manifestation of mana condensed to the point that it took on a physical shape. In the center of the lightning mantis was a smaller entity that glowed with a bright light, almost like a wisp. The true body of the spirit was actually a fragile thing, but its impeccable control of mana allowed it to create a body that could rival even the most powerful of beasts, causing it to be a force to reckon with. Realizing Ellie was right, John saw that things were worse than they appeared. Even if Ellie could gather the necessary mana, there was no way her mana would be able to reach the true body of the storm spirit to take effect, which meant that the body had to be split open if they were going to banish it. Resisting the urge to rip the monster apart with his bare hands, John glanced back and saw that Ellie was almost at her limit. Rapid calculations ran through his head as he tried to come up with the best solution, but before he could, his hand was forced. Ellie, already acting well beyond her capabilities, suddenly lost control of the spell, causing it to surge toward the storm spirit. In that moment, everything seemed to happen at once. The gathered mana spun forward, shooting toward the storm spirit, which threw back its head and screeched in anger. It had come because it had sensed a powerful being in this world, but when it arrived, it had only found a weakling who was borrowing the forces of a pathetic storm. The thought of being bound to a weak master was abhorrent to the storm spirit, so it had struck out, aiming to end the spell by killing the one who had cast it. Now, despite its clear superiority, the weakling was trying to bind it, making it furious. Sneering mentally, the storm spirit waited for the weakling's magic to dissipate against its powerful body. But before that happened, it noticed the man with the shield moving. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Stepping forward at an impossible speed, John's sword rose and fell, and the body of the storm spirit, constructed from mana and harder than the finest metal, simply sheared in half. The only thing stronger than mana was purer mana, and John's was the purest. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. For a moment the storm spirit felt the horrifying mana of the being that had drawn it to this world, causing it to freeze in place, not able to mount even a single ounce of defense in the face of the overwhelmingly powerful mana that carved past it. In that moment of inaction, the unthinkable happened. Ellie's spell, which never would have managed to get through the storm spirit's defenses, enveloped its body, branding a powerful spell into the core of its very being. Woken up from its stupor as the spell started to take effect, the storm spirit was about to force its body to self-destruct when an iron-like beak fell onto its true form, gobbling it up in one quick gulp. No one, not even John, had noticed when Sigvald, still wearing his eye patch, had flown down to attack the storm spirit's mantis body. The rooster had arrived a moment after John's attack and saw the gleaming storm spirit in the center of the lightning mantis's split-open body. Not particularly bright, his bird brain had assumed the gleaming thing was a large piece of crystallized mana. Overwhelming desire had awoken in the proud rooster's chest, and like a shot he had braved the destructive forces of unraveling mana to seize the prize for himself. Crushing the fragile spirit with his beak, he swallowed it down and spread his wings, letting out a crow of triumph so loud it forced the storm to a standstill. Chapter 30. Magic that was wildly stronger than Sigvald could control swirled around the rooster, empowering his cry and racing through his body. It carried with it the spell Ellie had cast, but instead of binding to the storm spirit, it was firmly planted into the muscles and bones of an egotistical rooster, absorbing all the mana that had belonged to the storm spirit and forcefully binding it to Sigvald's body. Under John's astonished gaze, the mana he had cut away from the storm spirit began to boil, rushing into the rooster under the control of the spell Ellie had cast. In a completely bizarre turn of events, the rooster's body began to transform, simultaneously growing stronger as the pure mana of the storm spirit flooded into him, and weaker as the spell forced the mana into a sealed state to bring Sigvald in line with Ellie's level of strength. Sigvald's feathers, already metallic, began to shine with a sharp light, and a bluish-white streak of lightning crawled across his tail, lighting up the night. Though the rooster's strength was being suppressed, the power of his body was growing dramatically, and John could see his feathers growing stronger than steel.
"Ellie, what's going on with your spell?"
John asked, his eyes still on Sigvald, who was continuing to transform.
"Ellie?"
When he didn't hear a response, he turned his head to look and saw that Ellie was slumped down in the dirt, her body trembling as some of the mana that had belonged to the storm spirit ran back through the connection she had formed with Sigvald and imprinted into her own body. Rushing over, John did his best to keep his own mana from mixing in with the mana surging through the air as he checked Ellie. Her body was terribly cold, but her pulse was fine, and she didn't have a fever, so he wasn't too worried. Thanks to her classholder status, her body was incredibly resilient, and the storm spirit's pure mana was improving her even further. She might be a bit woozy when she woke up, but John was confident she would be fine. The bigger problem was that the spell she had cast was still operating. Normally it would have failed if she had fallen unconscious, but the crystal ball was keeping it going, and if he was any judge, it was currently binding Sigvald to Ellie as a familiar. Unsure how to stop it, John just watched in bemusement as the eye-patch-wearing rooster was transformed into some sort of strange lightning bird with metal feathers, and then, as the spell completed, making Sigvald into Ellie's familiar. It wasn't as if John couldn't have broken the spell apart. That would have been as simple as waving his hand, though it would certainly have cost him at least one doom point. No, the problem was that he simply didn't understand magic well enough to know what would happen if he broke the spell. John had never felt his lack of magical knowledge more acutely than he did at this moment, but all he could do was watch as the spell finished, the excess mana being released into the atmosphere. A wave of excess mana spread into the sky, breaking apart the clouds and causing the storm to slowly abate. As the last dregs of rain faded away, Ellie stirred, her eyelashes fluttering. The first thing she saw when her eyes opened was John's profile, and following his gaze she caught sight of Sigvald standing under the fading rain, his head raised and his wings stretched out. A deep sense of connection fluttered through her heart, and the rooster's head snapped around, his gleaming eye staring at her. With majestic steps he strutted over, cocking his head to the side as if asking how she was.
"I'm fine,"
Ellie responded, pushing herself into a sitting position.
"What happened?"
"I have no idea,"
John said, shrugging.
"Or rather, I know exactly what happened, but I have no idea how Birdbrain here survived it. He ate the storm spirit halfway through your spell taking effect, so he ended up absorbing both the spell and the storm spirit. Or something along those lines. Honestly, I fully expected fried chicken after he gobbled it down. Then again, nothing about these animals is normal."
As if to illustrate his point, Ferdy trotted over happily, blood still streaming down the giant bull's body from where the monster's blade had stabbed into him. Molten rock dripped endlessly from his horns and hooves, sizzling as it fell to the ground, cooling in the night air. Pushing against John's chest with his big nose, he stuck out his long tongue, clearly waiting to be rewarded for his efforts. Sigvald, seeing that Ferdy was looking for a mana crystal, let out a cry and tried to flutter up onto the bull's back, only to be blocked by a burning horn. Lightning glittered dangerously in Sigvald's eye as he dodged the waving horn, but before he could make a move, Ellie's tired voice brought him back to the ground.
"Sigvald, cut it out."
Fluttering down to stand next to her, Sigvald preened his feathers, looking as if he had never intended to stray from Ellie's side. Letting out a groan, she tried to get up, only to realize she was too drained. When John reached out to take her hand, Sigvald stretched out his wing to block him, but a glare sent the poor rooster cowering behind his new master, much to Ellie's amusement.
"I'm sorry. I don't think I can stand up,"
Ellie said, taking John's offered hand.
"Not a problem,"
he replied, crouching and sliding his hand under her legs. Transferring his other hand to her back, he picked her up easily and walked down the hill. This was the second time he had carried her like this, though this time she was alert and slightly embarrassed. Tucking her head so he couldn't see her red cheeks, Ellie tried to remain still to make it easier for him. Behind them stalked Sigvald, his head bobbing as he tried to keep up, while Ferdy followed after the rooster, happily chewing on the mana crystal John had given him. The storm had broken, but the leaves, still wet with rainwater, continued to drop water on John and Ellie as they made their way through the woods and back to the house. It was after midnight, and Ben was sleeping in the bunkhouse, so despite Ellie's protests, John carried her all the way into her room. As they walked back, he had used his mana to surreptitiously dry them both off, but, after pushing him out, Ellie went to take a shower, while John walked back outside to make sure Ferdy and Sigvald were okay. To his surprise, the rooster had nearly gotten the kitchen door open, and was trying to come inside. Shooing Sigvald back out, John gave him a hard look, and then shook his head.
"What's the use arguing with a rooster? I bet Sigvald will be even more stuck up than normal, though Ferdy seems to be able to hold his own. I wonder how he's getting so strong. It can't just be from the diet of mana crystals I'm feeding him. It's almost as if he's using a mana-breathing method."
Walking over to the pasture, John saw that Ferdy had already put himself away, even closing the gate. Leaning against the fence, John watched until he saw Ferdy's molten horns fade into black, indicating he had gone to sleep. Shaking his head in wonder, John went back to the house. He had no idea why Sigvald and Ferdy had appeared, but it was clear to him that if the giant bull and rooster had not, the night would have ended with a lot more destruction. As it was, a single strike powerful enough to cut apart the storm spirit's body had earned him 2 doom points, bringing him a step closer to the end of the world. As much as he wished he could simply use his strength to solve his problems, each time he did, he inched toward a problem that no amount of strength could solve. Resolving to redouble his efforts to figure out the spell that would lead the way to the Shadow Tower, John headed to bed after spending some time meditating and getting himself back in order. When he walked out of his room the next morning, Ellie was already up, seeming none the worse for wear after their close call. Apart from Sigvald's tendency to hang around Ellie when she was outside, everything else seemed to have remained the same, so John threw himself into the study of the notebooks Stormmaster Kelvis had left behind. The valley was growing warmer every day as the spring rains gave way to summer heat, and soon the wheat stubble began to show. John and Ellie had been treating one of the patches with colorful flowers, but apart from growing faster than normal, they showed no other changes. Still, John wasn't upset, as he had assumed any significant change would require at least a few iterations. A few weeks after the wild night when Ellie got her familiar, a couple visitors stopped by the farm, so John put down his books and walked out to meet them. Looking slightly uncomfortable, Haver stood at the entrance to the yard, not quite inside the farm proper, while George was standing by the porch. Both George and Haver had their eyes on the roof of the porch where Sigvald liked to perch. Seeing that the rooster was still giving them the stink eye when he came out, John bent down to pick up a rock, but Ellie, who had walked out after him, waved her hand, and the haughty bird quickly left. Putting down his rock with some regret, John invited the two men in. George accepted, but Haber shook his head.
"No, but thanks. Your place makes my wolves nervous, so I'll be on my way. Honestly, it gives me the shivers, too,"
Haber said, trying to scan the shadows by the barn, as if he was afraid someone would jump out.
"I just swung by to tell you I've picked up some tracks. They're a valley over, but it seems to be the same thing Thomas mentioned. Gangs of bandits. Maybe a few beasts as well."
Nodding gravely, John stepped off the porch to walk over to talk to Haber.
"Thanks for letting us know. What kind of number are we talking about?" "At least 200, probably more. Enough that folding in a mid-sized bandit group probably wouldn't be an issue. I've had my wolves on the hunt, but we haven't seen anything inside the valley or even for 20 miles around. My guess is that the necromancer you killed had our valley as part of her territory. But if there are necromancers out and about, we need to call for some holy knights or something like that. My wolves are next to no good against undead, so don't even ask, all right? I don't mind scouting, since we can outrun them, but I don't want to get involved in a fight, okay?" "Huh, I get it. Thanks for your help on this." "Sure. With the way things are going, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be retiring early, so it'll pay tenfold to make sure this valley is safe. If you wouldn't mind me as a neighbor, of course." "Happy to have you, as long as you leave my cows and people alone," John said, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Oh, and I wanted to mention, we might have found another ruin. You want in? This one will be way safer than the other one. Better team, too." "Can you swear it's not an abandoned mage tower?"
Haber asked, his tone only slightly sarcastic.
"No, but can anyone? I'm confident it's not an abandoned mage tower."
Staring at John, Haber's eyes narrowed, and he let out a sigh.
"Fine. Tell me when."
"Haha,
great. I knew I could count on you." "Yeah, whatever. I'll see you later."
Watching Haber vanish into the woods, John couldn't help but grin. Though they hadn't started off on a good foot, the longer he interacted with Haber, the more he liked the Wolf King. Heading back to the house, he found George nursing a cup of tea at the table. Ellie had fresh cookies out, so John got a cup of tea for himself and sat down, picking up a couple of the cookies to chew on.
"Every time I come out here, this place looks better and better," George said, gesturing out the window with the cookie he held. "And the cookies get better and better."
Rolling her eyes, Ellie, who was sitting at the table, leaned over and pushed the cookies toward George. "Oh, stop, George. You don't have to butter me up to get more cookies."
"A man's got to do what he's got to do. And if I told you that you were getting prettier, I might get my clock cleaned by Mr. Sutton here," George said, smiling shamelessly and throwing a wink at Ellie.
"Why would I stop you from telling the truth?" John asked, joining in the fun. Blushing slightly, Ellie hid her face behind her cup and rolled her eyes again, as George let out a hearty laugh and slapped the table.
"Ha! Hear that? It's not just these old eyes that think that way."
"Enough silliness, George," Ellie said, putting down her cup. "You're normally guarding the valley entrance. What brings you our way?" Growing stern, George finished his tea and put his cup down. Looking between Ellie and John, he spoke seriously.
"Strangers in the valley, wearing leather armor like that red coral team. A nobleman is with them, too, asking around without seeming to ask around, if you know what I mean."
"I do," John nodded.
"How many are we talking about?" "Nearly 20. Most, if not all, class holders, and all heavily armed and geared for camping. If I didn't know better, I would have said they were a private army instead of mercenaries. I figured you might want to know, since they've been asking around for a Sutton and accompanying lady."
Sensing Ellie tense up, John smiled reassuringly at her, and then looked at George, his eyes frighteningly calm.
And what have they been told?
Told? They've been told to try the next valley over, George said, letting out a snort. You're one of our own now. The valley folk have been telling me how you've been helping them this winter, giving milk and cheese on credit. You're one of ours, and we don't give up our own. But I thought you should know, seeing as there's no telling if someone will let something slip.
Chapter 31. Stretching to get the stiffness out of his shoulders, John put down the research journal he was reading and looked at the notes he had assembled. It had been a few days since George had stopped by to warn them about the strangers in the valley poking around, and John had been spending nearly all his time digging out the secrets contained in Stormmaster Kelvis's journals. He had been hoping to figure out the spell for activating the compass before the people looking for him found the farm. Staring at the spell written out before him, John's eyes traced over it, doing his best to commit it to memory. Unlike the spell scrolls, which imprinted someone else's knowledge of a spell directly into the mind of the person learning it, learning spells this way was incredibly time-consuming and required a significant amount of concentration, which is why John had spent the last 2 days sequestered in his room. Holding out the compass-like device he had gotten from the ruins, John held the quill in the other hand and began to activate the spell. The first time he spoke the arcane command words, he felt a large chunk of his mana twist together, rushing into his brain as the spell was branded there, becoming a permanent part of him. "A new spell has been discovered. You have learned Kelvis's greater scrying." In his hand, the compass lit up, and John touched the quill pen to it, setting the target as the mana of Stormmaster Kelvis's favorite student. Kelvis's greater scrying was an advanced version of a tracking spell, and the mage had left behind the quill pen he'd used to carve the runes on the door of the hidden tower. If that didn't work, John intended to use the journal he'd recovered from the Grim, since that carried the mana of Stormmaster Kelvis's student who had been living in the tower. The spell ensured that the compass would point toward the place with the largest concentration of the student's mana, hopefully leading them to the tower. Even if he or she had passed away, which was exceedingly likely given that it had been 200 years since the Shadow Tower had been established, the compass would point toward her bones, as they would carry a remnant of her mana. There was always the chance she had been completely destroyed, of course, which was why John was hoping the spell worked as Kelvis had intended in the first place. As the spell bound the trace of mana contained in the quill to the compass, John saw the needle in the center spin around 3 times and then snap to a northwestern heading. Turning the compass, he saw the needle remain absolutely fixed in the same direction, causing a smile to grow on his face. With the compass set, it was time to gather a team and head for the tower. Before that, however, John opened up the small ornate box and took out the Raging Waters spell scroll. Accepting the prompt, he felt the knowledge rush into his head, imprinting into his mind. Resisting the urge to try the spell out right there, he toggled his spell list and took a look at the 2 spells that had been added. Both were mage-level spells, and if John had lived in the world before the wars, he would have officially been recognized as a true mage. Spell list: Fireball, Basic; Flame Arrow, Apprentice; Summon Water, Basic; Water Arrow, Apprentice; Downpour, Acolyte; Raging Waters, Mage; Kelvis's Greater Scrying, Mage. Closing the list, John stood in his room for a moment longer, lost in thought. The process for learning magic without a spell scroll was time-consuming, but the result it produced was undoubtedly better. John wasn't sure if it was because the spell scroll imparted someone else's knowledge of a spell, but the spells he had learned on his own, specifically Flame Arrow and Kelvis's Greater Scrying, were both noticeably more efficient than the other spells he knew. Shaking off the desire to begin remaking his other spells then and there, John let out a low laugh and walked out to the kitchen. He had always thought scornfully of the mages who locked themselves away to study magic, but the further into it he got, the more seductive it was, and the stronger the impulse to ignore everything else became. Not finding anyone in the kitchen, John headed for the barn to see if he could find Thomas.
The middle-aged man was forking hay for the pregnant cows, so John grabbed a pitchfork and helped him. Working in silence, they finished quickly and then hung their tools up.
"I'm going to be heading for a ruin soon. I'm guessing Ellie will want to come, so you might have the whole farm again. Oh, and Sigvald, too. So it will just be you and Ferdy. Think you could handle 20 class holders if they decided to raid the farm?"
"Will there be any spellcasters?"
"No, I don't think so, but no guarantee."
"If there are no spellcasters, I shall be fine, sir. It might be a challenge if there are more than 2 legendary class holders, but otherwise we'll manage."
"All right. Thanks."
"Do you know how long you'll be away, sir? The summer wheat will be ready for harvest in around 3 weeks.
"We'll try to be back before that. But you know how these things are. Thankfully, we shouldn't be leaving the mountains around the valley."
"Understood, sir. We also need to decide what to do with our steer. We have 3 of age, and another 2 who will be of age in a few weeks."
What are our options?"
Leaning against the doorpost of the barn, Thomas gestured to the cows out in the pasture.
"We either butcher them ourselves, or we send them to be butchered. If we're selling them out of the valley, we'll have to cross the Great Plains, which might be a challenge. The biggest problem is finding people who can afford them. Buying a beef cow is expensive."
"What about the Moratoi? Would they buy them?"
Eyebrows going up, Thomas looked at John for a moment before responding.
"They're not friendly to the nation, sir."
"Sure, but you know how I feel about the nation, Thomas. Besides, some of them are trading under the flag of the Eternal Flame."
"In that case, the Moratoi would be the best trading partner, though we would probably want to gather a bigger herd before we went to trade. We can talk to some of the other farmers and see if they have any steer to send along."
"It never stops, does it?" John said, laughing. "Let's leave that for when I get back. For now, I'm going to see about pulling our new friends' attention away from the farm. Hopefully they'll bite and follow me into the mountains."
"Good luck, sir."
"Thanks."
Leaving Thomas to his work, John walked down into the cheese cellar where Ellie was busy making cheese. When she saw him, she smiled and pushed a wisp of hair out of her face.
"Did you figure it out?"
Pulling up a tall stool, John sat next to Ellie and pulled one of the drained bags of unformed cheese over and opened it up. The feel for forming cheese had never left him, and, after washing his hands, he began to skillfully squeeze the crumbly cheese into a wheel.
"Yeah, I did," John said, "which means we have another ruin to explore."
Trying to hide the excitement in her eyes, Ellie patted the cheese wheel she had been working on and started heating the wax. Playing it cool, she pulled over another bag to begin shaping it.
"When are you thinking of going?"
"Probably tonight. I need to put a team together, as ruins can be pretty dangerous. I was thinking of getting Haver and maybe George. Ideally, we should have 5 people, but Thomas needs to stay here."
Fortifying her courage with a deep breath, Ellie turned to look directly at John.
"I'll do it. I can do it. And I have a familiar, which is almost like having another person. I can handle healing, and I can fight, too."
"Are you sure? It's going to be dangerous. Probably way more dangerous than going to your grandmother's house. This is a mage's tower, potentially an active mage's tower."
Nodding firmly, Ellie began to dip the wheels of cheese they had made.
"All the more reason I should come. If there's magic, someone has to deal with it, right?"
"Huh. True. All right. I'll go get Haver tonight and we'll leave tomorrow."
After dinner, John dashed through the forest, quickly traveling toward Wolf Den, where the bandit king made his home. Inspired by his experience with the strange plant and its reaction to the different kinds of mana he summoned, John had been trying to figure out how to use air mana to power his quick movement ability, but so far he'd no luck. Already fast, John had discovered he could use fire mana's explosive quality to accelerate even quicker, creating the teleporting effect he used to get around. Unfortunately, he didn't know enough about the air element to understand how to use it properly. Water mana, on the other hand, had proved to be quite effective. His newest spell, Raging Waters, had given him a hint, and after a bit of practice he found he was able to use trace amounts of water mana on his feet to push him forward with the force of a flash flood. While it wasn't quite as fast as his fire mana-fueled ability, it was easier to sustain and allowed him to avoid leaving burning flames in his wake. The bits of water he left behind were quickly absorbed by the ground as he surged forward, weaving his way between the trees. Arriving at the foot of the mountain path, he slowed to a normal run to avoid scaring anyone, and headed up. When he got there, he found that the gate only had one guard, and the fortress beyond the gate looked quite empty. Seeing him, the guard straightened up and saluted.
Hello, Mr. Sutton, sir."
"Is Haver around?"
No, sir. He is out until tomorrow."
"Got it. Can you give him a note for me?"
"Yes, sir."
Giving the guard a bemused glance, John quickly wrote out a note. Seeing the guard holding on to it as if his life depended on it, John shook his head and said his goodbye, quickly escaping down the mountain. Figuring it might take Haver an extra day or so to be ready, John swung by the farm to get his horse, and then, leaving a note for Ellie to meet him in town, headed for the mountains to see if he could train his new spells. When he had last examined the 2 remaining spells in the ornate box, he had still felt like there was a bit of a chance of failure, so he wanted to get used to Raging Water, hoping that would increase his familiarity with water-based spells. Finding a secluded spot, John made sure Merlin was well out of the way, and then began to practice. Stretching out his hand, he recited the command phrase for Raging Waters, causing a blue glow to light up around him. A dozen water beads appeared all around him and shot forward, stretching out into thick pillars of water. Twisting together, the water pillars slammed into the tree in front of him, smashing it into splinters and washing it away. Surprised by the power of the spell, John closed his eyes and replayed what had just happened. Like Summon Water, the spell had summoned a bunch of water beads, but instead of stopping at one, it had continued to summon them, much like the spell Downpour did, turning the water beads into pillars of water. The rotational force of the pillars was borrowed from the Water Arrow spell, combining with the principles from the earlier spells to create a new, more powerful spell. Stretching out his hand, John clicked his fingers, casting it again. As the powerful wave of water washed through the same place, carrying away the remains of the tree, John felt the increased mana drain. Casting spells silently made almost no difference at the novice and apprentice level, and only a tiny difference at the acolyte level. But the difference in mana cost between a normal and a silently casted mage-level spell was significant enough that he actually noticed it. After a couple more tests, John closed his eyes and let his mental model work. Standing quietly for a few minutes, he suddenly extended his hand and snapped, causing 12 blue flames to appear around him. Just like the Raging Water spell, the tongues of flame grew into twisting pillars of flame that combined in front of him, mixing into a giant beam of fire that ripped through the forest like a dragon's breath. "A new spell has been discovered. You have learned Twisting Flames." Letting out a delighted laugh, John pulled the burning flames back into his body with a quick inhale, sucking them into his lungs. Feeling the burning in his chest, John was suddenly struck by an idea. Closing his eyes again, he set mental model to work, quickly generating and rejecting a dozen spell structures until he found something he thought would work. Speaking a command word, he felt the mana that should have transformed into flames twist, trying to escape his control. Ruthlessly crushing it, he revised the spell structure and tried again, using his powerful control of mana to test another dozen iterations of the spell.
I'm probably the only mage in history that's ever been able to crack a new spell structure through brute force.
Nearly 20 minutes later, John spoke a new command word, and the mana that he had gathered flowed smoothly from his mouth, transforming into a devastating gout of blue flame. Extending 10 feet from his lips, the flames licked at the ground, incinerating the grass and melting the ground. Breathing in, he pulled the heat back, causing the earth to harden into a smooth, almost stone-like substance, but he was too excited to notice. "A new spell has been discovered. You have learned Dragon's Breath. Mental model has grown in effect and efficiency. Mental model 40.
This is perfect. Just call me a dragon warrior. If I can develop more spells like this, I should be able to start using more magic when I fight, which will reduce the likelihood of me needing to use my personal mana. Hopefully that will mean fewer doom points overall."
Since the spells he cast used mana from his surroundings to empower their effects, the flames they produced were significantly weaker than the flames John could produce directly with his pure mana, but in most fights they would be more than sufficient. Rather, John was just happy to have discovered a way to use magic without immediately racking up more doom points. Checking the sky, he saw that he had at least an hour until it was time to meet Ellie in town, so he got back to work creating spells. Chapter 32. The sun was just starting to climb over the mountains when John rode his horse into Fairford, immediately noticing a difference in the village. Normally the town would be bustling as people started their day, but as he rode down the main street, John barely saw anyone out and about. A subdued air hung over the village, and it was clear from the sidelong glances John got that he wasn't the only one who felt it. Stopping at the inn, John got down from Merlin and tied his horse up to the hitching post next to Storm, who was already tied there. Stepping up onto the porch, he took a moment to survey the town, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Judging from Storm's presence, Ellie was probably already in the inn, so he walked inside. As the door opened, everyone turned to look at the door, their expression showing clear relief when they recognized John. Ellie was sitting at the bar, talking with Sven, and as John came in, she turned and smiled at him. As she turned back to the bar, he saw a flash of something on the back of her neck that looked like a tattoo, causing him to blink. Walking up to the bar, he greeted Sven with a nod and sat down next to Ellie. While Sven went to grab his food, he turned to her and tapped the back of his neck.
"Get some new ink?"
"Ink?"
"A tattoo. Looks like Sigvald."
"Ah, is that what it is?"
Ellie asked, turning her back to him and moving her hair so he could see it clearly.
"I saw there was something there, but couldn't get a good look at it. It's probably my familiar mark."
Poking up over the leather armor she was wearing, the tattoo extended down onto Ellie's back, only leaving the head and beak of the bird visible. Noticing it even showed the scar that ran across Sigvald's eye, John nodded.
"Yeah, it's Sigvald. Most of it is hidden behind your armor, though. That reminds me, we should get a big mirror for the bathroom."
"Big mirrors are tough," Sven said, sliding John's plate in front of him. "Transporting glass is always so tough."
"True. Maybe we could make one. That might be easier."
"I think Garrett has some polished sheets people were buying a few years back. Might be able to make something with that."
"I'll talk with him,"
John said, turning to glance at the quiet room.
"Looks like someone's cast a spell over the town. What's got everyone so scared?"
Glancing around, Sven lowered his voice and leaned forward.
"The big gang of mercs on the edge of town. If you stick around for a bit, you'll be able to see them. 3 of them are staying here, the noble and his 2 bodyguards. They usually come down around 9, but the mercs will be in at any moment to get some food."
"George mentioned them. Said they were looking for me?"
"Not explicitly, but they did describe the armor you 2 are wearing. So if they see you, they'll probably put it together."
Shooting a glance at John, who was calmly shoveling forkfuls of food into his mouth, Ellie turned back to Sven.
"Want us to leave, so there's no trouble?"
Shaking his head, Sven gave her a mirthless smile.
"Nah, they should know better than to make trouble in town. We're protected. More likely they'll try to get you out of town before they try anything."
Looking up, John stared at Sven for a second.
I heard there were 20 of them, all class holders. That seems like more than the town can handle. There are what, half a dozen class holders here?
And a new ecclesia office, Sven said, smiling. It's only a priestess and 2 holy knights, but if the noble does anything to us, the ecclesia will eventually find out, and then it'll be curtains for them. Speaking of the priestess, here she comes.
Turning around on her seat, Ellie saw a beautiful woman in a white robe with a blue flame motif coming into the inn. Her hair, as black as midnight, framed her bronze skin, and her bright green eyes carried a gentle look that made Ellie feel at ease immediately. Despite her perfectly shaped features, the priestess was not intimidating in the slightest, and Ellie found herself returning the smile that came her way. Nudging John, who was still turned around, Ellie had trouble tearing her eyes from the priestess, only snapping out of her daze when the priestess walked over.
"Hello, my name is Evangeline Bellucci, priestess of the Eternal Flame. But you can call me Ava. I don't believe we've met." "Pleased to meet you. My name is Ellie Stoke, and this is John's—"
"Just John," John said, without turning around.
Glancing over, Ellie realized John had put the hood of his cloak up and was busying himself with his food. Though she didn't know why he was so clearly uninterested in interacting with Ava, she adapted quickly.
"We live on one of the farms out in the valley and are just passing through town this morning."
"Ah." Ava's eyes lingered on the back of John's head for a moment before she smiled sweetly and looked at Ellie.
"Well, if you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to come by the ecclesia office. We offer free healing, food, and help with shelter. We also offer free education and subsidized business loans for enterprising people." "Thanks. We'll stop by if the need arises."
With another gentle smile, Ava nodded and walked to the nobles, stopping to chat with the townsfolk. Seeing that Ellie was still watching her go, Sven let out a low laugh.
"Only been in town a week and already knows everyone like she grew up here."
"She's so pretty,"
Ellie said, awe mixed with a hint of envy in her voice.
"Poison is what she is,"
John said darkly, his voice so quiet that only Sven and Ellie could hear him.
"Once they get their claws into you, they try to control your whole life, all under the guise of helping you."
"Well, she can control me any time she wants," Sven said, shaking his head. "But don't let the holy knights that are with her hear you talking like that. They practically worship the ground she walks on. They'll be in once the mercs arrive."
"John, should we leave?"
Ellie asked.
"No," John spoke firmly. "We told Haver we would meet him here. We'll stay till he arrives."
"Hold on," Sven said, his eyes opening wide. "Haver is coming? Oh no, this is bad. That nobleman, Earl Vassic? He knows that Haver was part of the group that went out with the Red Coral team. He's looking for him."
"Earl Vassic is here?"
Instead of speaking, Sven gestured with his chin toward the stairs where a hawkish man was walking down, 2 beautiful women dressed in leather armor trailing him. The Earl carried himself with the typical air of a nobleman, and it was clear from the sneer that seemed to be pasted on his mouth that the rudimentary comforts of the village's inn did not meet his exacting standards. Carrying a cane topped with a skull in his ring-adorned hand, the Earl stopped at the bottom of the stairs, looking around for an empty table. Choosing a table next to where Ava had just taken a seat, he said something to one of his guards and then walked with mincing steps over to the table.
"Do you know him?"
Ellie asked John as she watched the woman Earl Vassic had spoken to coming toward the bar.
"I've run across him in the past," John replied, turning back to his food.
Striding up to the bar, the female guard slapped her hand on the wooden surface to get Sven's attention.
"Barkeep, 3 breakfasts with your finest red wine, and put some legs on it. We're going to be leaving soon."
"Of course, ma'am,"
Sven answered, bowing his head. As he disappeared into the back, the guardwoman turned her head and caught sight of Ellie, who was observing her curiously. About to turn away, she saw Ellie's leather armor and stopped for a second. The construction of it was close to her own armor, but it was different enough that she thought she might have been mistaken. Ever since they had gotten back to the valley, John had added thin metal plates to the outside of the armor, and Ellie had sewn in some cloth strips, making it look less like the armor they had scavenged from the Red Coral team. For a moment she seemed like she would say something, but after hesitating she went back to the table where Earl Vassic sat to wait for Sven to bring their food out. Finishing up his breakfast, John downed the rest of his ale and pushed his plate back. Seeing Sven come out with the meals for Earl Vassic and his guards, John nodded to the innkeeper.
"As satisfying as ever."
"Great. I'll pass your compliments along. You said you're waiting for Haver, right? When is he coming?"
"Sometime this morning, probably. Oh, that reminds me. Is George around? I was hoping to hire him."
"No, he got a job leading a hunting party. He'll be out of the valley for at least another week. Why? What are you looking for?"
Shame. We found another ruin, and I want to put a team together to check it out."
Eyes brightening, Sven gave John a measured look and picked up one of the glasses he seemed to be perpetually polishing. "Who's in your team right now?"
"It's me, Ellie, and Haver. But Haver's got his wolves, and Ellie here has a companion of her own. We're good on front line in combat, and Ellie will cover support. We're just looking for someone to scout and act as trap finder. Know anyone else we could tap?"
Thinking for a moment, Sven put the glass down and threw the towel across his shoulder. Resting his forearms on the bar, he looked between Ellie and John as if weighing something. "What about me?"
"You?"
"Yeah. I've done my share of adventuring back in the day, and while I don't have a title, you won't find a better trap finder this side of the capital. Besides, things are getting a bit tense around here, and getting out of town for a week or two sounds like a great idea." This time it was John's turn to look at Sven. He had known Sven was a class holder from the moment he had first walked into the inn, but other than that he knew relatively little about the man, which carried a significant risk. Since Haver was not around yet to ask, John tapped on the bar top.
"You have references?"
"Sure," Sven said, smiling happily.
"Here you go."
With a flourish, a bright silver token marked with an open bag of money appeared in Sven's hand, held so that only Ellie and John could see it. With another flourish, it was gone, leaving Ellie blinking.
"Thieves' Guild?"
John asked, his eyebrows rising.
"What's a big shot like you doing out here?"
Sven gave John a lopsided grin and tapped the side of his nose. "If I told you, I'd have to leave, now wouldn't I? What do you say? I cut my teeth in the capital city's catacombs and got my promotions back before the ecclesia took over." Seeing that Ellie was lost, John lowered his voice and explained.
"The catacombs are where nobility are buried. They take the safety of their possessions very seriously."
"Ha! Seriously is an understatement," Sven said. "They trapped every single inch of those tunnels. I can't say I'm the best scout, but I can sniff out a tripwire from a mile away."
"Fine. As long as Haver is fine with it, you can come. He and Ellie can cover the scout duties. Pay is a 10% split with a 6 gold guaranteed minimum and a 4 gold hazard pay bonus."
"That sounds good to me. When are you leaving?"
"I meant to leave this morning, but I have a feeling that's not going to happen."
"Yeah, it'll take me until this afternoon to get my gear set up. How about leaving first thing tomorrow?"
"Are you sure you're not just trying to get us to rent a room from you for a night?"
Ellie asked, causing Sven to laugh. "Actually, that's a great point. I only have one room open, so maybe we should get on the road tonight, since I doubt you two want to share a room with Haver."
"Absolutely not,"
Ellie said, shaking her head. Winking at her, Sven was about to say something when his expression changed, growing slightly severe. A moment later the door opened roughly, and a group of 15 leather-armored mercenaries walked in, talking loudly. Ellie examined them closely as they entered, but John's attention was on something outside. Seeing him stand up, Sven swore under his breath and reached under the counter for the short sword that was hidden there. One of the mercenaries, a big man with a shock of blonde hair, looked around the room, his booming voice interrupting all conversation.
"Who owns the horses outside?"
Looking around, the mercenary didn't wait for anyone to respond and continued to speak.
"They're good horses, and I've taken a fancy to them. I want to buy them. Whose are they? Speak up!"
In the following silence, John's voice echoed loudly, even though he just spoke in a normal tone.
"Tell your men to get their hands off them."
Swinging his gaze around to John, who was half turned toward him looking out the window at the mercenaries who were standing around Merlin and Storm, the blond mercenary took a step forward, his bright teeth flashing as he smiled.
"Name your price."
"I won't repeat myself,"
John replied dully, his gaze still directed out of the window. Despite the lack of an edge to John's voice, the blond mercenary felt his hand drifting toward the handle of the short axe on his belt. Restraining himself, he was about to say something when he heard a commotion outside, and the 3 mercenaries who had been hanging out near the horses suddenly stumbled into the room, nearly falling down. A few seconds later, the door opened again, and Haver walked in, a cold look on his face. Dressed in his spiked leather armor and carrying his wolf-tooth club on his shoulder, he presented a dangerous picture. But what really sealed the deal were the 3 large wolves that trailed him. Through the window, John could see that there were at least half a dozen other wolves hanging out on the porch and in the street, making it obvious why the mercenaries retreated. Chapter 33.
"Are those your horses?"
Haver asked as soon as he saw John sitting at the bar.
"They are. You want to buy them too?"
"Buy them? Ha! I'm not that rich. They're nice, though, especially that mare. Morning, ma'am."
Smiling at the Wolf King, Ellie nodded her head at his greeting.
"Hello, Haver."
"All right, are we ready to go? This village smells, almost like something dead got dragged in here. Where is George?"
Completely ignoring the blond mercenary, Haver sauntered over to the bar and leaned on it, nodding to Sven.
"George is out, but Sven volunteered to act as his replacement," John said, turning his back on the mercenaries. "So long as you vouch for him, we'll leave as soon as he's ready."
Infuriated by the casual disregard, the mercenary leader took a step forward, his hand reaching for John.
"Hey, I was talking to you!"
As he spoke, he gripped John's shoulder tightly and spun John around. Or at least he tried to. When John didn't move in the slightest, a sudden cold sweat appeared on the mercenary leader's forehead, and he stepped back, dropping his hand like it was burned. Ever so slowly, John turned around, his face completely and utterly emotionless.
"I'm sorry. I thought our conversation was over. You wanted to buy my horses. They're not for sale. Was there something more you wanted to discuss?"
"Is there a problem, Hill?" One of the pretty guards had risen from the table when Haver came in, and now stood nearby, her hand resting threateningly on her sword. Her eyes scanned John and Ellie, resting for a moment more than was comfortable on Ellie's face before she turned her attention to Haver. It was clear from her aggressive tone of voice that she was giving the mercenary leader a chance to start something, but to the surprise of almost everyone in the room, the blond mercenary shook his head and took a step back.
No problem. I was mistaken."
Frowning slightly, she looked at him, but the blond mercenary refused to meet her gaze. Annoyed, she clicked her tongue and pointed at Haver. "Are you the one they call Wolf King?"
"I am,"
Haver replied without straightening up.
"What of it?"
"Earl Vassick has some questions for you. Come with me."
"Does he? He has 2 perfectly good legs. Let him come over here."
Sneering at Haver, the Earl's guard took a small step forward, her hand tightening on her sword. "Are you sure you want to ignore the Count's order? That's not the wisest of choices."
"Oh, come off it,"
Haver said, sneering right back at her.
This isn't the capital where your precious nobles are pampered and their every whim is catered to. If the Earl wants respect, he'll have to start the same way everyone else does out here in the wilds. He'll have to earn it."
Eyes narrowing, the guard's face grew ugly, and she took another short step forward, just about to draw her sword. Haver matched her look for look and stood up straight, staring down at her as if he was ready to brawl at any moment. Just when John thought a fight would erupt, a dry cough interrupted the tension, and Earl Vassic made his way over, the tip of his cane clicking against the floor.
"No need to come to blows, Mela. It's not worth it. Besides, it's only a matter of a few feet, and as Mr. Haver says, my legs work perfectly well."
Looking at the gathered people, the Earl's lips curled up in a polite smile, and he nodded his head.
"I am Earl Dominique Vassic, 6th Earl of House Vassic."
"Haver the Wolf King, the only one."
Ignoring the sarcasm in Haver's voice, Earl Vassic turned his attention to John and Ellie, but neither of them introduced themselves. Ellie had been about to, but seeing John keep his mouth shut, she decided to follow his example. After the silence stretched for almost half a minute, and it became clear that John was not going to introduce himself, the Earl's smile became slightly friendlier, and he spoke to John.
"And you, sir? Might I have the pleasure of knowing your name?"
"John."
"John,
"Yes."
are you from the valley?"
"No."
From the way his eye was twitching, it was clear Earl Vassic was doing his best to avoid blowing up at John's short answers, but the Earl had spent too long in the halls of political power to lose it with a farmer in a small village on the outskirts of the nation.
Have we met before? You look awfully familiar. How do we know each other?"
"I don't think we do,"
John said, shaking his head.
"I'll have to think about it. Now, where was I? Oh, right. I was about to ask Haver the Wolf King some questions. This past fall, I believe you worked with a team of adventurers who called themselves the Red Coral Group? Is that correct?"
"I did," Haver nodded, "and nearly ended up dead because of it. If you find them, I have a serious bone to pick. They owe me compensation for abandoning me to die in a ruin."
"Ah, is that what happened? They were to retrieve an item for me and never showed up. I was wondering if you knew where they might have gone,"
Earl Vassic asked.
"Was it an ornamented box? The last time I saw it, it was in the herbalist's hands. Catherine? You'll have to find her if you want more information. When I eventually got out, I saw her tracks heading toward the Great Plains, but I came back to the valley rather than chasing her."
Pursing his lips, Earl Vassic fiddled with one of the many rings he was wearing, looking like he was thinking. After a few seconds, his eyes constricted, and he slowly turned his head to stare at John. While most of the other people in the room were unsure what was going on, John knew exactly what was happening. The ring the Earl was using carried a scrying spell quite similar to Kelvis's greater scrying, and it had just locked onto him. Considering he was the last person to touch the box, John thought it was a safe bet the scrying spell would continue to point toward him. While it would have been simple enough for him to disrupt the spell, being tracked by the Earl suited him just fine.
What did they used to call it? Aggro?
Amused by his thoughts, John smiled slightly at the frozen Earl, shocking him out of his stupor. Seeing that Earl Vassic was appraising him with fresh eyes, John just waited. He had spoken with the Earl a number of times in the capital city, but never without his flaming mask of blue fire. Fairly early on in his career in the military, he had taken to wearing it at all times, which was why most people didn't recognize him. Those who had seen him before he began wearing the mask, like Gottfried, were mostly dead by this point, killed by the brutal wars that swept the nation. Still, the more he spoke, the more likely it was that the Earl would remember his voice or mannerisms, so he thought it would be better to remain quiet.
John, right? Were you one of the people hired by the Red Coral adventuring party?
Yep. Frontline, John said.
I see. Would you mind accompanying me to my camp? I'd love to talk to you about your experience with them. You see, it's quite concerning to me that they never reported back.
Sorry, we're on a schedule and need to leave shortly. Maybe when I come back.
Slightly thrown off by John's blunt refusal, a flash of anger streaked across the Earl's face, and his grip tightened on his cane.
What if I insist?
Giving the Earl a genuinely amused smile, John pointed behind him.
Talk to them first, and then we can chat about it.
Turning his head, Earl Vassic's expression stiffened when he saw the two heavily armored men standing there staring at him. Dressed in half-plate armor with heavy chain-mail shirts, the two holy knights carried large swords slung across their backs and round shields with a blue flame motif. Standing between them was the exceptionally pretty priestess.
"Is there a problem, Earl Vassic?"
Ava asked, her sweet voice carrying the faintest sense of censure.
A problem? Of course not, Priestess Ava. I had simply invited these gentlemen to my camp for a private discussion. But they did not want to come. Nothing to get worked up about.
"I see. In that case, might I ask you to be on your way? You're blocking the path into and out of this gentleman's business."
Bowing his head slightly, Earl Vassic gave Haver and John long looks, and then led his guards out of the inn, the mercenaries following close behind. Left facing Ava, John gave her a curt nod and tried to turn away, but before he could, she spoke to him.
"Excuse me, sir. I have this striking feeling that I know you. Have you ever been to the capital city before?"
I must have one of those faces, John said, shrugging. Earl Vassic thought he knew me too. Sort of strange, but I'm sure there are plenty of people who look like me. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have some planning to do.
Not giving Ava time to respond, John turned around, leaving her with her mouth open. Seeing her awkward look, Ellie smiled apologetically at her and spun around on her stool, relaxing the tight grasp she had on her wand. The younger of the two holy knights started to step forward, irritated by John's impoliteness, but Ava stopped him, shaking her head. With a bow toward John's back, she led the holy knights out of the inn, causing it to finally return to peace. At the bar, Sven shook his head.
"Wow, I really thought I would be picking up broken furniture today. That was really close." "If you're sad about it, I can break a chair for you," Haver said, smirking.
No, I'd much rather my furniture stays in one piece, thanks. Let me get my stuff together and we can go." Watching Sven disappear, Haver spoke in a voice only Ellie and John could hear.
"You realize the Earl is going to come after us, right? He won't leave it lying."
"I do," John nodded.
"In fact, I'm counting on it. The last thing we need is a power-hungry noble running around the valley with 19 class holders while we're not around. If we can get him to bring his forces after us, it will be simple to ensure he doesn't return."
Letting out a low whistle, Haver looked at John, impressed.
"And here I thought I was the bandit. You really want to take out a noble? Aren't you afraid of the army coming down on you?"
"No," John said bluntly.
"First, all signs point to a war with Alara in the next year or two, so they won't have time. And even if they did, nobles are forbidden from leaving their holdings unless it's to go to the capital by the order of the Eternal Flame. I don't know why the priestess is ignoring that fact, but Earl Vassic is not allowed to be here since it's not his territory. If he vanishes, no one will do anything."
"Well, either way, I think this warrants hazard pay," Haver said, holding up 4 fingers. "That'll be 4 gold.
Opening his pouch, John counted out 4 gold coins and put them in Haver's outstretched hand. Before he could put the pouch away, He felt a tug on his arm and saw that Ellie had her hand out as well. Rolling his eyes, he counted out 4 more gold and gave them to her, causing Haver to laugh.
"What's so funny?" Sven asked, walking out of the back with a bag. "Hey, are you handing out hazard pay? Great. I have a few things to pick up at the general store, and that will help."
Lamenting that it had only taken a moment for him to become 12 gold poorer, John let out a sigh and stood up.
"Once you've finished your shopping, we'll head out. Does everyone have a horse, or do we need to swing by the stable?"
"I've got one," Haver said, calling to his wolves, who were lying at his feet. "Me too. I'll be right back. Anyone need anything from the store?" Shaking his head, John followed Haver out onto the porch. There were a few mercenaries loitering around, not even bothering to hide that they were watching John and the others, but John paid them no mind. After double-checking the horses, they mounted up and headed for the store to wait for Sven. Once he was ready, the 4 of them headed out of town, accompanied by Haver's wolves.
"Where's Sigvald? I thought he'd be with you,"
John said, looking back at the town that was falling behind them.
"He is here,"
Ellie said, reaching up to tap her neck.
"That's the point of the marking."
Interesting. Sometime you'll have to break down how that works for me,"
John said, his interest piqued. Heading out of town, they took the path toward the mountains, making good time on the smooth road. Right before the path started to climb, John got out the compass and checked their direction. Closing his eyes, he visualized the map he had of the valley, trying to determine the best path to take. Leading the group off the path, he brought them along the mountains for a few miles, and then cut in, heading up into the hills. Though they couldn't see anything behind them, all of them understood that the Earl and his forces would be following, so no one said anything about stopping to make camp. When darkness fell, they got down from their horses and led them to avoid accidental injuries as they went deeper into the mountains. The night was bright with starlight, so they continued forward, weaving their way through the mountains. Based on the map John remembered, the compass needle was pointing to an area close to the quarry where he'd met the Grim, and as they continued their journey, John wondered if they would run into the tall creatures. Without stopping, they moved through the mountains, keeping up a steady pace to try and preserve their horses' energy for as long as possible. Merlin and Storm were both mana-fed and had no problem keeping up, but by the time the sun was starting to rise, the other 2 horses were starting to lag, so John called for a brief break. While Haver sent out his wolves to scout, John took the horses to rest, and Ellie and Sven started a fire for breakfast. Chapter 34. The mountains in the early morning were beautiful, and the air was crisp, allowing uninhibited sight for what seemed to be miles. Standing with the horses, John took a moment to appreciate the wild beauty spread out before him. Feeling a nibble at his pocket, he pushed Storm's head away, but she brought it right back, intent on finding a treat.
"Fine, but only because we're on a trip,"
John said, condensing mana into a crystal. Normally he wouldn't have given mana to the other horses, but once they sensed it, they stared at him with piteous eyes until he caved in and made mana crystals for them as well. Putting their pickets into the ground, John joined the others for a quick breakfast while Haver updated them on the situation.
"It looks like we have a tail, but they're probably half a day's travel behind. They'll have to conserve their horses, so it's unlikely they'll be able to catch up, but as soon as we stop, they'll start closing the distance. We can either try to hide our trail or just outpace them. But once we get to the ruins, all that will be out the window."
"How about traps? Can we trap our trail to make it harder for them to follow?"
Ellie asked, causing the 3 men to stare at her.
"What? Why are you looking at me like that?"
"I just didn't expect to hear a question like that from you," Haver admitted. "But yes, traps are certainly an option. Another option would be finding a place where we can block off the path with a rock slide or something like that, but that will make it harder for us to retreat if we need to."
"For now, let's just continue as we are,"
John said.
If we want to trap this camp and maybe one other place on the path, that will force them to be cautious and allow us to gain some more distance. But the reality is, we'll have to face them at some point. I'm aiming for it to happen in the ruins, where their advantage of numbers can be mitigated."
Nodding, Sven raised his hand.
"What sort of ruins are we heading to? You mentioned ruins, but that's about it."
Getting out a notebook where he had recorded what he knew about the Shadow Tower, John took out a folded piece of paper and unfolded it, showing the runic script the strange plant had projected to him. Craning their heads, the rest of the team looked at the runes and then turned to look at John. Ellie was the only one who could read the runes, but even she found it easier to allow John to translate.
"Shadow Tower. It's a mage tower built by the tower master of the other ruin we explored."
Leaping to his feet, Haver stared down at John, his eyes blazing with alternating anger, fear, and eventually resignation. While Sven's reaction was more muted, the fear he felt was still clear on his face. Only Ellie reacted positively, leaning forward to get a better look at the runes.
"You told me it wasn't a mage's tower,"
Haver said, pointing at John.
"False. I told you it's not an abandoned mage tower. To my knowledge, it has never been abandoned. In fact, I have strong reason to believe that the mage who lived there is still alive,"
John said calmly, ignoring the finger pointing at his face.
"I did tell you it was a ruin, which isn't precisely true, but I'm sure you can understand why I didn't want to publicize the details in town."
"So we're just going to break into a mage's home? You really are crazy,"
Haver said, taking a step back.
"No. If the mage is still alive, they'll welcome us happily, at which point I'll take care of what I need to take care of, pay the two of you, and you'll be free to go home. If, on the other hand, the mage isn't alive, we'll explore the ruin. I'll complete what I need to, we'll split the loot, and then you'll be free to go home. Either way, this will be a simple run."
"Simple? Simple?"
Haber practically screamed, causing the wolves who were with him to jump to their feet, teeth bared.
"How is exploring a mage's tower simple?"
"Stop shouting and sit down," John said, rolling his eyes. "I'm not worried about it. So why are you worried about it?"
"You're not worried about anything, and it's freaking me out."
Despite his shouting, Haver did sit back down, causing the wolves to slowly subside as well. Sven, seeing that Haver had lapsed into silence, slowly raised his hand.
I don't mean to doubt you, but, are you really sure this is a good idea? I heard that a lot of mage towers have really terrifying beasts." "Exactly, like thorn bears."
"This one is just plants," John said, shaking his head. "I don't think there will be any thorn bears. The mage who probably still lives there was pretty obsessed with plants."
"I'd bet a gold piece they'll try to eat us,"
Haber muttered. Ignoring Haber, John tapped on the paper with runes.
"Like I said, there's a decent chance the mage will still be alive, so we'll just be in and out."
"What if they're not alive?" Sven asked. "I can open locks, but magic is way beyond what I can do."
"Ellie here has that covered," John said, not hesitating to throw her under the proverbial cart. "Her class has the ability to see mana patterns, so we should be able to get through magical locks and traps without any problem. As for beasts and the like, that's what I'm here for. Any other questions or complaints?"
Sensing that the last question was aimed at him, Haver thought for a moment and then raised his hand.
"Yeah?"
"Is it too late to mention that my mother died and I need to go back home and plan her funeral?"
"Yes," John said, nodding. "I'm sorry to hear about your mother, but desertion will not be tolerated. Everyone has already been paid, so we'll see it through to the end. Next question?"
"Will we be safe?"
Pausing, John turned and looked at Ellie, who had asked the question. When John had mentioned where they were going, she had been completely on board. But now, listening to the responses from Haver and Sven, she realized they might have gotten into something that was truly dangerous. Looking at her slightly pale face, John's smile disappeared, his face returning to its normal calm. Meeting her gaze, he nodded.
That's impossible to know. There could be many hidden dangers, but what I do know is that we'll all come out of there alive.
I'm going to hold you to that,
Haver said, his face serious.
I've already been left for dead in a mage tower once, and I don't care to repeat it again.
I got you out alive, didn't I? And this time I'll ensure your wolf doesn't have to die for you.
Considering John's words for a moment, Haver nodded.
Fine.
Looking between Haver and John, Sven's eyes brightened.
Hey, if Haver trusts you to carry us through, I guess I will as well. But regardless, we should probably get going.
Agreed. I'm guessing we still have at least a day of travel, John said, standing up. If possible, I'd like to complete it without camping. The further ahead of the mercenaries we can get, the longer we'll have to prepare for the fight with them.
Why are they so intent on chasing us? Sven asked.
They think we have some box the Red Coral team looted from the ruins, John replied. The Earl clearly values it, since he wouldn't have risked leaving his lands otherwise. Regardless, right now we need to focus on making it to the tower. If the mage who lived there is still alive, the Earl's fate will be sealed.
Tearing down the fire, they dug up some dirt to put it out, and then cleaned up the rest of camp, while Sven set up a few basic traps to try and slow the mercenaries down. Mounting up, they continued to cross the mountains, following the direction the compass was indicating. The terrain they were crossing was grueling, and by the time evening started to fall, even the mana-fed horses were starting to droop. Checking the compass, John frowned slightly. According to the spell that had been cast on the compass, they were only about a mile from the location of the tower. But based on his memory of the map, there was nothing but a mountain there.
Let's stop here. We'll camp while I figure out which way to go.
Getting down from Merlin, he tossed the reins to Ellie and climbed up on a small hill nearby to try and survey the landscape. Darkness was coming quickly as the mountains blocked the sun, but to John's mana-enhanced eyes, everything was still as clear as day. Unable to see anything but an unbroken mountain rising in front of him, John disengaged the problem his mental model was working on and started figuring out how to hide a tower. After a few minutes, his eyes snapped open. Query: how was the hidden tower accessed? Answer: the tower exists underground in an inverted shape from the old tower. Likelihood of the tower being built in a dormant volcano is high, as the tower has been described as having access to a manastone mine and a view of the sky. Manastone mines are more likely to form near volcanic activity, and the volcanic throat will grant a view of the sky. Should the assumption be correct, possible entrances include the throat, less than 50% chance, and volcanic tunnels formed by a lava flow, 85% chance. Conclusion: determine if the mountain is volcanic and look for a low-lying area within a mile of the mountain to examine for lava tubes.
Volcano? Is this mountain a dormant volcano? Regardless, the compass is pointing toward it, so I know our entrance is somewhere around here.
Recalling the map again, John found a few spots where there could be lava tubes formed by the flow of lava in days past, and asked Haver to send out his wolves to check them out. While the team had dinner, the wolves quickly covered the distance to the areas John had marked out. The one he was most interested in was only a mile or two from the quarry where he had met the Grim, and he had a sneaking suspicion that was where they would find the entrance to the Shadow Tower. Only 20 minutes later, long howls echoed throughout the mountain, and Haver's head rose.
You were right. They picked up something near the mine. There are a few tunnels there. And also danger. Intense danger.
Perfect. That's where we'll go. We'll leave the horses at the quarry and then make the rest of the trip on foot. As for the danger, we'll deal with it when we get there.
Following John's directions, they quickly made their way to the abandoned stone quarry, arriving as the final threads of light vanished, plunging the mountains into a deep darkness. Making sure to avoid the area where he normally traded with the Grim, John unsheathed his sword and shield, lighting up their way as they headed for the tunnels. The closer they got, the more tense Haver seemed to become, until finally he stopped, causing the rest of the team to stop as well.
"There's something watching us," he said, his eyes darting around. "A lot of somethings, and they're not friendly."
"Where are they?" Sven asked, looking around nervously. Spinning around, Haver's eyes scanned the underbrush, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary.
"I don't know, but my wolves are getting really nervous."
Sending mana into his ears, John magnified his breathing until his breathing sounded like thunder in his ears, and then began to filter sounds out, stripping the sounds of the mountain away like layers from an onion. A faint, rapid-fire clicking caught his attention, and then an even fainter roar vibrating through the earth sounded from up ahead, causing his head to lock onto a tunnel hidden behind a rock.
"This way."
Darting forward, he followed the growing sound of battle into the tunnel, his companions close behind him. Only 3 of Haver's wolves followed him into the tunnel, the rest dispersing into the woods to guard the area. As they got closer to where the battle was being fought, the others started to hear the roars and growls echoing from the walls. Mixed in with the sounds were hisses, and rapid clicking seemed to come from every direction at once, creating a disorienting effect. Checking to make sure everyone was bearing it well, John sped up, moving through the passage quickly. Rounding a corner, the team spilled into a large cavern filled with light from glowing mushrooms and some sort of glittering moss that grew across a large part of the ceiling. Towering pillars of stone connected the floor and ceiling, and rough platforms had been put together around them, looking like a primitive treetop village. Defending the platforms were tall, white fur-covered humanoids who waved their clawed hands and crude bats as they fought off hundreds of large bugs that looked like a cross between a centipede and a dragonfly. Sometimes hovering in the air, sometimes scurrying along the walls, the insects swarmed toward the Grim, trying to pull them down from their homes, only to get smashed back by savage blows.
"The tall furred ones are friendly, but don't stray too close to them," John said, beginning to move forward. "Ellie, now's the time to call Sigvald."
Thrusting her wand forward, Ellie spoke a command in a low voice, and an echoing crowing shook the cavern as lightning burst from her back. A moment later, the rooster's head rose, his single uncovered eye glaring murderously at the insects in front of him. Connected to Ellie's feelings, Sigvald could sense Ellie's disgust toward the insects, and as far as he was concerned, that was a death sentence. Lunging over her head, he flew into the cavern, lightning bolts arcing from his wings in one of the most impressive displays John had ever seen. Unfortunately, the impressive display nearly exhausted the bird's strength, and he quickly wheeled around and retreated to Ellie's side. Pausing, John glanced at Ellie, who was staring wide-eyed at Sigvald. Shaking his head, he stepped forward and lifted his sword, igniting the blade with blue flames. The insects reacted to this new threat by throwing themselves toward him, but John didn't even blink. Lifting his sword to his face, he cut it sharply down at an angle, at the same time activating his new dragon's breath spell. The insects hurtling toward him were met with a gout of flame that charred their wings off even as it boiled their insides and cracked their shells. Stepping over a still-burning insect corpse, John let out a low shout and darted forward into the crowd of insects, his burning blade carving through them with ease. Chapter 35. The blue flames streaming from John's blade left streaks in the air as he slashed and cut, like paint left behind by an artist's brush. Without pause, he continued to paint a picture of destruction, cutting a wide swath through the insects who were all rushing toward him. Despite their innate quickness and the high maneuverability their dragonfly wings gave them, they were unable to escape John's silver blade. Chunks of insect bodies fell to the dirt, burning silently as the magical blue flames slowly devoured everything they touched. Spinning around, John unleashed a slash, using the streaming flames from his sword as cover to activate his flame arrow spell. The blue flames shot forward, burning through a couple insects hovering near one of the platforms. Using the edge of his magic shield to chop another insect in half by pinning it against the ground, John stomped on its head and then jumped forward, chasing down the nearby insects. Advancing behind him, Haver and Sven watched in horrified awe as he ripped through the swarm of insects like he was taking an afternoon stroll. There was an effortlessness in the destruction John wrought that spoke of entirely too much practice. Sharing a glance with Sven, Haver suppressed his shudder and focused on swinging his wolf-tooth club, smashing it down on one of the insects who had survived John's rampage. Sven was using a short sword, the supernatural strength his class granted him allowing him to pierce through the tough chitin armor that covered the monsters. Hearing a triumphant crowing, the rogue glanced back over his shoulder and saw Sigvald ripping apart an insect with his sharp claws. The silly bird made a grand entrance but quickly ran out of energy, forcing him to retreat to his master's side. To his delight, however, he quickly realized that his mana-reinforced feathers were too tough for the insect's claws and mandibles to get through, allowing him to fight with impunity. As soon as the rooster discovered this, his courage returned, and he rushed out to kill any nearby insects, always returning to strut in front of Ellie before fluttering after his next target. Resigning herself to playing audience for her stupid familiar, Ellie reserved her magic, watching for any major threats that might arise. The fight against the giant spiders in the cave system outside her grandmother's home had given her a healthy fear of beasts that lived in swarms, and she wanted to be ready if the flying centipedes had some sort of queen version. Up on the platform, the Grimm who were fighting against the insects were at first confused by the team's entrance, and then excited as they saw John and the others attacking the insects. Letting out roars, they redoubled their efforts to crush their enemies. Many of them wielded stone clubs that they whipped through the air with enough force to crush the insects' armor and rupture their insides. As big as they were, the Grimm had the natural agility of apes, and the insects grew hard-pressed to avoid their ferocious attacks. The smaller Grimm didn't have clubs of their own, but instead used sharp claws and their heavy fangs to rip the insects apart, completely ignoring the centipede's sharp claws and snapping mandibles. Inspired by John's fierce attacks, the Grimm seemed to enter a frenzy, quickly driving all the attacking insects from the platforms, and even chasing them down to the ground. Scanning the room, John saw that there were still thousands of insects, but between his charge and the Grimm's fierce attacks, the attackers' numbers had been thinned out considerably. Smashing his shield forward, John disrupted the attack of a lunging centipede and then sliced it in half with a neat upward slash. Turning, he continued the motion, bringing his sword around his head in an arc, cutting through the wings of another centipede trying to attack his neck. The battle seemed to be well in hand, but the fact that the insects hadn't yet fled set warning bells ringing in his head.
Haver, Sven, retreat to where Ellie is. Ellie, can you give me a reading on trouble?
The two men quickly disengaged from the monsters they were fighting, joining up with Ellie, who had crouched down and was drawing something on the ground. Mumbling something under her breath, she blinked and looked around, her attention caught by something at the edge of the cavern.
"John, there are 2 big centipedes coming."
Glancing in the direction Ellie pointed, John didn't see anything out of the ordinary, but he knew that didn't mean much. Moving his head back to avoid a whipping tail, he reached out and grabbed one of the insect's wings, snapping it off with a twist of his wrist as his blade darted out, stabbing through the centipede's head. Throwing the burning corpse at another approaching insect, John kept his attention on the area Ellie indicated. A moment later, he heard 2 loud buzzes as the large centipedes came into view. Each one was at least 10 feet long and as thick as a barrel. 6 pairs of wings protruded from their backs, flapping furiously to try and keep the heavy monsters airborne. The sharp legs that dangled from their chitinous bodies were longer than normal and gleamed evilly in the soft light from the underground flora. As they got closer, John saw that their heads were missing the normal pincers their smaller brethren had, and instead each had a pulsing tube that looked like it was used for shooting out some sort of liquid. Even as he watched, his incredible eyesight caught a drop of viscous glowing liquid drip from the mouth tube of one of the insects. As it splashed to the ground, it froze the stone it touched, causing it to crack apart from the abrupt contraction. Eyes narrowing, John advanced to face the new threat, his sword quickly clearing the area around him.
"John, there are more of those things coming."
Hearing Ellie shout, John nodded and swung his sword, unleashing a flame arrow at the giant centipede in the front. The twisting flames shot toward the monster, who tried to move to the side to avoid it. Unfortunately for the flying centipede, John's mana control was immaculate, and a simple thought was enough to adjust the flaming arrow's trajectory. Seeming to realize it wouldn't be able to escape, the monster spat a bead of the glowing phlegm, managing to hit the flame arrow squarely. With a loud hiss, the two attacks cancelled each other out, and the flying centipede continued to advance. By this time the other flying centipede had gotten closer to John, but before he could engage it, he heard a loud roar that shook the cavern, and a large white-furred figure jumped down from one of the wooden platforms. With unnatural agility, the Grim ran forward, leaping into the air, his weapon raised. Unlike the other Grim, this one wielded a long staff made of gnarled wood, but that didn't make it any less deadly than the stone clubs. Bringing his staff down so fast it nearly vanished, the Grim chopped it into the centipede's fluttering wings, causing a hiss of pain to burst from the flying monster. Figuring that the 12-foot-tall Grim was more than capable of dealing with one of the large centipedes, John focused on the other, advancing explosively even as the monster spat another glob of freezing phlegm at him. Feeling it splash on his shield, John sensed the change in temperature immediately. Against any other kind of shield, the abrupt contraction of the supercooled material would have been catastrophic. But John's shield, made entirely of mana, simply rippled. With a thought, he summoned another flame arrow to intercept the next attack, and then he was on top of the flying centipede, his sword and shield intercepting the monster's long, slashing legs. Stabbing his sword out, John felt it bite into the centipede's armor, so he shifted his weight forward and thrust, using his mana-fueled strength to pierce through. Letting out a shriek, the centipede fell back, but John's blue flames were already inside its body, burning through its organs and erupting from its mouth and eyes. Thrashing about, the flying centipede fell to the ground, but just as Ellie had said, there were a dozen more where this one had come from, the drone of their wings causing the air to vibrate. Not that far away, the large Grim finished off his own flying centipede by ripping the centipede's wings from its body and shoving them into the monster's eyes. Stomping on the insect a few times to make sure it was dead, the Grim let out a triumphant roar and turned to face the new enemy quickly approaching. As he swung around, John got a good look at him for the first time and quickly realized he knew the tall Grim. Clearly the Grim that had been leading the small party when he first encountered them almost a year ago. The Grim had colored the fur on his face and chest blue, making it look like the front of his body was awash with blue flames. Seeing that John was looking at him, the Grim roared and slapped his chest, his eyes constantly darting to the sword John was carrying. There was a healthy amount of fear in his eyes as he looked at the gleaming silver blade, but it was nearly drowned out by the desire and envy he felt for the blue flames that licked at the air all around it. The corners of John's lips twitched slightly, and he turned his attention back to the large insects flying toward them. Killing all of them wasn't going to be a problem, but doing so without taking casualties would certainly prove to be a bigger challenge. Eyes narrowing, John put his shield away and took out one of his daggers as he began to run forward, shouting over his shoulder as he advanced, "Keep the Grim alive!" Before anyone could respond, his body vanished in a burst of flame, and he reappeared in front of one of the giant flying centipedes, stabbing it through the eye with his burning sword. Blue flames ignited around the blade of his dagger as he kicked off the dying insect, turning in the air and chopping through the wings of another flying centipede with a backhanded strike from his dagger. Landing on the ground, he heard fighting break out behind him, but paid it no mind as he continued to cut the centipedes apart. Haver, Sven, and Ellie had formed a small triangle, and were doing their best to kill as many of the swarming insects as possible. With snapping teeth, Haver's wolves darted in and out of the triangle, jumping out to bite apart centipedes that got close before retreating to the safety of the formation before they could be surrounded. Sigvald, on the other hand, didn't care about being surrounded at all, and was rampaging through the insects like a steel storm. Seeing a new wave of insects surging toward the platforms on the stone pillars, Ellie pointed the wand she held in her left hand. "Siggy, protect those creatures!" Looking quite offended by the shortened name Ellie had just used, Sigvald still obeyed her command, spreading his wings and giving a powerful crow as he shot through the air toward the crowding insects. Smashing into them with his wings, he threw the centipedes this way and that as he raked at them with his sharp claws. Lightning arced from his tail, burning holes in the insects' hard carapaces as his beak slammed into them, crushing anything it touched. Watching the giant rooster smashing his way through the insects, Haver put Ellie near the top of his mental list of people to avoid making angry. While he knew she was a class holder, he had assumed she was similar to the other healers he had known. Instead, she had a pet lightning bird whose feathers were so tough they could shrug off the centipede's bites like they were nothing.
"I really gotta figure out a way to get away from this farm,"
Haver muttered, shuddering as he thought about the middle-aged man who would occasionally appear in his room in the middle of the night to pass along messages.
"What did you say?"
Ellie asked, glancing over her shoulder.
"Nothing. I didn't say anything."
Turning her attention back to the spell she was operating, Ellie used her dagger to block a lunging centipede, throwing it to the side where the waiting jaws of Haver's wolf snapped shut on its back, cutting it in half. A slight tremor in the earth under her feet caught her attention, and she crouched, placing her hand on the ground. Out of the dirt, a small earth spirit peeked its head, rubbing against her palm as it whispered what it had found. Doing her best to translate the feelings and broken images she was receiving, Ellie stiffened and looked toward the far end of the cavern where John's flashing blade drew blue streaks in the darkness.
"The leader of the centipedes is coming," she muttered, standing up. "Sven, can you get John a message?"
Glancing across the battlefield, Sven's eyes narrowed as he looked to see if he could find a clear path to where John fought.
"Yes? What's the message?"
"Tell him the leader of the centipedes is on the way here. It will be another minute or so, and there's another wave of giant centipedes before it arrives, but it's coming quickly."
His face growing pale at her words, Sven nodded seriously.
"All right, I'll tell him."
Taking a deep breath, Sven's body blurred as he took off, weaving his way through the battlefield with supernatural grace. Brushing past buzzing insects, he ducked and wove his way through the crowd of flying centipedes, arriving near John within a few seconds.
"Ellie says the leader is coming after one more wave of giant centipedes."
"Got it. Thanks,"
John replied, dodging a stabbing leg and lopping it off with a casual swing of his burning dagger.
"I'll retreat to join you."
Happy to back up, Sven darted away to rejoin the others as John finished off another giant flying centipede. The large grim with the blue-painted fur was smashing the huge insects apart with his long wooden staff, and it took John a moment to get his attention. When he finally did, he pointed back at the large pillars and began to retreat, moving backward as he guarded against the attacks of the centipedes. Getting the idea, the large grim let out a loud roar and swatted one of the centipedes away as he began to retreat as well. Chapter 36. As John retreated, the few remaining large flying centipedes surged forward, their tube-like mouths spitting globs of freezing phlegm. John did his best to intercept the attacks that came close to him with his flame-covered weapons, causing the supercooled liquid to evaporate away before it could do any damage. The large grim took a different track, letting the attacks land on his white fur where they simply melted away, failing to have any effect. Curious about how the grim was managing to do that, John blinked, sending mana to his eyes the next time he saw a freezing attack about to land. As the phlegm landed on the grim's fur, John saw mana rush through the grim's skin, forming a small area of heat that fought against the dreadful cold the slimy attack carried. The response seemed to be unconscious, probably developed over years of fighting against the centipedes and their freezing attacks. Slashing 3 times in rapid succession, John sent out 3 flame arrows, managing to get one of them through. The twisting flames burned a hole in a giant centipede, causing it to careen sideways, tangling up with another flying centipede, and spreading the flames that burned on its body to the other centipede's wings. Reaching the rest of the party, John waved his dagger, extinguishing the blue flames that burned around it. Sliding it into its sheath, he kept his eye on the enemy. More of the large flying centipedes were appearing at the far end of the cavern where he had been fighting a moment before, and his sharp hearing could pick up the clicking sound of an even larger creature making its way toward them.
"I wonder if this is one of the beasts my notification was talking about. Either way, it can only blame its own bad luck for what's about to happen."
Continuing to send out flame arrows while waving his sword, John missed the strange look Ellie was giving him, but even if he had seen it, he wouldn't have thought much about it, since his attention was almost entirely occupied by the 30-foot-long centipede currently crawling into the cavern. Haver and Sven both took a step back as the gigantic monster lifted its head, letting out a hissing roar that set the stones on the ground jumping. Not to be outdone, the large Grim straightened up to his full height and slammed his chest, bellowing out a challenge of his own. Lifting his staff, he pointed it at the giant centipede like a spear and howled, causing all the other Grim who still stood on the platforms to howl as well. Jumping up and down, they slammed their weapons against the thick stone pillars, producing a strong vibration that caused the entire cavern to shake. With another howl, the large Grim began to stride forward, its exposed fangs gleaming against its blue fur. Realizing the Grim was about to throw himself at the giant centipede, John stepped forward. But before he could get close, 3 Grim hurried down from their platform and banged their stone clubs into the ground in front of him. Hooting at him, they gestured to the large Grim who was starting to speed up. It was clear they wanted him to stop, so John stopped where he was. Surprised by the complete fearlessness the Grim showed, John suppressed his desire to join the fight and stayed still to watch. Seeing the Grim coming alone, the giant centipede hissed again and raised its large body even higher. Hanging in the air for a moment, the monster threw its body forward, intending to use its large size and thick armor to completely crush the offending Grim into paste. At the last moment, the Grim jumped out of the way, using his thick staff to propel his body into the air. Turning a somersault in the air, he brought his heavy stick over his head and slammed it down with enough force to crack the monster's armor. Enraged by the attack, the centipede coiled around, its legs scything like the ripping teeth of a chainsaw. Letting out a deep howl, the Grim managed to dodge, once again using his staff to propel himself. Slamming another attack down, the Grim continued to dodge as the centipede tried to land a solid hit on him. Watching the 2 creatures fight back and forth, John was both impressed and concerned. The fact that the Grim could keep up with the giant centipede was astounding, and a testament to the power of the white-furred creatures. But even though his pounding attacks were dealing some damage to the gigantic insect's carapace, it was clear the fight wouldn't end in his favor. Already the attacks of the monstrous centipede were getting closer to landing on the nimble Grim, and if the fight continued, it would not end the way John preferred.
This might be a dumb idea, but whatever. Let's help him out.
Sensing that the fight was starting to turn against him, the large Grim let out a loud roar and jumped, lifting his staff in both hands, clearly intending to stab it down into the centipede's body. The large monster saw an opportunity to end the fight and burst into action, moving substantially faster than it had until this point. Turning over, a dozen of its spear-like legs shot toward the Grim who was in the air while its snapping pincers closed in on the Grim's neck. John heard Ellie gasping behind him, and his eyes lit up as he saw his chance. Surreptitiously snapping his fingers, he controlled the mana around the Grim, causing it to form into a shield of sorts that slowed the centipede's thrusting legs. At the same time, he focused on the end of the staff, creating a blue spark that blossomed into a burning spearhead. As shocked as the centipede was by the sudden appearance of the flaming blade, the Grim didn't waste the opportunity, stabbing down with all his might. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Despite the notification that popped up, John was pleased with the effect he had created as he watched the Grim stab the blue flame spear tip straight through the monster's head. Like a finger through fresh cream, the blue blade burned through the hard chitin armor that protected its brain. With a terrified shriek, the monstrous centipede tried to jerk its head back, but the tall Grim wasn't about to let it go. Bracing one foot on the monster's pincer, the Grim pressed down with all his powerful might, sending his weapon straight through the centipede's brain and into the bundle of nerves that controlled its body. Cutting through them caused the thrashing monster to stiffen and collapse to the ground with an earth-shaking thud. A roar of victory rose from the Grim as he lifted his staff, thrusting the burning blue blade into the air. Still controlling the flames blooming from the end of the staff, John listened to the happy roars from the Grim on the platforms and smiled. The Grim leader had clearly overestimated his ability to take on the giant centipede, but a bit of magic had completely turned the tide. John wasn't sure why he had such a soft spot for the white-furred creatures, but it was obvious to him he derived much enjoyment from them. All around the cavern, the remaining centipedes fled as fast as they could, leaving John's party and the Grim behind. Still standing on top of the giant centipede's body, the Grim leader used the burning blade to cut it open, hooting with excitement when he pulled out a gleaming stone. Holding it up in triumph, he jumped down and ran toward John, stopping when he was a dozen feet away to show it to him.
"Very nice,"
John said, looking with interest at the large mana stone.
"Is that a mana stone?"
Haver asked, his eyes wide.
"I think so."
"And it just came out of that beast, right? Doesn't that mean that was a legendary-level beast?"
Shaking his head, John turned around and saw that Ellie and Sven were both staring at him, waiting for an answer.
"No, it was titled at the most, but it would have eventually become a legendary beast. It's rare to see a mana stone of that size form in a beast, so it must have been getting close."
Hey guys,"
Haver said, interrupting John.
"I don't mean to change the subject, but we're surrounded."
Looking around, the team saw that Haver was right. But instead of being surrounded by flying centipedes, they were surrounded by 36 Grimm staring at them with studied interest. Extinguishing his sword, John slid it into his sheath, indicating for the rest of the team to put their weapons away, which they did with considerable reluctance. Stepping forward, he was about to extinguish the magical flame on the end of the staff he was still maintaining, when the large Grimm shook his head violently and pulled the staff back. Listening to its hooting, John had no idea what it was trying to say, so he turned to Haver, who just shrugged.
"I can talk to wolves, not all creatures. Sorry."
Catching sight of Ellie licking her lips, John raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to her.
"Ellie, do you have a skill that could help?"
he asked, emphasizing the word skill.
Actually, I think I might. It isn't guaranteed to work, but the skill I use to communicate with the spirits for scouting might work."
"Great. Give it a try. I have a strong feeling these creatures are our ticket to the tower, so being able to communicate with them would be helpful."
"All right, hold on for a moment."
Slightly nervous, Ellie closed her eyes and recalled the spell she was going to use. Mumbling something under her breath, she opened her eyes and walked forward, slowly approaching the leader of the Grimm. Wary at first, the creature shied away when she started to reach her hand out, but when she stopped, he seemed to realize what she wanted to do. Inching closer to her, the Grimm looked around at the rest of his tribe and heard them murmuring. Gathering his courage, he reached out the rest of the way and touched her hand, stiffening as if he was shocked. Jumping back, he let out a proud hoot, causing the rest of the tribe to hoot and howl as well, slapping the ground and each other's backs in excitement. Taking her own step back, Ellie's eyes blinked as she tried to process the information that rushed into her head.
"Any luck?"
Yes. They're excited because their chieftain is brave enough to kill the great many-legged monster and touch the cursed people."
"Cursed people?" Sven asked, looking confused.
"Cursed with no fur,"
Ellie said, her eyes hazy as she continued to translate.
"Ah, well, I guess that makes sense,"
Sven said, rubbing his head. Stepping up next to Ellie, John touched her gently on the shoulder.
"Can you ask them about the Shadow Tower? We need to get there before the Earl and his people arrive."
Nodding, Ellie turned to the Grimm leader and held her hand out, indicating for him to touch it again. Less hesitant this time, the Grimm leader pressed one of his large fingers against Ellie's palm. For a moment they stood there quietly before the Grimm leader looked at John and pointed at his sword and then at the flame that was still burning on the end of the staff.
"He knows where the door to the tower is, but he says it doesn't open any more. It's beyond the blooming flowers that were guarded by the many-legged monster. He says that since you both serve the Firehead God, he will take us, but he wants you to teach him how to make the Firehead God fire on his root stick."
"Firehead God?"
John asked, his eyes growing wide. Communicating with the Grimm for a moment, Ellie nodded.
"He's describing a flying man with a flame where his head should be. He said they give offerings and the Flamehead God brings back mana stones. Small mana stones? Edible mana stones? I don't understand the last part. Something that they eat that makes them stronger."
Biting his lip, John turned his face away, unsure what to do. He had not considered what would happen if Ellie met the Grimm, but it was clearly too late to hide the fact that they were the source of the colorful night flowers he had been bringing back. He just hoped she wouldn't put two and two together, but given how sharp she was, it was unlikely she would miss the obvious connection. Letting out a small cough, he turned back to her and nodded.
"Let what comes come. That's fine. I can show him how to control the blue flame if he leads us to the tower. However, I'll need that mana stone, or a mana stone like it."
Closing her eyes, Ellie sent John's word to the Grimm, who let out a happy shriek and practically threw the mana stone at John. Catching it, John gestured for the Grimm to pass over the staff as well. Holding both of them, he was about to start working when he saw Haver and Sven staring at him wide-eyed.
I need some space."
Looking around, John saw a large pile of rocks and quickly walked around them, followed by the curious Grimm. With Ellie's help, he finally shooed them away, and once he was by himself, got to work. Taking the mana stone, he activated his mental model skill and, using what he had observed about skill and spell scrolls, began to put together a model for enchanting it. He had observed a significant number of artifacts during the 10 years he had lived in this world, and now those memories were dissected by the mental model as it figured out how the enchantments worked. Once he was relatively confident he understood the process, he took a moment to mimic the way the Grimm naturally rotated their mana, and then began to push his mana into the crystal. The process was slow, but John didn't let himself be rushed. Instead, he methodically formed the spell he had come up with, making sure every line was perfect. Once he was happy with how it was formed, he activated his mana, planting a seed of flame into the mana stone, dyeing it blue. Last, he rotated his mana the same way the Grimm did, causing the seed of flame to sprout into a blade that projected above the mana stone. The magical shield on his bracer worked the same way, accepting mana the user poured into it and projecting the shield. Holding the long staff in one hand, John brought the mana stone to the end and used a tiny flame blade to carve a spot for it, seating it firmly in the end. Not very happy with how loosely it fit, he thought for a moment and then summoned a bead of water to soak the end of the staff. Once it had absorbed the water, he pressed the wood together tightly, nearly covering up the mana stone, and then drew the water out of the staff, causing the wood to shrink down, gripping the stone tightly. Activating it a few more times to make sure it worked properly, he nodded and carried it out from behind the rocks to the waiting crowd. Chapter 37. Leading the way through the mountain, John observed the tunnels they were walking through. His skill, mental model, had indicated it was highly likely that the tower had been built in an old, inert volcano, and the further into the mountain they passed, the clearer the evidence grew. The tunnels, once filled with magma, had been widened, presumably by Storm Master Kelvis, and a number of plants and fungus had taken hold in them. The soft glow released by the glittering moss that covered many of the walls was supplemented by the glowing patches of mushrooms that dotted the tunnel floor. Even more light was being let off by Handsome, the leader of the Grimm, who was carrying his new artifact proudly, keeping a small flame extended from it to provide light for the party. Ellie had explained that the Grimm leader's name was really Tallest Grimm with the Shiniest Fur, but the party had shortened it to Handsome at Sven's suggestion to make it easier to say. Handsome couldn't yet project a full blade like John had, but he was slowly getting the hang of it, and even the short flame he produced was deadly. After nearly half an hour, the party slowed down and began to proceed cautiously. According to Handsome's explanation, the many-legged monster was not the only beast who coveted the blooming flowers that lay outside of the Shadow Tower, so it was wise to proceed carefully. Ellie had already warned the Grimm about the mercenaries, so the village had been evacuated, and the entire tribe was coming with the party. Soon a rainbow of colors began to play on the walls and ceiling of the tunnel, and a moment later the group stepped out into a wide cavern with a large stone archway carved at one end. The stone door was covered in runes, and looked surprisingly similar to the door Haver and John had entered when they went into the ruined tower with the Red Coral adventuring group. Yet no matter how impressive the door looked, it paled in comparison to the wide field of flowers that spread out across the cavern floor. Despite the stillness, the brightly colored petals swayed as if there was a wind blowing through them, casting an intoxicating scent into the air. Carefully watching Ellie, John saw her eyes open wide, but there didn't seem to be any other emotion besides surprise, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew she would have to discover the truth about him eventually, but he honestly didn't know if he could handle it right now. Stepping forward, he crouched down and reached out to touch one of the flowers, only to be stopped by Handsome, who gestured for Ellie to come over to translate.
Handsome says that flowers are dangerous. If you touch them, the mana devourers will come. If you want them, you have to separate the roots before you touch them.
Mana devourers? What are they?
Communicating the question, Ellie waited for Handsome to respond and then shrugged.
He's not sure. He's never seen one. That's just what his elders told him. I asked him how we could get to the door, and he said we have to go across the ceiling.
As if to illustrate what he said, Handsome crouched and then leapt up into the air, catching a stalagmite that hung down with his powerful grip. Hanging there, he let out a hoot, and the party found themselves swept up by the Grimm, who hurled themselves up into the air, grabbing onto the roof. Swinging, they threw themselves forward, grabbing onto the rocky ceiling, traversing the upside-down surface almost as quickly as they had moved through the tunnels. Carrying the party with them, they quickly arrived at the stone door and climbed down, depositing John and the others on a stone free of the flowers near the door.
The last time we opened a door like this, we had a key,
Haver said, squinting at the rune-covered door.
But at least this time we don't have a horde of gnolls chasing us.
You guys encountered gnolls? Sven asked, his eyes wide.
Yeah, at the other ruins we went to. I definitely thought we were going to die, but one of the adventurers happened to have a key to the magic door. It was pretty wild, though in retrospect probably less dangerous than going inside.
What are you trying to say?
John asked, raising his eyebrows. Shrugging defensively, Haber held up his hands.
Look, I'm just saying it isn't too late to turn back. We could borrow the Grimm's strength and wipe out the Earl and his men and just go home instead of wandering into another mage tower. I'll happily cover everyone's fees.
No can do. Besides, we'll be fine, John said, smiling. You saw the fight against those centipede beasts, didn't you?
I have no doubt you'll carry us through,
Haber said, shaking his head.
I'm more worried about my mental state after I get out of here. A man can only take so many shocks before he goes crazy.
Oh, come on. You've seen more than your share of terrifying creatures, and yet here you are, fit as a fiddle.
I'm not talking about beasts,
Haver said scornfully, crouching down to pet one of his wolves.
I'm talking about you.
Ellie quickly covered her mouth to try and stifle her laughter, but a giggle escaped before she could contain it, lightening the mood considerably. Quickly straightening her face, she looked at John.
How do we find out if the mage is still alive and living here?
Simple, John replied, gesturing toward the door. We knock. Stretching out his hand, he closed it into a fist and shut his eyes, making a rapping motion toward the door. Though there was no sound, everyone present felt the air shudder, and a deathly silence fell over the cavern as even the flowers stopped moving. Remaining in his position, John carefully followed the disturbance in the mana he had created as it swept through the door. The runes that covered the door began to light up, but there was no other reaction, and after a minute they began to subside again, returning to their inert state. Letting out a sigh, John opened his eyes and shook his head.
Nothing. Chances of the mage being dead or away are pretty much 100%. I'll open the door.
Jumping from the stone they were on to the door, John clung to the carvings, keeping himself from touching the flowers that had resumed their trembling. He had no idea if the mana devourer that Handsome mentioned was real, but either way he didn't care to find out. Taking control of the mana in the doorway, he studied the runes for a moment, and then began to reorganize them, reconnecting them into new patterns. Minutes ticked by as he worked steadily, and after a quarter of an hour, the door lit up completely and began to swing open. Letting out a cheer, Ellie waited until the doorway was open enough, and then leapt over, easily clearing the flowers. As everyone jumped over, Handsome climbed down from the stone doorframe, jabbering excitedly as he stared into the hallway that stretched deeper into the earth. Straightening up, he lifted his staff and then patted his chest proudly. Seeing everyone staring at her blankly, Ellie shrugged her shoulders and held out her hand. After communicating with the Grim leader for a moment, she smiled and nodded to him, causing the rest of the Grim to hoot loudly and hurry to climb down. He has declared that he will lead his tribe on an epic journey of exploration to plumb the depths of the mysterious doorway that has puzzled his people for centuries.
"Isn't that what we're doing?" Sven asked, flinching as a 10-foot-tall Grim nearly landed on him.
"Something like that," John replied. "Ellie, if they're coming, they need to understand that we can't ensure their safety. Plus, there are enemies chasing us."
"I'll tell him."
A moment later, Ellie turned to John and nodded.
"He understands, but they talked about it earlier, and they're excited to serve alongside the champion of the fire head god. That's you, the champion, I mean, since you use the same flames as the fire head god."
Staring blankly at Ellie for a second, John processed what she had said, and then smiled weakly.
"All right, as long as they understand the risks. Sven, before we go, can you trap the doorway? Also, Ellie, do you have a way to set up something that will tell us if the mercenaries come in?"
"Yes, I do. But do you really think they'll come in?"
"Absolutely," John said. "Remember, Earl Vassic is the one who hired the Red Coral team to explore the ruins of a mage tower, knowing full well what it was. There's no way he would pass up a chance to come into a tower like this."
After waiting for Sven to set up his traps and explaining to the Grim that they couldn't touch them, Ellie cast a spell on the doorway, asking a small air spirit to come and tell her if anyone came through.
"Everyone ready?"
Seeing the team nod, John activated his shield and drew his sword, leading the way into the Shadow Tower. Like the tunnels outside, the main passageway that led into the Shadow Tower was covered in glowing moss, but there was a distinct lack of the glowing mushrooms, and as they went further in, they saw more and more of the walls. The moss seemed to fade away, replaced by a viny lattice that stretched across the walls and ceilings, dipping in and out of the stone walls and dotted with glowing flowers that cast enough light to see. Shivering slightly, Haver stopped, causing everyone to halt.
"I feel like we're about to walk into the mouth of a giant creature,"
Haver said, his voice barely a whisper. Looking around, Ellie nodded, clutching her wand tightly.
"It does feel like that, almost as if the flowers are watching us."
"Be that as it may, we're continuing in," John said, gesturing forward. "We should be coming into the tower proper in a second."
Following him forward, everyone instinctively kept away from the wall until they saw a sight that stopped them dead in their tracks. The tunnel emptied out onto a large balcony that revealed the full scale of the Shadow Tower. Open air stretched above them, rising until it met a strange warping veil that separated them from the sky outside of the top of the mountain. Below them, stretching into the darkness, was the main shaft of the volcano, seeming to fall endlessly into the earth. The tower itself was fairly well lit, thanks to the flowering vines that covered the walls, revealing the levels that were stacked up like rings around the volcano shaft. Each ring was connected by a series of bridges that stretched across the shaft to the level above and the level below, creating a dizzying structure that reminded John of a strangely twisted ladder. Peering up at the levels that stretched above them, Sven let out a whistle.
"Wow, that's impressive."
"It is. It was created by a legendary mage for one of his students," John said, walking to the edge of the balcony and looking over the railing into the shaft that sank deep into the earth. "Unfortunately, I don't know if we should be going up or down. We're looking for the library and the laboratories. I doubt we're going to find any posted signs, though this does seem to be set up as a school of sorts, so maybe we'll be lucky and things will be marked. Everyone, keep a sharp eye out. We have no idea what we're going to find down here, but as long as we take it easy, we should be good."
"Are we heading up or down first?" Haver asked, looking up the shaft at the higher levels. Shrugging, Ellie pointed up at the sky.
"I would guess that the higher levels are the ones where the mage lived, since they're closer to the sun, but that's just a guess."
"That's as good a guess as any," John said. "Let's start at the top and work our way down."
With Sven in the front checking for traps, the party slowly made their way forward, followed by the Grimm, who were tightly grouped together, chattering in hushed voices as they stared at everything around them. Walking up the sloped bridge, they got to the next level and stopped again. Unlike the level they had just come from, this level was one giant circular room carved out of the stone and filled with lush vegetation. Plants of all sorts mixed together, creating what looked like a thick forest dotted with fantastic colors. Night flowers dotted the ground, and strangely shaped trees grew over them as multicolored lights darted this way and that, landing on the plants before shooting away. The sight made John wonder if he had just walked into a surrealist's depiction of a fairy garden. But the sickly sweet smell that drifted out of the forest told him what he was staring at was very real and very dangerous. Seeing some of the Grimm start to move toward the plants, John snapped his fingers, creating a shock wave that woke everyone from their sleepwalking state.
"We need to move. We're heading to the next level," John said, pointing up the next ramp, which was a quarter turn around the shaft. "This forest is dangerous, so everyone needs to keep an eye on the people around them."
Seeing Ellie start, John turned to look at her.
"My spirit said that a large group has just entered the doorway. They just ran straight through the night flowers and are moving quickly."
They were closer than I thought. It also means we'll see them in the next few minutes. Let's get moving."
Leading the way through the strange forest, John did his best to avoid the plants as much as possible, sticking close to the railing that ran around the edge of the balcony. To a certain extent, it didn't matter anymore, since the mercenaries were clearly just barging through and had likely alerted whatever it was the Grimm had warned him about. As they hurried along, a shout rang out below them, and looking down, they saw a crowd of armored people pointing at them. At the front of the group stood Earl Vassic, his typical sneer plastered on his face as he stared up at John. Chapter 38.
"They're moving really quickly," John said. "Everyone get ready for a running fight. We're going to head to the next level. I don't want to fight in the forest."
Speeding up, John led the group forward, not worrying about avoiding the plants anymore. As they brushed past them, the night flowers began to sway even faster than normal, their petals straining as they whipped back and forth. The sense of dread Haver had been feeling grew stronger, and it was with some relief that he stepped onto the bridge that led up to the next level. Underneath them, the mercenaries sprinted forward, not bothering to slow down at all. Hearing a hooting question, John glanced at Ellie, who translated.
"Handsome wants to know if those are the enemies we talked about. He's wondering if any of them are stronger than the many-legged monster."
"You can tell him that at least a handful of them are as strong, if not stronger. We need to be really careful."
Speeding along, the team quickly got to the next level, but John was starting to notice that the Grimm were glancing back a lot, clearly unhappy to be running away from the enemy chasing them. The large ape-like creatures were easily amused and easily angered, and seemed to wear bravado as armor. Looking around, John saw the floor they had arrived on was as much of a forest as the previous floor, though the plants spread out among the night flowers were considerably different.
"I guess Stormmaster Kelvis's student eventually figured out how to grow plants underground. Let's hope we picked the right direction, because I have a feeling things are going to get really hairy in a moment."
Sprinting around the edge of the balcony as they made their way to the next bridge, John looked over at the mercenaries who were rushing toward the bridge that led to the level they were on. Once again, the intense desire to simply step out into the air and transform the mercenaries into ash with a snap of his fingers surged in John's chest, but he pushed it down. It was growing harder and harder to ignore the desire, but he had already climbed above 80 doom points, and wiping out the mercenaries would cost him a couple more at least. Besides, there was something off about Earl Vassic, and until he knew what it was, he didn't want to risk anything. Urging the group to continue running, John had to push some of the Grimm who stopped to roar at the mercenaries to get them to move. Seeing one of the mercenaries stop and draw a bow, John grabbed one of the Grimm and shoved him forward as an arrow whistled past the spot the creature's head was a moment earlier. Seeing another arrow about to come, John was about to cast a flame arrow when he heard a ripping sound, and an entire tree flew past him. Abandoning his attempt to fire, the ranger hurried to get out of the way as the tree slammed into the railing where he had been standing, breaking the stone apart as it fell away into the deep shaft. The Grimm who had hurled the tree roared at the ranger, shaking his fist, as all around him the other Grimm decided this was a great game. Grabbing whatever they could get their hands on, they began to hurl them at the mercenaries who were starting to run up the ramp toward their level. "You three head up to the next level," John said to Ellie, his voice grim. "The Grimm aren't going to back down now, so it's time to fight."
"What about you?"
"I'm going to try to keep as many of them alive as possible. We'll probably be retreating to you, so I'll need you to set up a defensive position at the top of the ramp."
"All right,"
Ellie said, her voice shaking slightly. After watching to make sure the others would be able to get up to the next level smoothly, John's attention turned back to the mercenaries running up the angled bridge toward them. The desire to wipe out the mercenaries rose in his chest again, and for a moment he seriously considered just collapsing the whole bridge, killing all the mercenaries in the process. Gritting his teeth, John unleashed another flame arrow as he pushed the idea of collapsing the bridge away. He wanted to avoid damaging the tower as much as possible, since he had no idea what sort of defensive mechanisms might still be active. Instead, he drew his sword and slashed out, sending out a flame arrow that caught one of the mercenaries in the front, causing him to let out an anguished scream as the flames burned through his armor. Roaring in excitement, one of the Grimm lifted her stone club and rushed down the ramp toward the mercenaries. A heavily built man who looked like a barbarian burst out ahead of the group, his skin turning bronze as he activated his rage. Meeting the swinging stone club with his fist, he smashed it into pieces, his other hand striking the Grimm in the chest, causing her to shriek in pain and stagger back. Sneering, the barbarian stomped toward her, his fists rising like a boxer. Undeterred, she stood up and bared her claws, only to suffer a devastating right cross that shattered the bones in her jaw. As she reeled, the barbarian closed in, confident in finishing the fight right then and there, when the Grimm suddenly lunged toward the edge of the bridge. Instinctively closing in, the barbarian suddenly felt a sense of lightness as the Grimm turned and bit into his armor-covered side, and then threw herself off the bridge. A scream ripped from the barbarian's throat as he flailed, trying to find something to catch on to. Unfortunately, there was nothing but a mile of air between him and the ground. Equally adrift in the air, the Grimm kicked off the barbarian, twisting herself out of his reach. Just when John thought she would join the mercenary in falling to his death, he realized that two other Grimm had already jumped off the side of the platform. The male grabbed onto the bottom of the bridge, while the female grabbed onto his foot, swinging out until her feet were in the falling Grimm's path. Gripping the outstretched foot tightly, the extended chain of Grimm swung back like trapeze artists, grabbing onto the bottom of the bridge. The barbarian had long since vanished into the abyss that stretched out below them, and the mercenaries, rightly worried about the Grimm's insane agility, slowed down, buying time for John to continue sending flame arrows at them. Climbing back onto the side of the level where John and the Grimm were, the female Grimm, whose jaw had been broken, chattered angrily at the mercenaries, throwing some branches she had found at them. Like most beasts, the Grimm were terribly resilient, and already her body had regenerated most of the damage she had suffered. Seeing that the mercenaries were about to reach the top of the bridge, John tugged on Handsome's arm and pointed up at the next level.
"We'll make our stand there. Come on."
As much as Handsome wanted to stay and fight, he found that he couldn't resist John's tugs, and was quickly dragged away. Letting out a loud scream, he pointed up at the next bridge, making a swinging motion with his arms. Letting out whooping howls, the Grimm abandoned their attacks on the mercenaries and dashed away, covering the ground in giant leaping bounds. Taken aback by the unbelievable speed they showed, John sprinted along, barely able to keep up despite his superior strength. Before he stepped onto the bridge, he looked back and saw the mercenaries rushing after them. However, what he was looking for was beyond them, in the depths of the plants that dominated the floor. Seeing some movement, a smile crossed his lips, and he turned to continue running. When they got to the bridge to the next level, only some of the Grim bothered running across it. The others dropped off the sides, vanishing underneath it. A few moments later, the mercenaries arrived and realized that the Grim who they had seen hanging on the underside of the bridge were impossible to see when standing on top of the bridge. Sliding to a halt, the mercenaries looked at each other, the screams of the barbarian still fresh in their minds.
"What are you doing? Get up there!"
When no one moved, the Earl's guard glared around at the mercenaries, causing them to take a step back.
"I told you to get up there!"
"After you, ma'am,"
one of the mercenaries said, gesturing for her to lead the way. Sneering, she took a step forward as if she were about to step onto the bridge, when she saw two glittering eyes staring at her from under the railing. Unnerved, she stepped back, nearly bumping into the mercenary who had been about to follow her.
"What are they doing under there?"
"Waiting to pull us off and throw us to our deaths, most likely," the blond mercenary leader said from the back of the group.
Stalking forward, Earl Vassic glared at the mercenaries.
"Then kill them when they lift their heads, or shoot them off the bottom of the bridge. I don't care how you do it, but I expect you to start advancing up the bridge immediately. Anyone who hesitates will get thrown over the edge by me."
None of the mercenaries doubted that the Earl would hesitate to do exactly what he said, so there was an immediate surge toward the bridge as the mercenaries began rushing up to the next level. A tense few seconds passed, and just as the mercenaries thought they might have imagined the Grim threat, roars rang out and 6 Grim appeared on the sides of the bridge. Clawed hands grabbed the mercenaries and pulled them off the side of the bridge. Of the 3 mercenaries who were grabbed, only one managed to grab onto one of his companions, preventing himself from being pulled off the bridge, and the other 2 were soon hurtling into the darkness to their doom.
"Stay in the middle! Push forward!"
the blunt mercenary leader shouted to his men, trying to urge them forward. Realizing that if he didn't rally them, even the fear they felt of the Earl would not stop a rout, the mercenary leader swore and pushed his way to the front.
"Follow me!"
Charging up the bridge, the blond mercenary saw John's sword wave and threw himself to the side as a flame arrow shot past him, stabbing into the throat of the mercenary who had been following close behind him. Saying a silent apology, the blond mercenary had just jumped up when he felt claws dig into his side and back. Screaming in fear, he whipped around, his terror-fueled blow severing an arm from the Grim who had grabbed him. Stabbing the beast repeatedly in the chest, he staggered back, kicking her repeatedly until she fell away, vanishing over the edge of the bridge. A ragged cheer broke from the mercenaries, even as howls of rage filled the air from the Grim. Surging forward, the vicious fighting continued as the Grim tried to drag the mercenaries from the bridge and the mercenaries tried to cut the Grim down. By the time the mercenaries had made it halfway across the bridge, the losses to both sides had started to mount, and John was thinking about calling for another retreat. While only 3 Grim had died in the exchange for the 7 mercenary losses, that was still more than John wanted to bear. Glancing at Ellie, he saw that her hands were clenched tightly, and made his decision.
"Ellie, tell Handsome we're retreating again. We'll move up another level. I'll hold them back while the Grim retreat."
Stepping forward, while Ellie communicated the message, John raised his shield and charged forward, his feet pounding on the stone bridge. Seeing him coming, the blond mercenary let out a scream and charged forward, his sword waving wildly. Handsome's roars, echoed by the other Grim, let John know that they were about to retreat, so he focused on disrupting the enemy's formation as much as possible. At the last second, before he collided with the blond mercenary, John leaned back and swept his foot across the ground, knocking the blond mercenary's feet out from under him. After a half-second delay, he slammed his shield forward, throwing the airborne mercenary back into the crowd. Quickly moving their weapons away to avoid accidentally stabbing their leader, the mercenaries were bowled over as he slammed into them.
"Mr. Sutton, why do you drag this out?"
Seeing Earl Vassic stalking over the bridge toward him, John gave the Earl a small smile and nodded.
"I wouldn't have thought you were in a rush to die, Earl Vassic, but if you are, I would be happy to oblige."
"Oh, I wasn't talking about my death," the Earl said, waving his cane dismissively. "No, I'm talking about the box you stole from me. If you return it to me, we'll turn around and leave. You can continue to explore this ruin to your heart's content."
"You want to leave?" John asked, raising his eyebrows. "I think it's a bit late for that." Hearing the certainty in John's voice, the Earl frowned and looked around.
"What are you talking about?"
"One of the problems with getting too intent on your pursuit is that it becomes hard to pay attention to your surroundings," John said, pointing at something behind the mercenaries. "I was hoping we could do this without major trouble, but that possibility is long gone." For a moment the Earl just stared at John, almost as if he was wondering if John was trying to trick him. Not seeing any sense of deceit in John's expression, Earl Vassic risked a glance over his shoulder and let out a startled shout. From out of the forest crept strange creatures that looked like headless humanoids formed from twisted roots. Where their hands should have been were flowers with sharp petals, and as they moved forward on two legs, the flowers swung back and forth as if searching for the presence of food. "I mean, if you think you can fight through 2 floors of those things, be my guest," John said, shrugging. Staring at the strange creatures slowly moving toward him, the Earl's sneer faded into a grimace.
"Mela, Fen, take 5 mercenaries to block those things. Everyone else, charge!"
Chapter 39. Catching a blow on his shield, John shifted his feet back and stepped forward sharply, throwing the mercenary attacking him off balance. A subtle twist of his shield caused the large axe the mercenary was holding to slip to the side, and a swift kick to his thigh caused him to collapse. Intercepting a mercenary who was trying to get past him, John swung his sword, forcing the mercenary back. The bridge was too wide for one person to defend, but somehow John was doing it, shifting back and forth as he slowly worked his way back toward the upper floor. Down at the bottom of the bridge, the headless flower creatures had begun attacking the mercenaries Earl Vassic had sent to block them. Using their sinuous arms, the flower creatures smashed themselves into the mercenaries, paying no attention to the attacks that were chopping them to pieces as they tried to wrap themselves around the mercenaries. Finally, a fighter got too involved in the fight and stepped forward to help his attack reach one of the monsters, and a lashing flower managed to wrap around his feet. As soon as the vine wrapped around his foot, it jerked sharply, whipping his feet out from under him and dragging him screaming into the forest. Their faces paling, the mercenaries backed up, trying to form a tighter defensive line. Blades slashed as they cut into the monsters that pressed forward. One large monster lifted its flower hand and charged forward, ignoring the chopping axe as it wrapped its flower hands around a shield. Moving faster than she had ever moved before, the mercenary pulled out a dagger and sliced through the tough leather shield strap, jumping back as the flower monster pulled the shield violently, throwing it away. Stepping into the space where the mercenary had been, one of Earl Vassic's guards stabbed the flower monster with her spear. There seemed to be no way to stop the monsters apart from chopping them into little pieces, and as the spear blade slipped off of the tightly twisted wood that made up the monster's body, Mela had a sinking feeling they were all going to die.
"We need to retreat. Get onto the bridge itself."
Following her directions, the mercenaries backed up, doing their best to keep their formation tight. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile, as the seemingly sluggish flower monsters suddenly began to launch themselves through the air. Some of the monsters missed the bridge and fell into the depths, but more of them managed to grab on. As they grabbed onto the stone, their bodies twisted themselves into every crack and crevice on the bridge, providing their brethren with better places to hold. Soon the end of the bridge was crawling with the headless horrors, and Mela and Fen had to continually back up to keep from being surrounded by the crawling monsters. Blocked by John at one end and chased by a swelling horde of wooden monsters trying to drag them into the depths of the forest on the other, the mercenaries found themselves hard-pressed and soon began to rush at John with greater vigor. Sensing they were about to start growing desperate, John tapped his shield with the pommel of his sword, causing it to flash with a blinding light. Turning around before anyone could react, he ran, reaching the end of the bridge in an instant. This was the third level that seemed to be part of a forest, and as he began to sprint around the edge of the balcony to head to the next bridge, John sensed something change in the air. The strange woods writhed, and the flowers began to sway violently as hundreds of the wooden flower monsters lumbered forward. Judging the distance between himself and the bridge, John knew he wouldn't make it just running, so he pushed Mana into his feet and shot forward, covering dozens of feet with every step. Behind him, the mercenaries realized they were about to be trapped between two hordes of flower monsters and began to despair. Even Earl Vassek's face twitched, growing pale. When he saw no chance of salvaging the situation, he lifted his cane and twisted the top, causing a needle to emerge from the eye socket of the round skull. Without hesitation, he stabbed it into his hand, causing blood to trickle from the wound it made. A thick black mist streamed from the skull, seeping into the wound on his hand. The blood dripping from his wound began to turn black, and a painful scream tore the air apart as his body began to warp. John kept moving as he watched, a deep sense of disgust rising in his throat as he saw the Earl's transformation complete. Two powerful bat wings spread from the Earl's back and his arms, lengthening until they hung by his knees and ending in long, sharp claws. Fangs grew from in his mouth, forcing his lips apart, and his clothing ripped to shreds as his muscles swelled. Spreading his arms, he let out another scream and jumped into the air, his wings carrying him aloft. Under the ragged remains of his clothing, John caught sight of a large mana stone that had been embedded in his chest, pulsing with dark light. Flying up into the air, the Earl threw his cane away and stabbed his sharp claws into his side, grunting and screaming as he pulled something out. As he approached the bridge that would take him up to the others, John saw that it was a short dagger that pulsed with dark light. Vassek's gore-slick hand finally pulled the dagger free, and its blade extended into a broadsword, formed entirely from blackish mana. Hearing a shout, Vassek's head turned toward Haber, who was at the top of the bridge.
"Retreat!"
Hearing John's shout, the transformed Earl turned and gave him a mocking smile and then shot toward the Wolf King, his powerful wings allowing him to cross the distance in a flash. No slower, John sprinted up the bridge, crossing it in burning strides. Sensing John closing in, the Earl spun around and hacked down with his mana blade. Bringing up his shield at the last second, John felt the force being transmitted through his body and swore, jumping backward as the bridge began to crack.
"That is at least legendary strength, maybe even greater."
Sensing the damage the attack did to his shield, John landed in a crouch, continuing to slide back as the force of the blow dissipated. Hovering over the bridge, Vassek let out a mocking laugh and stabbed down with his sword, cutting the bridge apart. Not content with just taking out the center, he swung his sword 3 more times in rapid succession, completely destroying the bridge and making it impossible to cross.
"Do you wish you had listened to me now?"
he asked, staring with burning eyes at John.
"No,"
John replied seriously, shaking his head.
"I make it a point to never listen to people as ugly as you."
Sneering at John, Vassek looked back over his shoulder at the upper floor where Ellie and the others stood.
"Maybe I should capture one of them and rend them limb from limb in front of you. Maybe then you'll change your tune. All I want to know is where the box is." "Even if you know where it is, it won't help you," John said, shrugging. "Have you ever heard of a bloodline lock? I still had one from my days in the army. You might find the box, but you'll never get it open." His already hideous face grew even more terrifying as Vassek's eyes bulged, ripping slightly at the corners. Glaring at John as blackish blood dripped down his face, he swore and pointed his sword at John. "You used a bloodline lock on it?" "That's right. Good luck finding out whose bloodline it is, too. You'll never get it open without it." Staring at John with his bulging eyes, Vassek suddenly smiled and spun in the air, staring at Ellie, who was standing beside Haber and Sven. Seeing who he was looking at, John's face blanched, and he ran to the edge of the bridge, stopping when he couldn't go any further. "Ellie, run!"
The Earl's lips split open in a horrifying smile as he laughed loudly. His voice had transformed along with the rest of him, and the grating laughter mixed with the terrified screams and shouts from the mercenaries trapped below him. Seeing John's response from the corner of his huge eyes, Vassek was confident he had guessed correctly. Before he came to the valley, he had done his research and heard about John and the young woman who lived at his farm from the Red Coral Adventuring Team's report. Flapping his wings powerfully, Vasek shot through the air toward Ellie, who was still staring at John, her face white. Feeling an arm wrap around her, she came back to her senses as an apologetic voice sounded in her ear.
"Sorry for the imposition, ma'am."
Picking Ellie up, Sven fled, even as Haver lifted his club up and stepped forward. Turning his head, he shot Handsome a look and jerked his thumb at Ellie and Sven, who were disappearing into a doorway.
"They'll need you. Keep her safe."
He had no idea if the Grimm understood him, or if they just didn't want to tangle with the winged monstrosity hurtling toward them, but at Handsome's howl all the Grimm fled, quickly vanishing from view. Feeling rueful, Haver issued another command, and the 3 wolves who followed him sprinted after Sven and Ellie, letting out whimpers as they looked back at the Wolf King's back. The last to go was actually the dumb bird Sigvald, who had been following Ellie closely this whole time. After a moment of hesitation, Sigvald turned and seemed to nod to him, taking off after Sven and Ellie. Gritting his teeth, Haver turned back and stared at Vasek.
"I really am an idiot,"
he muttered under his breath, getting ready for what was likely his last fight. Vasek came in fast, his wings tucking behind his body as he rolled to the side, trying to dodge past Haver. Eyes narrowed, Haver let out a loud shout and dodged to the side, his wolf-toothed club slashing at the Earl. Landing his blow, he felt a tremendous amount of feedback. If he hadn't already been convinced that he was outclassed by whatever the Earl had become, he was now. The Earl's muscles were powerful, and his skin was tough enough that the wolf teeth on Haver's club barely left a scratch. Still, he managed to drive the Earl off course, causing him to crash into the ground. Roaring in rage, the Earl spun toward Haver and jumped forward, opening his wing and slamming it into the Wolf King. Trying to crouch and absorb the blow, Haver suddenly felt claws sink into his shoulder, and a powerful force lifted him from his feet, throwing him back. The world spun, and then Haver was falling. As he plunged, he caught a glimpse of John's face staring down at him from the broken bridge. Watching as Sven and Ellie fled, John's mind seemed filled with 1,000,000 thoughts, all crowding together. Everything had spiraled out of his control too quickly for John to react, and every time he came up with a plan, it felt like another variable emerged to completely destroy it. Originally, he had planned to lure the mercenaries into the tower and use the tower's defenses to wipe them out, but things had started to go sideways once the Grimm refused to retreat. Thankfully, he had managed to get them to head further up when he sensed the flower monsters approaching, but the Earl's transformation had destroyed his plan once again. With less than 20 seconds of his true power at his use, he had been carefully observing Vasek's new form to make sure he wouldn't accidentally end the world when trying to deal with him, but just when he felt like he had a good gauge of the Earl's strength, the situation changed again. As a matter of insurance, he had planted the suggestion that keeping Ellie alive was necessary, and given the Earl's obsessive desire for the box John had taken from Catherine, he was confident the Earl wouldn't harm her. The bloodline lock he had mentioned to the Earl could only be opened with fresh blood from the same person whose blood had been used to lock it. Of course he hadn't actually used a bloodline lock, but Vasek would never dare doubt John in case he destroyed his only chance at getting to the contents of the box. Yet when the Earl turned and shot toward Ellie, John felt a spike of fear and fury unlike anything he had ever felt before. The feeling had been so strong he had been forced to lock the manor around him, sealing himself from moving to avoid blowing apart the entire mountain and everyone along with it. That moment of inaction had caused him to miss his opportunity to stop Vasek and forced him to rapidly change his plans as Haver fell into the depths of the tower. John could feel a headache building as he pushed his mental model to its limits, but that didn't stop him from pumping mana into the skill as he tried to come up with an optimal plan. Another second passed, and Haver fell further, causing John to sigh. "I'll just have to trust Sven and the Grimm. And Ellie." Crouching down, John grabbed the bottom of the broken bridge and let himself fall forward as if he was going to topple down into the pit. When he was angled toward Haver, he pushed off, accelerating so sharply that the counterforce blew the remaining bits of the bridge apart. The boom echoed through the tower, but John was already gone, having closed half the distance to Haver. To his credit, the Wolf King hadn't given up and was trying to angle himself toward one of the bridges, though without much luck. Sensing himself slowing down, John narrowed his eyes and abruptly accelerated again, flames surrounding his body for a brief second. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. 2 seconds later, Haver heard a noise and turned his head only to see John whizzing by. A steel-like grip latched onto him, pulling him at an angle as he changed course with John, flying toward one of the lower floors. With an earth-shaking boom, they landed, sending cracks radiating through the floor as they slid across it. Letting out a groan, Haver tried to get up, but a sharp pain in his side had him gasping for breath. Rolling over, he opened his pouch and got out a vial, gulping down the contents. The burning pain in his side faded somewhat, and he rose unsteadily to his feet, looking around to try to find John. When he finally spotted him through the dust, he saw John staring into the darkness, clearly hesitating about something. Still woozy from the landing, Haver shook his head, trying to clear it. Suddenly the memory of what had just happened shot through his mind, and he looked up at the tower that rose almost a mile into the air.
"Ellie, what about the others?"
"They're being chased by Vasek," John said, his voice unnaturally calm. "We need to get back to them, because there's almost no chance they'll survive against him. He's a legendary-level monster at the very least, and I'm willing to bet that isn't the only trick he has up his sleeve. Unfortunately, he's not our only problem right now."
For the first time, Haver noticed the sickly, sweet smell that surrounded them. A shuffling sound intruded on his hearing, and in the dim light filtering into the deep level from the volcano's shaft, he saw the twisted figures of the headless flower monsters. Chapter 40. The soft creaking of the flower monster's wooden limbs was loud in the deep silence that shrouded the floor John and Haver were on. Spinning around, the Wolf King bristled as he discovered they were completely surrounded. Beside him, John appeared frozen as he thought furiously. He wanted nothing more than to fly back up to where Vasek was and rip the Earl's spine from his body. But the brightly lit notification that he had earned another doom point was a clear reminder that he was only 17 doom points away from failing his quest to prevent the apocalypse. Doom points, 83 of 100. Even though he still wasn't sure exactly what caused the doom points to go up, he had noticed that every time he unleashed his mana they climbed steadily, and getting back to the floor he had jumped from would take him at least a few seconds. Yet at the same time, every second he delayed increased the likelihood that Vasek would catch up to Ellie and Sven.
"Maybe I should just let the apocalypse come. It honestly can't get much worse than it is."
Despite his increasingly negative thoughts, John shook off the feeling of inevitability and turned his thoughts to figuring out how to get out of the current situation without ruining the world. The flower monsters continued to creep closer, their flowers twisting this way and that as they tried to discover exactly where John and Haver were standing. Drawing a dagger from his boot, Haver looked around but didn't see his wolf-tooth club anywhere. He had lost his grip on it when Vasek had knocked him into the pit, and it had vanished into the darkness. Unable to come up with any good ideas, John placed his hand on his sword and began to draw it, when a thin wave of mana washed over him, causing him to freeze in place. Slowly returning his sword to his sheath, he reached out to Haver, indicating the Wolf King should put away his dagger. Looking at him like he was crazy, Haver gestured to the approaching monsters.
"Are you serious? We're about to get squeezed into pulp."
Despite the fact he was whispering, Haver's voice drew the flower monsters' attention, and they began to close in on the two men.
"Yes," John said, nodding seriously. "We don't need it right now. I'll tell you if we have to fight, but it will only hurt at this point. Follow me."
Without waiting to see if Haver would listen, John stalked into the darkness, tapping on his bracer. Badly damaged by Vasek's attack, the shield bracer sputtered, and a small glowing shield sprang up, giving them some light. It also revealed the full extent of the flower monsters that surrounded them, causing Haver to blanch and hurry after John to avoid being left behind. Packed so thickly, they seemed to be one giant twisted root system. There were easily 1,000 flower monsters revealed by the light of John's shield, so Haver just put his dagger away. As John got close to the flower monsters, they suddenly surged forward, wrapping their bodies around his limbs. About to struggle, Haver saw that John wasn't reacting at all and let out a small sigh. Nothing about his life had been normal since he had met John, but at the same time the strange farmer always seemed to come out on top, so Haver stifled his fear and let the flower monsters surround him. Picking John and Haver up, the flower monsters suddenly began to move, practically flying through the darkness as they were pulled along. Roots came out of the floor, grabbing them and passing them along, and more flower monsters added themselves to the structure, forming what looked like a cage around the two men as they moved through the darkness. Reaching what seemed to be a wall, the entire structure they were trapped inside suddenly changed direction, shooting up into the air. Thanks to the spluttering light from John's shield, they could see they were still moving through the tower's tunnel system, but the further they went, the more tangled roots they found. Bright flowers dotted the root system, adding splashes of glowing color here and there, and occasionally one of the flowers would attach itself to the growing formation around John and Haver. Normally when they did, the formation would shift and change directions, moving quickly down passages and up tunnels that had been dug vertically into the earth. Looking over, Haver saw that John's face had resumed its normal mask of calm, so he kept quiet, leaving John to think and instead focusing on observing where they were going. After almost 5 minutes of incredibly rapid travel, they suddenly burst out into a massive room, coming to a shuddering stop. Releasing their hold, the flower monsters melted away into the darkness as light began to flood the room, nearly blinding John and Haver. The first thing John noticed as the glare faded was the massive tree trunk that dominated the center of the room. At first glance, it was a mass of twisting roots all intertwined like a giant mangrove tree, but the closer John looked, the clearer it became that the entire thing was made up of the flower monsters who had brought them from the bottom of the tower. Under the roots that were spread over the floor, walls, and ceiling of the room, John could make out tables and old bookshelves, their contents dusty and abandoned to time. A variety of strange devices sat in the corners of the room, clearly unused. The feeling John got from the room was that of a laboratory, abandoned to a jungle for centuries. Seeing some movement from the large tree trunk, John injected a bit of mana into his eyes, examining the shifting plant. A weak light pulsed from the center of the trunk, causing John to walk forward to get a better look. When Haver saw him moving toward the tree trunk, he reached out to grab John's shoulder, but John dodged him with a neat sidestep and approached the thick trunk. As he got close, hundreds of thousands of buds emerged from the tree, opening up to reveal bright flowers that seemed to stare at John. For a moment, Haver thought they were about to pounce, but instead, peeling away from the trunk of the tree, they parted, forming a doorway of flowers. In the center of the doorway was a 20-foot-tall plant with a single beautiful purple flower bud and a dozen fleshy pods that looked like broccoli waving gently beside it.
What is that?"
Haver asked, his voice a whisper.
"A friend," John replied. "I hope."
Stepping forward, John saw the flower recoiling, and all around him the flower monsters bristled, growing agitated. Realizing what was going on, John restrained his mana even further and cast Summon Water where Haver couldn't see it. Multiplying the spell, he controlled the water beads to float up in front of him, pretending to look at them with wonder as they surrounded his body.
"Haver, have you ever seen a plant that can cast magic?"
Shaking his head, the Wolf King came closer, reaching out to touch the dancing water beads. Watching in awe as the water began to dance around his hand, he looked at the purple flower bud in awe.
"No, this is incredible."
Much more comfortable with the water mana that surrounded John, the flower swayed forward, and the agitated flower monsters grew still again. Raising a leafy vine, the plant reached out to touch John's head, gently caressing his hair and coming to rest on his forehead. A thin thread of mana tried to intrude into his skin from the leaf, so he carefully peeled back his natural defenses, allowing the mana to enter his mind. A million pictures seemed to flash through his head, causing a dull ache, but soon they began to slow, and amidst the images a voice echoed.
"The end has come. I am beginning."
Frowning slightly, John sent the smallest amount of mana he could back through the leaf, attempting to communicate with the purple flower.
"What do you mean, the end?"
A crimson sky unfolded in John's mind, choked by the smoke of flames that raged as far as the eye could see. Grasping skeletons rose from the flames only to disintegrate into ashes, destroyed by the flames that surrounded them.
You, the end, all things burn.
His frown deepening as he dismissed the image, John tried to clarify.
You mean that I am the end? I will destroy all things? Yes or no? A beginning.
Another picture intruded into John's mind, a picture of the valley he had called home for the last year. He saw himself sitting on his porch, staring out over a field of golden wheat, a large tree with purple flowers and fleshy pods standing in the distance. Struck by the utter peace of the scene, John felt his breath catch in his throat.
I don't understand. Are the scenes one after the other? Are they exclusive? What do I have to do? Energy. Protectors multiplied. Balance destroyed. Mana not pure enough.
As if sensing John's confusion, a set of pictures flashed through John's mind, leaving him stunned. In them he saw a short woman entering the tower and beginning experiments. After hundreds of failures, he could feel her despair, but she continued on until she found the Mana Stone mine. A feeling of excitement raced through John as he watched her continue the experiments until she created a small multicolored flower that bloomed even in the darkness. Yet from there the experiments began to change, growing hurried and disorganized until he saw the first of the flower monsters appear. In every picture thereafter he saw the flower monsters multiplying, always staring at the woman, who looked more and more nervous. The next image he saw was of the woman, now white-haired and bent, sitting cross-legged on a table, a small purple-flowered plant held in her upturned palm. Even though the image was still, like a picture, John got the feeling that the woman was staring at him, entreating him for help. One last image appeared in his head, causing a shiver to run down his back. In it he saw brightly colored flowers starting to bloom all over the mountainside, and what looked like a mutated deer with a bright flower growing from the back of its skull, chewing on the corpse of a beast.
Energy, please. Need balance, or the guardians will destroy all.
Even as he listened, he could sense the plant's voice was fading, as if communicating with him had used up all its energy.
How do I give you energy?
A faint image flashed in John's mind, vanishing so quickly he would have missed it if he hadn't had mental model active. The scene showed a spot at the very top of the tower. Connected by bridges, it was a platform that hung over the volcano's shaft. A weakly pulsing crystal sat there, wrapped in thick roots that stretched down into the depths. Yet John barely paid attention to the crystal, all his attention locked on the two figures who were rushing up one of the bridges to the platform. Recognizing Ellie and Sven, John's eyes widened.
I need to go there. No.
Taken aback by the intensity of John's thought, the purple flower recoiled slightly. After a moment of thought, its leaf came off John's head and retreated. At the same time, a weak pulse of mana lit up the purple flower bud, causing the flower monsters to begin trembling violently. Looking around, Haver swallowed nervously.
John? What's going on?"
They're taking us up to meet with Ellie and Sven. Hold on.
Rushing down from the tree, flower monsters surrounded John and Haver, binding their arms and legs again as they formed another sphere-like structure around them. Thanks to the light in the room, the two men got a better look at what was happening as they started moving. The flower monsters connected themselves into a giant chain that acted as a vine, pulling the ball that held them along the tunnels and passages. Realizing they were moving many times faster than he had thought, Haver wondered what would happen if the ball was suddenly opened and they were let go. Trying to erase the image of their brains being splattered against the stone walls from his head, Haver shrunk down as much as he could and concentrated on staying still. Beside him, John was also concentrating. But unlike Haver, he was concentrating on his own writhing mana. Whatever happened, he was approaching the limit of what he could do without triggering the apocalyptic scenario the purple flower had shown him. The best he could come up with was killing Earl Vassic as soon as he saw him, and hoping he had enough space left to inject energy into the crystal the strange plant had shown him. He had no idea how much energy he would need to give the plant for it to regain the balance it was seeking, and if he couldn't kill the Earl fast enough, it wouldn't matter anymore. Closing his eyes, he began to consider his options, trying to simulate the maximum strength the Earl could use. To completely overwhelm the transformed man, he would need to use at least twice as much strength, but considering that cutting apart the storm spirit's body had given him 2 doom points, he was worried that even if he killed Vasek, he would gain at least 4 doom points, potentially even more. Locked in the wooden cage, they flew through the passageways of the tower, going this way and that, but always proceeding up toward the top of the tower. The Shadow Tower was massive, and the longer they traveled, the larger John realized it was. Besides the central area that had been created by Stormmaster Kelvis, there were countless other passages that had clearly been excavated later. Everywhere they traveled, they saw the root system stretching out, but John had already realized he was actually looking at tens of millions of the flower monsters. Though he had no idea how things had gotten to this point, the idea of the flower monsters continuing to grow and proliferate made John shudder. There was something incredibly creepy about them, and the way their flowers followed his every twitch, so anything he could do to reduce the potential of them being unleashed on the outside world was fine with him. It had occurred to him, of course, that the purple flower might not be telling the truth, and that he would actually be making things worse by giving it the energy it was asking for, but at this point, John had simply ceased to care. His only focus was on saving Ellie and Sven, and everything else could be left for later. Chapter 41. When Sven grabbed Ellie, her instinctive desire had been to struggle free and try to fight, but a voice in the back of her head screamed at her that doing so would be a death sentence. Even without using her true sight ability, she could sense the power radiating from the winged monster Earl Vasek had transformed into. As he darted toward them, Sven sprinted away, moving faster than she could ever have, despite the fact he was carrying her. As he ran, Ellie gripped her wand firmly, starting to prepare a spell. Unlike the lower floors, this floor was not filled with plants, though the twisting roots still covered the walls. Instead, it seemed to be made up of hallways and rooms, lacking the open concept of the other floors. There was no bridge up to the next level, but they could see more levels rising up to the top of the tower, where there was a platform floating in the middle of the volcano shaft, held in place by bridges that stretched out from the top floor. Darting into a hallway, Sven passed through it with 2 bounding steps and took a hard turn into one of the rooms. With a leap, he cleared a staircase, moving up onto an upper landing and heading through a door. Finding himself in another hallway, he continued to sprint forward, trying to put as much distance between them and Earl Vasek as possible. Behind him came the wolves, Sigvald, and some of the Grimm. With a burst of speed, Sigvald barreled into her, vanishing with a flicker of lightning, leaving Ellie speechless. She had always imagined her familiar would accompany her fearlessly, but instead she got an overly proud and easily frightened bird-brain rooster. Seeing a doorway coming up, Ellie pointed at it. "Take a left there." Despite his uncertainty, now was not the time to argue, so Sven did what Ellie said, turning left into a long hallway. The Grimm and wolves easily kept pace with them, while the Grimm began to split off, heading off in all directions. Soon Handsome was the only Grimm still with them, and after another minute he reached out to touch Ellie's hand before turning and dashing in a doorway. "Where are they going?" Sven asked, watching the Grimm leader disappear. "They're going to act as decoys," Ellie muttered, her voice low. "He said to hide until John comes back."
"Now that is some sage advice. Where are we headed?"
"Take the second right and then an immediate left, and then let me down."
Nodding, Sven darted into the second doorway in the hall and ran to the left, heading up a flight of stairs. Bursting through another doorway, he saw they were on the next floor up and skidded to a stop, putting Ellie down. His breath was coming in great gasps, but thanks to his class-holder physique, he quickly got his breathing under control. This time, Ellie led the way forward, running at a swift jog into the twisting corridors and rooms. Each turn she made brought them through the confusing layout, and within a few minutes they had ascended another floor, having traveled halfway around the tower. Dropping into a walk, Ellie closed her eyes, communicating with her air spirits to try and figure out where Vasek was. Her face paling, she opened her eyes, looking back at Sven with a grim expression.
"John and Eivor are gone. I don't know where they went."
Which means the winged monster is probably coming after us, right?
Yes. He's 2 floors down still, searching around. He seems to have been confused by our path.
Grinning, Sven tapped the side of his nose with his finger.
Doppelganger paths, a rogue ability that makes false trails. With the number of splits, it'll take him a while to find out where we went.
Unless he just flies out into the center shaft, Ellie said. Let's get under cover.
Slipping into one of the rooms, they began to walk through the twisting halls. Most of the rooms they went into hadn't been used for what seemed like hundreds of years, and there was thick dust everywhere. Glancing backward, Ellie saw the footprints they were leaving and turned to Sven with a questioning look. The rogue saw what she had been looking at and shrugged.
I don't know how it works, but the ability mimics any trace we might have left heading in different directions. Unless he has the ability to hear heartbeats, there's no way he'll be able to track us.
That can't be ruled out. But even so, there are a lot of us spread out. I'm more concerned about Haver and John, though.
Haver is a tough one, Sven said, shaking his head and crouching down and leaning against the wall. He'll be fine. Doubly so if John is with him.
As strong as a monster who can fly and break apart a stone bridge with a slash?
Ellie asked, raising her eyebrows.
Well, maybe not that strong, but if John is with him, he'll be perfectly safe.
John's the one I'm worried about.
Ha! Why?
Seeing the strange look Ellie was giving him, Sven waved his hand and stood up.
Seriously, John is the last person you should be worried about. Everyone in this entire tower could die and he would be totally fine.
When Ellie's look didn't change, Sven froze and paled. His eyes widening, he covered his mouth with his hand.
Oh, no. No. Do you not know who he is? Oh, this is bad. I am so dead.
Eyes narrowing as she watched Sven's over-the-top reaction, Ellie took a small step forward, her hand on her wand.
Who is he?
If you don't know, I can't say, Sven said, shaking his head. Absolutely not. My lips are sealed. You'll have to ask him yourself. Nope. Nope.
Sven, I don't appreciate secrets being kept from me.
Trying to step back, Sven found that Ellie kept pace with him, her fierce eyes boring into him. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he felt Ellie's mana leaking out of her. Though she wasn't a titled class holder and couldn't control her aura, Sven's senses were abnormally sharp, and he could tell she outclassed him in terms of both mana and strength. Swallowing, he took a deep breath and shook his head again.
I'm serious, Ellie. I can't tell you. Just forget that I said anything, okay? And let it be. Besides, I think we have visitors coming.
Looking down at the 3 wolves who had followed them, Ellie saw they were staring down the hallway, their teeth bared and fur bristling. Muttering something, she cocked her head to the side and then grimaced.
Some sort of humanoid creature, running on hands and feet. No eyes, but really big nostrils and sharp teeth.
Ghouls, Sven said, his voice shaking slightly. They're an undead beast. How are there ghouls here?
What are the chances the Earl could have brought them in or summoned them? Ellie asked, taking her crossbow off her back and loading it. He might have ties to a necromancer, which is probably how he transformed into that monster. I saw him stab himself with something in his skull cane.
A necromancer? Ugh, this keeps getting better and better, Sven complained, spitting on the ground. I don't know if ghouls can be summoned, but I wouldn't put it past them. Dirty grave robbers. Ghouls track through their sense of smell, so we need to get out of here.
Cocking her crossbow, Ellie looked at Sven.
What are our chances of killing it?
If it's a normal ghoul, ambush should be pretty easy. But if it's a titled-level ghoul like a ghoul warrior or a matriarch, we're going to be in trouble.
Then let's find out. Get your daggers out, this might get messy.
Walking down to the corner, Ellie waited for a moment and then stepped out, lifting her crossbow and pulling the trigger with one smooth motion. The crossbow bolt ripped through the air, slamming into the ghoul's head as it walked through the doorway. Without time to react, the monster screamed and fell, clutching at the bolt that stabbed through its skull. Shaking slightly but determined, Ellie loaded another bolt as she walked forward, Sven a step behind her with his short sword drawn. Still moving despite the bolt in its head, the ghoul struggled to get up,
But before it could regain its feet, another twang rang out in the hallway, followed by a thud and a gurgle as Ellie's second bolt cut through the ghoul's mouth, severing its spine and shattering against the far wall. Staring at the still twitching corpse, Ellie loaded another bolt, but Sven stopped her. "It's dead. No need to waste another bolt. But we need to go. Ghouls are pack creatures, and its shriek probably alerted its companions."
"All right, let's go. But I haven't forgotten our conversation," Ellie said, giving Sven a stern look. "I expect you to tell me exactly what you meant when we're out of this situation."
If we live, I'll tell you whatever you want."
With the wolves trailing behind, Ellie and Sven began to move, winding their way through the tower as they headed for a higher floor. As they hurried along, Ellie carefully sensed for Sigvald. Her cowardly familiar had retreated to the tattoo that bound them together and was currently trying to restore the lightning power he had squandered while they were fighting the flying centipedes. Seeing her shaking her head, Sven looked at her. "Something wrong?"
"No, my companion is just being a coward."
"Wait, me?"
"No, the rooster."
"Oh, I was wondering where he went."
Lifting her hair up, Ellie turned to show him her neck, but the rogue blanched and waved his hands, averting his eyes.
"I didn't see anything. I'm not looking."
"It's only my neck," Ellie said scornfully.
"Better safe than sorry. That's how I've lived my life until now, and it's worked very well for me, thank you."
"Not working out so great now," Ellie said,
leveling her crossbow at the door they were headed toward.
"We've got more company. 2 or more of them this time."
Lifting his sword, Sven took a deep breath and launched himself forward as the ghouls came charging into the room. Crossing the room with his signature long jump, he ducked under one of the ghouls' slashing claws and stabbed his short sword up through the monster's throat, piercing into its tough skin. Twisting his blade to try to make as large a wound as possible, he dodged away as a twang announced Ellie's crossbow bolt. The bolt slammed into the other ghoul, catching it in the shoulder and sending it stumbling back. Growls rumbling in their chests, the 3 wolves launched themselves forward, slamming into the ghoul Sven had wounded, their teeth ripping chunks of flesh from its legs and arms as they pulled it to the ground. Falling into a roll, Sven ducked a flailing claw and slashed with his short sword, cutting through the thigh bone of the ghoul Ellie had hit. The only way to kill most undead was to destroy their brains or to remove their heads, so he didn't stop moving, turning another somersault to get out of its range. Seeing one of the wolves suffer a wicked slash, Sven doubled back, sinking his short sword into the downed ghoul's skull and holding it down as the monster thrashed about. Ellie had reloaded her crossbow and was advancing, her eyes locked on the crippled ghoul. Blinking, she suddenly swung to the side and fired. The bolt ripped through the air as the ghoul suddenly dashed to the side, seeming to run directly into the path of the bolt. With a scream, it fell to the ground, its limbs twitching in its death throes. Swinging her crossbow behind her, Ellie hurried over to the wounded wolf, pulling a vial out of her pouch as she ran. The claws of the ghouls were highly toxic, and already the wounds on the wolf's side were starting to turn black and pustulant. As she came over, the wolf tried to retreat, clearly worried about passing on the poison starting to course through its body, but Ellie fixed it in place with a glare.
"Lie down."
Meekly lowering its head, the wolf lay down, exposing its side to her. Uncapping the vial, she poured half of it onto the wound, using a cloth to clean the wounds. The rest of the vial she poured down the wolf's throat. Within a few seconds, the wolf's flesh began to knit back together, and the poison vanished. Cleaning his blade off, Sven stared at Ellie and the vial in her hand. It was incredibly rare to see first-class potions, and from the fact Ellie had just used it on an animal, it was clear she had no idea what kind of value it had. Each and every first-class healing potion was considered equivalent to an extra life, and Sven had only ever had one in his entire life. He had paid a king's ransom for it, and it had saved his life after he had suffered a mortal wound. Despite looking for another, he had never found one, so seeing Ellie use it unhesitatingly on the wolf made him feel like crying. Comforting himself with the fact that she probably would have done the same for him, he moved to check the doorway. It was clear, so they continued moving, quickly ascending to the top floor. Considerably smaller than the others, the only place left to go was to the center platform where they could see a large crystal that thrummed weakly. They could hear the ghouls behind them closing in, so, after sharing a glance, they decided to try their luck crossing the platform. The plan was to head across, using the platform to get to the other side of the tower, and then begin descending to find John and Haver, all while trying to avoid Bassick and the undead ghoul he had summoned. Unfortunately, nothing seemed to go to plan, and as they crept across the first bridge, a ghoul emerged from behind them, letting out a loud screech. The sound was piercing and echoed throughout the tower. Swearing, Sven turned and hurled a dagger at the ghoul, hitting it in its open mouth. Though he succeeded in silencing the monster, the damage was done, and a dozen other screams echoed throughout the tower as the other ghouls began appearing on the top 2 floors. Sprinting for the center platform, Ellie heard the sound of wings beating against the air, and looked over as Earl Vassick's monstrous face rose above the side of the platform. Chapter 42. With a powerful stroke of his wings, Earl Vassick shot up into the air, his bulging eyes fixed on Ellie. A wicked smile covered his face as he hovered over the deep pit, and the mana stone embedded in his chest glittered with an evil light. Ellie had never seen a vampire from the legends, but she had heard the stories and felt that Earl Vassick fit the bill perfectly. All around the top floor, the ghouls raced to cut Ellie and Sven off. Backing up, they stood back to back, the wolves guarding at their sides. I don't mean to be a pessimist, but I don't think this could have gone worse," Sven said, watching the ghouls carefully. "It does seem to be like that," Ellie said, gripping her crossbow tightly. Moving closer to the platform they were on, Vassick stared down at Ellie. The blood at the corners of his eyes had dried, but Ellie could smell the stench his body carried, making her want to vomit. Opening his mouth to reveal sharp teeth stained with blood, Vassick spoke in his broken voice. "You have run well, considering your weakness. But you have nowhere left to go. Save yourself the pain you will suffer and tell me, where is the box?" Moving her face back to avoid the terrible smell that rolled out of his mouth, Ellie returned his stare defiantly. "What box do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about." "Do not play with me, woman. I will cut your skin from your body and feed it to my pets if you anger me. So do not try my patience. I want to know where the box is." "And I'm telling you, I don't know what you're talking about," Ellie said, shrugging.
"Fine. If you wish to play it that way, I don't mind. After all, it will be your suffering, not mine. Seize them! Leave only the woman alive."
As soon as they heard his command, the ghouls rushed forward, intending to rip Sven and the wolves limb from limb while they captured Ellie. Firing off her crossbow, Ellie started to load it again but realized she wouldn't have time, so she dropped it and got out her dagger, holding it in her right hand as she drew her wand with her left. Behind her, Sven let out a breath and drew a second short sword, reversing his grip on it. Instead of waiting for the ghouls to come to him, he leapt forward, kicking one of the ghouls in the side of the head even as he leaned back to avoid an attack. His short swords blurred as he slashed at the ghoul's hands, trying to cut them off, but the monster was too fast and managed to deflect his blades with its long claws. Another ghoul charged over, forcing Sven to dart to the side to avoid its stab, but before it could capitalize on it, a wolf dashed forward and bit into its leg, pulling it off balance with a tremendous jerk. Letting out a loud shout, Sven swung his short sword, cutting the ghoul's head from its body. On the other side of the platform, Ellie was facing down 3 more ghouls with the other 2 wolves. Holding her dagger in front of her, she did her best to calm her beating heart. She had faced down other class holders before, and the ghouls by themselves didn't scare her, but Vassick hovered at the corner of her vision, presenting a very real threat. She only had a couple casts of her lightning spell, and even though she knew it was incredibly unlikely it would be able to do significant damage to the Earl, she wanted to at least try. However, to even get to that point, she would have to deal with the more immediate threat. Letting out the breath she was holding, she lifted her wand and pointed it at the ghoul on her left. Seeing her attention shift, the ghoul on the right launched itself at her, followed closely by the ghoul in the middle. Stepping back, she dropped her wand and grabbed something out of her pouch, throwing it at the ghoul on the right. With lightning speed, she caught her falling wand and spoke a word, causing a clap of thunder to echo across the platform. The ghoul on the right felt something in its mouth and bit down, causing the potion to explode into a green mist that quickly began to melt its flesh from its bones, causing it to scream and scratch at its face. Even as that ghoul struggled with the poison, the other felt the full blast of the thunderclap and staggered, growing disoriented. Seizing its moment of hesitation, the two wolves by Ellie's side jumped forward, biting into the ghoul and dragging it forward. Smashing its face into the ground, the ghoul tried to struggle back up, but Ellie's dagger stabbed firmly into the back of its head, punching through its thick skin and skull and making a mess of its brain. Unnaturally coordinated, the wolves jumped back as Ellie kicked the monster away. Her breath coming fast, she backpedaled, avoiding a stab from the third ghoul. She was incredibly grateful for the strict training John had been putting her through every day since they had left on the trip to Kingsmouth. Even though she was lacking practical experience, her body moved as she wanted it to, allowing her to keep up with the ghouls. She was helped, of course, by the fact that they didn't actually want to kill her, and were being very careful with their attacks, but still, if this fight had happened after she first became a class holder, she would have already suffered a defeat. Hovering in the air, Vasek's expression warped, and he let out an angry roar. Hearing it, the ghouls all fled back to the top floor, leaving Sven and Ellie on the central platform facing the irate Earl. With a flap of his wings, he moved toward the platform, landing on the edge with a thud.
"Enough of this foolishness! You will take me to the box, now!"
"Is he still on that?" Sven asked in a not-quite whisper. "You already said you don't know where it is. Is he stupid or something?" Holding her weapons in a white-knuckled grip, Ellie nodded, trying to get her breathing under control. I think so." Ignoring their banter, Vasek started walking forward, his long arms rising to grab Ellie. "He also seems impatient," Sven muttered, lifting his short swords as he stepped in front of Ellie. "And here I thought he was going to wait for John to arrive. I guess we'll have to go for a couple rounds first." Seeing Sven in front of him, Vasek's lips twisted in a sneer, and his large body blurred as he shot forward. Slashing claws met silver steel as Sven blocked the first attack with crossed short swords, but the follow-up was too quick, and Earl Vasek's claws tore through Sven's chainmail shirt. Gasping as the bloody gashes on his side burned, Sven jumped forward, stabbing up into Vasek's armpit as he ducked under his outstretched arm. Unfortunately, the Earl was too fast and dodged back, his foot lashing out to kick Sven away. Flying backward through the air, the rogue tried to turn over in the air to land with his feet, but before he could, Vasek's wings propelled him forward, and he slammed a clenched fist into Sven's side, sending him flying a different direction. Letting out a grunt of pain as his ribs snapped, Sven slammed into the ground, rolling over a dozen times until he was stopped by one of the roots that covered the ground. Standing up, his eyes widened as he saw a flower peeking at him from over the railing. Blinking, he tried to process what he was seeing, but Vasek was on him too fast, punching him in the chest. Bringing his swords up to prevent his sternum from being crushed, Sven felt his swords vibrate wildly, and one even buckled, broken by a casual punch. Realizing while he was mid-air that he was about to slam into the pulsing crystal, he hurled his broken sword at Vasek and tried to activate one of his abilities to get away. Letting out a booming laugh, the Earl swatted the sword away and caught up in an instant, his arm rising to slash at Sven's throat. Before his arm could fall, Vasek felt the air around him change, and he abandoned the attack, lifting one of his wings over his head to protect his skull. A boom echoed through the tower as a bolt of lightning fell out of the air, crashing into Vasek. Burning a hole in his wing, the lightning continued to crash down, sending sparks dancing across his body. Screaming in pain and fury, Vasek shot backward, flying off the platform, his bulging eyes darting around as he looked for the source of the lightning bolt. Sensing the smell of a storm in the air, he quickly dodged again, but no more lightning fell. Trying as best as she could to control her breathing to avoid giving away how exhausted she was from casting the lightning spell, Ellie pulled a potion from her pouch and tossed it to Sven. Grabbing it from the air, Sven shoved it into his mouth and crunched down, ignoring the cuts to his gums and tongue as he chewed it up, glass and all. The potion flowed through his body, healing the cuts on his side and knitting his bones back together, allowing him to stand up without pain in his side. "He's a tough bugger," Sven said, his eyes never leaving Vasek. "I'll protect you as long as I can, but if we don't get a miracle soon, neither of us will walk out of here in one piece. "We'll be fine," Ellie insisted, her voice shaking slightly. "We'll be fine."
Not the first time I've heard that, but I am afraid it might be the last. I've got a bad feeling that ugly mug over there isn't patient enough to let us wait for a miracle. If there is another side, I'll see you there."
Opening her mouth to say something, Ellie saw Sven jump forward, appearing in front of her as Vasek abruptly accelerated, shooting toward her. The Earl's wings beat powerfully, making it look like he had teleported, his claws reaching for Ellie's neck. Despite all her training, she was still a beat too late, and her spell had barely even started when the Earl's clawed hands reached toward her, growing large in her eyes. Just before they arrived, her body was struck from the side and she was thrown to the ground as Sven appeared where she had just been. Watching with growing horror, she saw a furious expression twist Vasek's face, and his claws stabbed straight through Sven's chest, leaving bloody holes as he ripped the rogue's chest open. A bright light blazed in Sven's eyes, flashing a golden blue as he stabbed out with his short sword, managing to wedge it in between Vasek's neck and collarbone. The light in his eyes grew stronger even as his hot blood sprayed from his body, and Sven let out a roar, shoving his sword forward with superhuman strength, burying it to the hilt, and then twisting, snapping the hilt of the sword off. All at once, Vasek let out a scream of pain and staggered back, letting go of Sven, who crumpled to the ground. Ellie, already on the ground, scrambled over to Sven's body, fumbling with her pouch. Taking out a vial of potion, she crushed it with her hand, letting the liquid drip into the gaping wound in his chest. The first didn't seem to be working, so she grabbed another one, and then another. Vasek was still reeling from the attack, desperately trying to get the sword blade out of his neck, but because of Sven's final action, he couldn't get a good purchase on it. The rogue's eyes still carried the bluish-gold glow that had awoken in them a moment earlier, and he looked up at Ellie, a smile on his face. Seeing his lips moving, Ellie tried to hold back her sobs.
"The eternal flame burns forever. Tell him it was my honor to serve."
"What? No! No!"
Trying to get another potion out of her pouch, Ellie felt Sven's hand grab hers, carrying surprising strength. Lifting his head up, he looked her straight in the eye.
"Take care of him. He saved us, but he needs to be saved even more."
As soon as the words left his lips, Sven stiffened, and the blue in his eyes grew stronger, almost as if he was staring at the bright summer sky. The smile on his face grew until it was almost blinding to look at, and his body relaxed for the final time. Sensing his spirit leaving, Ellie let out a heart-rending scream, causing the entire tower to vibrate. Everywhere the flower monsters stopped, their flower petals shaking as they turned to look toward the top of the tower. Even Vasek, who had finally gotten a hold of the blade and pulled it out, froze, his bulging eyes beginning to bleed as they strained his skin. Standing up, Ellie turned to face Vasek, her eyes burning with tears. Her wand pointed toward him as she screamed again, and the rumble of thunder answered her. Clouds began to gather despite the fact they were separated from the outside sky, and the air grew dark with rain and charged with a tingling force. From her back spread wings, crackling with lightning, as Sigvald emerged from the tattoo on her neck. The bird's eyes burned crimson with fury, and his beak opened to let out a deafening crow. Despite being pathetically weak compared to the monster in front of him, Sigvald felt the pain and anguish of his master fully and launched himself at Vasek, his beating wings sending lightning bolts raining down on his enemy. Still racing through the tunnels in the wooden sphere, John heard Ellie's scream echoing through the tower, and it cut straight to his core. The mana he had been trying so desperately to contain erupted, and he vanished, leaving nothing but ash behind. Even Haver felt the blistering heat as John shot off, forcing him to rip off the bracer and pauldron he was wearing before they melted. John flew forward, burning his way straight through the walls of the tower and out into the open shaft of the volcano, the stone in front of him evaporating. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Paying no mind to the blue window, the air around him boiled, and he shot up toward the platform at the top of the tower, where a lightning storm had formed. Chapter 43. Hanging in the air at the top of the tower, Vasek battled against Sigvald, slashing with his claws and smashing the giant rooster with his wings as he tried to avoid the lightning strikes that poured off Ellie's familiar.
Empowered by her anger and sorrow, the bird paid no mind to the attacks that flew toward him as he tried to peck out the transformed Earl's eyes and rip his throat apart with his claws. Feeling his skin burn as a bolt of lightning slammed into his chest, Vasek let out a roar, batting Sigvald aside. Tumbling back to the platform, the rooster tried to take off again, but one of his wings drooped, clearly broken. Sneering, Vasek was about to lunge forward and finish the job when a wave of heat rose toward him, making him think for a moment that the dormant volcano was going to erupt again. Darting backward, he stared down in astonishment as John rose like a rocket. Arriving in front of Vasek, John didn't bother speaking as he slapped out with his hand, causing a giant swath of air to explode with blue flame. Terror engulfed Vasek's mind as he watched the flames manifest. He had served in Lepira's wars for many years, and during all that time he had grown to know and fear the figure in front of him with every fiber of his being. The only guarantee on the battlefield was that where the eternal flame burned, nothing survived. That instinctive terror, carved into his bones, saved his life as he fled as fast as he could, his wings straining against that air. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Letting out a tisk when he saw that his strike missed, John clicked his fingers, multicasting his fireball spell. Hundreds of blue fireballs burst to life in the air, completely sealing the top of the tower as John shot toward Vasek. Covering his fist in blue flames, he punched forward, obliterating everything in front of him. Barely getting out of the way, Vasek tried to fly away again, only to find himself staggering through the air. Looking down, he realized most of his leg and part of his wing had been burned away. Only after he saw they were gone did the pain set in as the blue flames continued to lick at his body. The mana stone that was implanted in his chest glowed brightly, and his leg began to grow back, but the blue flame refused to die out, causing him tremendous pain. Screaming with fear and pain, his eyes turned red and blackish blood began to drip from where the mana stone was embedded. Realizing something was going to happen, John slapped out again with even more force than he had used the first time. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Dark light burst from the mana stone even as John's attack reached Vasek, and the Earl screamed in agony as the flames engulfed him, threatening to erase him from existence. At the same time, a foul energy John was growing increasingly familiar with surrounded Vasek, fighting to regenerate his body in the face of the destructive power of John's flames. As his body was simultaneously burned away and restored, Vasek began to change, his bones breaking out of his skin and growing grotesquely large. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Sharp spikes erupted from his charred skin, only to begin burning away under the blue flame, and he threw his head back and let out a terrifying roar. Eyes narrowing, John took a breath, causing all the fireballs he had already cast to begin to spin, picking up speed as he exhaled. As the air flowed from his lungs, the hundreds of fireballs transformed into flame arrows and stabbed into Vasek, tearing apart the dark light that surrounded him. A moment later, the breath John had exhaled reached the transforming Earl, and he began to transform into ash. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Giving the vanishing Earl one last look, John blurred and reappeared next to the root-wrapped crystal. It only took a single look for John to understand what had happened atop the platform, and the lingering blue glow in Sven's lifeless eyes sent a stab of pain through his heart. He couldn't even begin to count the number of times he had seen such a sight, but each and every one made him want to die all over again. Not daring to look at Ellie, he stepped forward, his hand reaching out. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. As the mana began to flow out of him, sinking into the large crystal, John felt fury building in him. The persistent messages informing him about the approaching apocalypse were about to drive him mad, so he closed his eyes and focused on pouring power into the crystal, counting the seconds. Already his doom points had reached 89 and were still climbing. In his head he could feel the notifications arriving, even if he couldn't see them.
90, 91, 92, 93, 94.
Panic, hidden at the bottom of his heart, began to climb as his mana flowed out. He could sense that the crystal was reaching its capacity, but every second that passed brought him closer to the very thing he had been trying to avoid.
95, 96, 97.
About to stop, he heard a voice echoing in his head, much stronger than it had been before.
Almost.
Gritting his teeth, he sent more mana into the crystal, packing as much power as he could into it.
98.
A gentle buzz resounded, and John desperately shut off the mana flowing out of him. Forcing it back down, he sealed himself off once again, binding his mana into his body. Almost afraid to open his eyes, he knew that keeping them closed wouldn't change anything. In trying to prevent the threat that the purple flower had shown him, he had come within seconds of destroying the world. Doom points, 98 of 100. He could feel his heart settling into its normal icy state, but despite the emotionlessness that engulfed his mind, he felt two shattering pains in his chest that caused his breath to catch. The first was the sight of Sven's breathless body, and the second was the look he imagined Ellie was giving him right now. Unable to make himself turn around and face her, John stared at the glowing crystal and desperately tried to keep himself together. The person occupying his thoughts was sitting on the ground, staring up at John, her eyes lost in a haze. When Sven had died, she had nearly broken down with grief and anger, and it had only been Sigvald's courage that had kept Vasek away from her. Then, when her familiar was beaten back, Ellie knew that she was going to die, following Sven to that other side he spoke of. That knowledge was clear in her mind, and surprisingly she found herself growing calm. She had experienced much in her lifetime, more than any person ought to, but as she faced her death, she thought mostly of others. She thought of Sigvald, who would perish with her. She thought of Ben, who she had loved like a brother and even like a son. She remembered her grandmother's kind glances and soft hands that soothed her when she woke in the night, terrified from a bad dream. She even remembered Vexus, her grandmother's blue familiar, and his attentive but emotionless care. But what she remembered most was the feeling of John's arm around her on the 2 occasions he had carried her. She remembered the despair she had felt when she thought she would be dragged off to Wolfden, and then the incredulous hope when he not only let her and Ben stay, but actually defended her against the villagers at Fairford. That faint hope had bloomed into joy when he continued to accept them and even involved them in the running of the farm. As much as she felt sadness that she would never see the people she loved again, what broke her heart was thinking about how John would feel to lose not 1, but 2 people in this tower. John was an enigma to her, and though she had done her best to express her growing feelings for him, she still had no idea how he actually felt about her. There were so many mysteries that surrounded him, but in the clarity of the moment before the end, she finally understood. Sven's words could not have been clearer, and far from being repulsed, she felt an overwhelming amount of compassion for John. The stories of the eternal flame, the war god of Lepira, were too many to count. He had grown from a nobody to a living deity. Leading the army, he had defended the nation against impossible odds. Establishing the ecclesia, he had transformed the lives of the common folk, breaking the chains of slavery that bound them. It was not an exaggeration to say he had saved the world 1,000 times over in the 10 years since he had appeared. To find out that John was this legendary figure made Ellie's breath catch in her throat. Not out of awe or reverence, but because she could clearly see the scars that such a story had left behind. John had saved the nation of Lepira from annihilation, yet seemed to carry a deep dislike for it. He had established the body that served and ruled, yet he spoke of them scathingly. He killed callously, yet he seemed to bear the life of everyone around him as his personal responsibility. In front of her, Vasek's eyes bulged as he started to move toward her, and Ellie felt a profound regret sweep through her. She had no more strength to resist, having poured all of it into her familiar, but even if she could, it would not change the outcome. Watching the monster moving toward her in slow motion, she remembered Sven's last words and regretted she would not live to fulfill them.
Then the situation changed so fast it took her breath away, and the miracle that Sven had talked about occurred. A fiery god rose from the depths of the tower, carried on blue flame that burned a bright death. She watched as, with a wave of his hand, he set the air alight, forcing the Earl to flee. It only took seconds for the being in front of her to erase Earl Vassic from the world, and when she blinked, the death that had seemed so certain to her had faded into nothing. Turning, John had looked over the platform, his burning eyes passing over her as if she were nothing more than another rock or a twisted root decorating the ground, and a pang of fear shot through her. She had seen that look in his eyes before, normally before someone died, and she hated that it was directed at her. Trying to open her mouth, she found herself completely smothered by the aura that surrounded John. Even though he was clearly trying to control it, the mana in his body was so strong that it warped the air around him. Normally, that sort of difference in mana between beings would make the weaker party instinctively grovel. But all Ellie felt was an intense desire to hug John. As John passed by her, walking over to the glowing crystal, Ellie felt the pressure increasing. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to stay upright, counting the seconds as John began to pour mana into the large crystal. She had no idea why he was doing it, but as the seconds passed, her astonishment grew. In the first second, the amount of mana that had flowed out of him was exponentially more mana than she had ever possessed. In the next second, it was more mana than her grandmother had held, even at the height of her power. There were no words to describe what Ellie was witnessing. It was as if John stood in a completely different world from her and everyone else. All of a sudden, she felt as if she understood the distance at which he held everyone and everything. A deep desire awoke in her heart as the final words of the spirit of her grandmother echoed in her head. A short 9 seconds passed, but to Ellie it felt like it stretched into eternity. As John stopped putting mana into the crystal and the cloak of blue flame fell away from him, Ellie felt a healthy dose of fear running through her. What if he did live in a different world? What if he really was too far away to touch? For a second, that fear grew, gnawing at the strength of her legs. Yet when he didn't turn around and she felt the intense loneliness radiating from him, she found herself lunging to her feet and rushing toward him. Before he could react, her arms wrapped around him and her face pressed against his back. Clutching him tightly, as if afraid he would suddenly fly away, Ellie didn't say a word. John, frozen with shock, said nothing either. This was not the first time he had experienced this strange phenomenon around Ellie, but just like the meal he had once shared with her at the farm, her simple action completely destroyed the intense mental turmoil that plagued him, blowing it away like dandelion seeds in the summer wind. Warmth from Ellie's arms spread through his chest, thawing the heart he was so desperately trying to keep frozen. As it thawed, John found tears springing to his eyes. Though they evaporated before they could fall, he knew that they weren't just for Sven, who lay on the ground, but for every single person he had lost or failed to save since coming to this world. The feelings he had sealed away so long ago boiled up and flowed out of him, as the heart he was so afraid would break was held together by Ellie's strong grip. In silence they stood there, not moving even when the wolves crawled out of the rubble to greet Haver, who had been brought up by the wooden cage, or when the Grim emerged from where they had been hiding. The silence continued to stretch, but no one moved. Even the flower monsters who lined the tower, their flower faces staring up at the platform at the top of the tower, remained silent, standing perfectly still.
"He could have lived," John said finally. "He could have lived if I hadn't been so worried about myself."
Feeling Ellie's head shaking on his back, John fell silent again.
"He could have lived if he'd just walked away. Vassic was after me, not him.
He could have escaped. I saw how quick he was. He chose his path of his own will, and you have to choose yours."
Listening to Ellie's muffled voice, John felt her arms tighten around him.
"But please, don't choose a path without us."
Chapter 44. Feeling Ellie's arms drop away from his chest, John let out a small sigh and turned around. His normal calm had returned, and despite being only 2 doom points away from failing his quest, he felt there was no immediate danger. It had been a close call, but the bright light in the crystal behind him indicated that the mana he had poured into it had been enough.
"Thank you."
Staring at him, Ellie seemed a bit unsure how to respond to his gratitude, but John felt like the words coming out of his mouth needed to be said.
"I think I might have lost it for a moment. So thank you. And I'm sorry. There are many things about my past that I've hidden."
Lifting up her hand, Ellie had a stubborn look on her face as she interrupted John.
"And that girl in the village isn't the first person I killed. We all have things from our past that we hide. You can tell me when you're comfortable telling me. And if that's never, that's fine."
"That's kind of you. But the secrets I hold are enough to drag the whole valley into oblivion,"
John replied.
"A bit melodramatic, don't you think?"
Hearing Haver's voice, Ellie turned to smile at the Wolf King.
"Exactly," she said, nodding in agreement. "To me, you are John Sutton, owner of Sutton Farm, and—"
Realizing what she was about to say just before the words came out of her mouth, she blushed and mumbled something in a voice too low for John to hear. Curious, he looked at her, but she shut her mouth firmly and stared at him with wide eyes, causing Haver to chuckle. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, the Wolf King stood up and walked over to Sven. Crouching next to the rogue's body, he closed his eyes and let out a sigh.
"What a mess."
"Indeed,"
John agreed, his voice solemn.
"And we might not be done yet. Ellie, I think we have a lot to talk about, but before we can do that, we have to get out of here, which might prove more difficult than anticipated."
Looking around, Ellie saw that the flower monsters that had begun to gather when she screamed were crowding around on the top floor of the tower. As she looked over the edge, she saw that every other level, all the way down the tower, was just as tightly packed with the headless monsters. Seeing them squeezing in tighter and tighter as they tried to get into a position where they could stare at the platform hanging over the tower's shaft, Ellie suppressed a shudder. Looking slightly incredulous, Haver gestured at the gathered monsters.
"Hold on. Do you mean we're going to have to fight our way out of all that?"
"I hope not, but there's always a chance," John nodded seriously. "Better to stay alert than assume we're safe. Besides, my power is significantly limited."
"Limited? You mean that obliterating a legendary class monster with a wave of your hand is limited?"
"No, I mean that I can't use that level of strength again, or the consequences will be beyond catastrophic,"
John said, his voice slightly depressed.
"I'm limited to my physical abilities and some spells, but hopefully it won't come to that."
Sensing a small wave of mana coming from the crystal, John held up his hand, asking for the others to wait while he communicated with the purple flower again. Reaching out, he touched the glowing crystal, allowing the mana to permeate his body.
"Are you all good now?"
"Yes. Balance is restored. Come speak with me."
"I don't know if you can see this, but I'm not so sure your guardians are going to be excited about that."
"They simply seek the greatest source of mana. They will lead you."
A scene appeared in John's head of the wooden cage structure he and Haber had traveled in before, and a moment later a long vine appeared, stretching above the platform. On its end was another wooden cage, though this one was much larger and looked more comfortable than the first one they had been whisked away in.
"Come, much to discuss."
Do they want us to get into that again?"
Haver asked, looking at the wooden sphere.
"I think so,"
John said, walking over to where Ellie was healing Sigvald. The proud bird had remained silent and still ever since John appeared, able to sense the intense feelings Ellie had been dealing with. But once that situation was under control, the rooster began to act pitiful, trying to win sympathy from his master. Using one of the last potions she had, Ellie healed Sigvald's broken wing by pouring a bit of the thick liquid onto his feathers and then giving him some to drink. Crouching down next to her, John clenched his fist, forming a small mana crystal that he tossed to the bird.
"Well done."
Perking right up, Sigvald grabbed the mana crystal out of the air with a swift peck and then let out a triumphant crow. Spreading his wings, he vanished into the tattoo on Ellie's back to absorb the mana that John had given him and recuperate from his injuries. Seeing Ellie and Haver staring at him, John shrugged.
"What was that?"
Ellie asked, staring at his hand.
"Condensed mana crystal. Sort of like a concentrated version of the mana you feed to Storm."
"And they're edible?"
Haver asked, his eyes staring at John suspiciously.
"Only for beasts. If you ate it, you would be dead from mana poisoning in a few seconds. Maybe faster. Come on, let's take our ride. We don't want to keep our host waiting."
"What about Sven?"
"We bring his body with us. We'll find a place to bury him in the valley."
Crouching down next to the rogue's body, John was still for a moment. Sven certainly wasn't the first of his companions he had lost, and the majority of the others had simply been left where they fell, abandoned to the wild elements. As much as John had wanted to give them proper burials, there had never been time. Shrugging off the fluttering emotions that rose in his chest, John carefully picked up Sven's body and carried it to the wooden cage. Stepping inside, he felt the cage shift slightly, as if accommodating to his presence. Ellie and Haver got in after him, along with Haver's wolves, who looked exceptionally nervous. With a jerk, the thick vine moved, pulling the cage down into the tower's central shaft. Hanging in the air, Haver swallowed, remembering his last plunge down through the tower. Thankfully, their descent was controlled, and soon they were pulled into one of the levels and dragged into the tunnel system that ran around the outside of the tower. The vine moved quickly, but it was still a 10-minute journey before they arrived in the large chamber where John and Haver had met with the purple flower before. As the wooden cage deposited them in the center of the room, John realized it had changed significantly. Last time there had been hundreds of thousands of flower monsters, all twisted together to form a giant tree trunk that wrapped around the purple flower. But this time the only thing in the space was the flower itself, which had grown significantly. The flower monsters were nowhere to be seen, and even the vine that had carried them into the chamber soon withdrew. The roots were still spread out over the walls and ceiling, but as John watched, they began to withdraw as well, vanishing into the walls until their shining flowers remained visible, giving the room light. In the center of the room, the purple flower trembled and began to shift, so John placed Sven's body down and stepped forward, his hand moving to his sword.
"There is no need for that, Shining One."
The voice that echoed through the minds of the team was powerful yet soft, carrying a motherly quality that brought comfort with it. Eyes narrowing slightly, John watched as the purple flower bud twisted and began to open up, slowly revealing a short woman of indeterminate age, sitting cross-legged in the center of the petals. Realizing he had seen her before in the images the flower had sent him previously, John's breath caught in his throat.
"Who are you?"
Slowly opening her mouth, as if rediscovering her voice after a lifetime of not using it, the woman spoke in that same voice that had been projected into their minds a moment before.
"My name is Rebia, the Flower of Promise."
Not reassured in the slightest, John's grip on his sword didn't slacken as he took another step forward and spoke, his voice firm.
"What are you?"
Rebia's eyes opened for the first time, glowing with bright purple as she met John's. Despite her very human form and manner of speech, she was clearly not human at all. The manner she displayed was that of a plant, yet she was capable of speech and complex thought like a human, and John wasn't yet sure it was a good thing. Sensing the threat in his voice, Rebecca did not recoil, instead shaking her head at him.
"I told you, I am the flower of promise, born of a woman's obsession with the task her master gave her."
"You are not the mage whose form you bear?"
"No, she is long dead. She gave the last of her life for me, using her own life and experiences as the fuel for my birth. It has been 130 years since she drew her last breath, yet in some ways she lives on through me, as my being was formed from her experiences. It was her overwhelming desire to save this world, and I was born of that obsession. As it was hers, so it is mine."
Carefully thinking about what the flower was saying, John let out a small groan and shook his head. He had already given her his mana, so there seemed to be little reason to be suspicious now. If anything, he had created the threat he felt from her, so it would be silly for him to start worrying about it now. Dropping his hand from his sword, he took a step back and bowed his head slightly.
"Nice to meet you, Rebecca."
"Likewise. I am sorry I cannot offer you more welcoming accommodations, but the last 100 years have been difficult. It will take me some time to restore this tower to its proper function."
"Are you talking about the flower monsters?"
"Monsters? Oh, the Guardians, yes. They sought mana on my behalf, intending to use it to complete my creation after my creator passed away upon awakening me. But in order to find more mana while still protecting me, more and more Guardians had to be created, slowing my awakening. It was only a few years ago that I finally gained enough mana to complete my awakening."
"And that giant crystal you had me fill up, was that so the Guardians wouldn't leave?"
"Yes,"
Rebecca nodded, a smile crossing her lips.
"With my reserves full, the Guardians will fall into slumber until such a time as they are needed again. They will return to rest, allowing me to regain full control over my root system. Currently, it has been acting with some autonomy, but now that the fail-safes are no longer triggered, my systems are starting to return to normal. It will take some time, but within a few months I should be able to restore the tower to working order."
Hearing a bunch of words he didn't know, Haver glanced at Ellie, but she seemed to be following the conversation fine, so he was too embarrassed to say anything.
"What do you mean when you say working order?"
John asked. Falling silent for a moment, Rebecca gestured, and roots spread toward John and the others, twisting together and rising up to form stools. Gesturing for them to sit, she turned her face up toward the ceiling as if she could see through the mountain that separated them from the sky, and began to speak softly.
"It may be simpler if I explain from the beginning. I will do my best to relay the truth, though it must be understood that I only know what I know, and ultimately that is limited to the perspective of one person."
"I understand,"
John said, taking his seat. Seeing him sit down, Haver and Ellie both sat down as well, their eyes fixed on Rebecca. It wasn't every day, after all, that one got to listen to a sentient plant created by a mage expound on history. Once everyone was settled, Rebecca began her story, her gentle voice almost hypnotic as she recalled the memories buried in the very fiber of her being.
"Tower Master Kelvis created this tower almost single-handedly, over years and years of siphoning funds from the Academy Tower he was the master of.
Holding his hand up to stop her, John asked a question to clarify something he had wondered about for a long time.
"Sorry, but is Tower Master Kelvis also known as Storm Master Kelvis?"
Yes, they were the same person. The Tower Master had reached the state of a legendary being even before he became a Tower Master, but hid his ascension for personal reasons. It was his desire to use this tower to hide from the world after faking his death, so he could research the sage level in peace.
"But the war broke out first," John said.
That is correct. The war broke out, and his plan changed. He had been revealed as a legendary mage, and so he went to join the war effort, hiding his most brilliant student here, along with as much magical knowledge as he could collect. He, like many other mages, had been secretly studying immortality through his study of plant life. The idea was that his student would guard the knowledge and research he had been doing until he returned from the war to continue working on it. Yet that was not to be. The war stretched on, and even though he managed to break into the sage level, he was unable to devote enough time to research, eventually reaching the end of his lifespan. According to my calculations, that should have been some time within the last 5 years, though his summoning of other worlders may have increased the drain on his life force. Though he failed in his wish, his student was more driven and creative than he could have imagined, and through her obsessive experiments, I was born.
Chapter 45. Listening to Rabia talk, John was struck with a surreal feeling, as if he had just unlocked something. Seeing no new notifications pop up, all he could do was shake his head and focus on what she was saying.
The research tower Master Kelvis and his student undertook sought to answer a question. Was it possible to graft a plant's ability to live forever into a human's body? Their research on the surface had to do with creating a plant that could live on and process mana, but underneath the goal was always the same goal all mages thirst after: immortality. It was this research that eventually led to my creation. The idea was simple. If a plant's lifespan couldn't be grafted into a human due to differences in biology, could a human's consciousness be transferred to a plant?
"It would seem they were successful," John said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at the woman sitting on the purple flower.
Only partially. Tower Master Kelvis, and subsequently his student, assumed humans were only the sum total of their experiences, and based on that assumption, my Creator's last act was giving me all of her thoughts, desires, memories, and experiences. Yet when I awoke, I was myself. I learned from my Creator's experiences, but we are distinct in spirit. Over the last 100 years, my thoughts grew sharper and more divergent from the memories she left, and I began to understand who I was. Today you are faced with one whose ideas and desires lie far beyond what the Tower Master and his student dreamed.
"Is that right? And what are your desires?"
First and always, for life. I wish to see and experience the world. I have begun that already by spreading my branches all over the valley. Wait, so that plant in the pasture is part of you? Are you the one responsible for Ferdy and Sigvald? Ellie asked, her eyes widening. Nodding, Rabia held out her hand, causing a small seed to appear. As they watched, they saw the seed sprout into a vine-like plant with broad leaves and small fleshy pods that trembled lightly. Most of my strength has been spent preventing the Guardians from venturing out to strip the mana from the world, but what I could spare was used to develop new ways of absorbing mana from the world. The mana mine that once lay under this tower has long been exhausted, resulting in the millions of guardians you've seen. I was forced to develop other methods, and this plant is the result. By spreading it throughout the mountains and the valley, I've been able to begin absorbing enough mana to regain some of my compromised functions. However, there was an unintended side effect. Animals that ate my plant began to experience fractured visions of what I experienced, drastically increasing their intelligence. At first it was a major setback, but then something strange started to happen. The animals who grew intelligent began to protect the plants, guarding them with jealousy. This protection allowed me to grow and flourish beyond what I had hoped. Your familiar and the bull who lives on your farm are examples of this. In fact, it was the mana crystals the bull shared with me that gave me the strength I needed to call you here. As soon as Rabia finished speaking, a series of windows popped up in John's vision, and a profound sense of relief washed over him. Completed quest. Discover the secrets of intelligence. You have encountered 2 animals with near-human levels of intelligence and a mana-consuming plant that exhibits unplant-like behavior. In the depths of the hidden Shadow Tower, you have discovered the secret to the 3 beings' intelligence by finding the main root system of the strange plant. Reward, -5 doom points. The apocalypse retreats. Reward, +1 skill point. Doom points, 93 of 100. Though the quest hadn't removed as many doom points as he had hoped, John felt like he had more breathing room than a moment before. However, the fact that it hadn't led to a follow-up quest was disheartening. The optimal situation would have been an easy-to-solve quest for another quick reduction in points, though when he thought about it, he realized he might have been better off just staying in the valley since this quest had given him more doom points than it had removed.
"What are the Grim?"
Haver asked, still thinking about what Rabia had just said.
"Were they the same sort of thing?"
Shaking her head, Rabia smiled. "No. They were already here when the tower was created. I don't know more of their history than that."
"Hold on," John said, frowning slightly. "How did you end up on the farm? When I brought Ferdy back, he was as dumb as a brick. Were you already there, or did you come after I arrived?"
"It was after. I had a presence in the valley, but it was only after you came that I spread a route to your farm. The voice of the world had spoken of you, and so I came to find you."
"Pardon, did you say the voice of the world?"
Cocking her head to the side, Rabia looked at John with her green, glowing eyes. "Yes. Do you not hear it?" Still frowning, John scratched his chin and shrugged.
"I'm not sure. What does it sound like?"
"It speaks to me in visions of the future, describing the paths life might take. Some of the images I shared with you are from the visions the voice of the world has granted."
I wonder if it's like a version of this system. But why would mine show up like a game if hers doesn't? "Do you see messages in boxes?" John asked, a hopeful note in his voice.
"Boxes? No. As I said, I see the future in pictures, showing me the possible outcomes of my actions. The voice speaks to all of those who grow beyond the legendary state, and for the last 30 years I have seen images of the world burning almost every day. But 10 years ago that changed. There was a surge of mana and a portal opened, summoning the heroes. It was then that the voice of the world began to show me something different, a possibility, though slight, for a different future. That possibility led me to you and your mana that burns like the sun."
Holding up his hand to stop Rabia, John shook his head and changed the subject.
"We can speak more about that later. Tell me, what happened to the knowledge stored here by the Tower Master? Can we access it?
Not yet, Rabia shook her head. In their haste to feed me mana, the Guardians absorbed even the trace amounts of mana that protected the books and scrolls, destroying them forever. Yet in my memories are stored every one of those books and scrolls. My creator was obsessive and pored over every single word of every book in the extensive library, even managing to open and read the Tower Master's private research. Though it will take me some time, all those books can be recreated. If you desire, I can prioritize that functionality. Squinting at the plant woman, John's inbuilt skepticism leaked out.
Hold on. You'll just give it to us?
Yes, Rabia said, holding up 2 fingers. My second desire is that the knowledge I possess would be shared appropriately and not lost to the ages. By sharing it with you, I will help ensure it outlasts this world.
Explain that.
You are eternal, and even the destruction that has been foretold will leave nothing but a scar on your heart. It's one of my strongest desires to protect the knowledge I've been entrusted with, and so I give it freely.
Just to me or to others as well?
It will depend on how close to immortality they are, Rabia said with a shrug. I have seen the end of the world, and in it you stand untouched by the flame. Even I will not survive, so giving you my knowledge will help it to live on.
Hearing the sharp intake of breath beside him, John closed his eyes and refocused his mind. Rabia kept coming back to the topic of the end of the world, and as much as he wanted to avoid it, he knew it was important. For a long time, the knowledge that the apocalypse was coming had felt like his secret, so to hear another being talk about it so clearly shook what he knew about the world.
How accurate are these visions?
Letting out a light laugh, Rabia stared at John, her green glowing eyes seeming to stare into his heart. You tell me, bringer of the end, how accurate are they? Smiling ruefully, John massaged his forehead.
Okay, so they're accurate. Then how do we stop them? How do we get to that other vision?
Only you can answer that, Rabia said, returning John's smile. Just as the voice of the world told me to find you, it must have told you how to stop it. Nodding, John reached into his pouch and pulled something out. Holding it up, he revealed a small seed.
Wheat. I need to grow wheat that can grow through absorbing mana and process it in a way that won't kill anyone who eats it.
Falling silent, Rabia shut her eyes for a moment. A few seconds passed, and she nodded. I can help you with that. I myself am such a plant, and it shouldn't be too difficult to cultivate wheat with that trait. However, the research we would need must be processed first. I will prioritize retrieving it.
How long will it take? John asked, frowning. I can't stay here, and I can't afford to fly back and forth.
It will take 2 weeks if I make it my top priority. In order to begin cataloging my memories properly, I need to bring the tower back online, which means repairing years of damage and neglect. However, now that my energy reserves are full, I should be able to communicate with you on the farm. My roots grow deep in this world, and so long as one of my shoots is nearby, I should be able to project my voice to you. Letting out his breath, John closed his eyes for a moment, reminding himself to be patient. It would likely take at least 1 planting season to complete the quest, even if he got the information today, so waiting another 2 weeks wouldn't be a problem.
That's fine. We'll wait for your word.
Raising her hand, Ellie looked back and forth between John and Rabia.
Can I ask a question? What's going on with those night flowers? The ones that explode into mist when they're taken outside in the daytime. They were growing out by the entrance of the tower into 5-colored petals?
Oh, the Sargoff? They're an early attempt at creating a flower that didn't need sunlight to grow, but were rejected as a dead end evolutionarily. They have reached optimal development, so that branch was abandoned.
"Did you call them Sargoff?" John asked, not quite sure he had heard Rabia correctly.
Yes. Sargoff, Sunlight Averse Growth Acceleration Flower. It's an acronym, which is where you take the first letter of each word to create a shortened version of that word for ease of use. That's what they were called by my creator.
From his experience in school in his past world, John was familiar with the way Rabia talked, but it was clearly foreign to Ellie and Haver, who were both completely lost. He could see the influence other-worlders had on the way mages conducted themselves, which strengthened his belief that the first mage must have come from another world as well. Rabia, as a being formed from the experiences of a mage, had inherited many of those methods of thinking and speaking. After taking a moment to think over everything he had learned, John looked at Rabia.
"What are your plans going forward? You've spoken of 2 different desires you have. Are there others?"
"Yes," Rabia nodded seriously, leaning forward on the flower she was sitting on.
"I desire to see the level beyond Sage for myself. Both Tower Master Kelvis and my master grew to the legendary level, and the Tower Master even became a sage. But I wish to understand what is beyond that. I seek the infinitum."
"It's not that great," John said flatly, causing Rabia to smile.
"Be that as it may, I wish to understand it for myself."
"I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm lost again, which seems to be my constant state these days," Haver said, holding up his hands. "Can someone explain to me what you're talking about? What is a sage, and what is infinity?"
Infinitum is the word used to describe the immortal, the endless. When the first mage passed down his knowledge of spells, he was asked by his disciple what the pinnacle of strength was. His answer was that it started with the infinitum. When he left, he placed a symbol on the door of his inheritance, telling his disciple that only those who broke through the level of sage could open it. That is why the level past sage has been given that title.
"And now there's a secret cabal of murderous magic-wielding psychopaths who go by that name," John chimed in. "They're likely responsible for the Earl and the necromancer we fought, and a whole bunch of other scum."
"Okay, but that doesn't explain what a sage is," Haver said, looking between John and Rabia. "They're more powerful than legendary class holders?"
"Correct. Titled class holders can control their aura, and legendary class holders can shape it, right? Well, sage-level class holders can control mana that's not theirs. They don't just set mana in motion. They can wield it as if it was their own."
"And beyond that?"
Ellie asked, her eyes shining brightly as she stared at John.
"What's beyond that?"
"Beyond that, your mana becomes purer than the world's mana," he said quietly, giving a shrug. "But my path was different from other mages' paths."
"Ha! I knew it! I knew you were a mage!" Haver screamed, jumping up and pointing a finger at John. "I knew it!"
Startled by the outburst, John stared at Haver with wide eyes as Ellie burst out laughing.
"I guessed it after we came out of those other ruins. How else could you open the magic locks? Why else would you be gathering magical stuff? And that flame arrow? I knew it was a spell."
Listening to Haver rant for a moment, John held up his hand, confused.
"Hold on. Did you not just see what happened on top of the tower? Do you not know I'm the eternal flame?"
Haver's mouth dropped open, and he stared at John, his eyes growing so wide John feared they would pop right out of his skull. So shocked he couldn't speak for a full minute, he finally closed his mouth and backed up a step.
"What? Are you joking? Is he joking?"
Smiling happily as she looked at John, Ellie shook her head.
"No, I'm afraid not."
Chapter 46. Almost an entire day had passed since they'd entered the volcanic tunnel under the mountain, and as they emerged from it, Haver let out a happy sigh. After speaking with Rabia, they had made their way back out of the tower, leaving behind the Grimm who had all been trapped by the tower's guardians. Saved from being fed to the purple flower, the Grimm had been ecstatic to see John and the others, but to John's surprise, Rabia had requested they stay behind to assist her in reactivating the tower. The flower woman had assured John she would take good care of them, and after talking to Handsome, the Grimm had agreed to move into the tower to assist with some of the things Rabia found difficult to do. Breathing in the fresh mountain air, Haver sighed again and crouched to rub the heads of his 3 wolves. In many ways he felt like he had a new lease on life. Over the last 24 hours he had felt like his life hung from a thread countless times. He had explored a mage's tower, fought terrifying monsters, nearly fallen to his death, met creatures out of legends, lost a friend, conversed with a strange creature born from magic experiments, and discovered he had been adventuring with and occasionally yelling at the most powerful being in the entire world. It made the sun in the sky and the air in his lungs all the sweeter. Ellie, on the other hand, seemed to be determined to stick as close to John as possible. Her mouth was full of questions about him and his life, to the point where John had to cover her lips with his hand to get a break. Blushing slightly, she had fallen into a sheepish silence, but every time he looked at her he could see the questions burning in her eyes. Hurrying to find their horses, John tried to avoid meeting Ellie's gaze as much as possible, in case she took that as permission to start asking questions again. They had stashed their horses out of the way, and when they arrived at the spot, they found them happily chomping on the grass. Seeing Ellie, Storm let out a light whinny and trotted over, easily pulling up the picket they had planted in the ground. Merlin followed at a more leisurely pace, after nudging the other horse with his nose and flicking his ears toward John as if to say, "See, I told you they would be back." Mounting up, John saw Ellie looking back at the mountain, her expression somber. Moving Merlin over next to her, he asked her what she was thinking about.
"I can't help but imagine Sven will be lonely," she said. "I know that's silly."
"We're more likely to be lonely than he is," John said, nodding. "But I think he would be happy to have been buried at the top of a mage tower. Rabia said we can visit his grave any time, and there's no safer place in this world, especially once the tower's defenses get set up again."
"Did you know he was a member of the Ecclesia?"
Shaking his head, John picked at the stitching on his saddle, his eyes downcast.
"No. It's been some years since I was involved in the daily operations, and he was likely one of the Watchers, which would have made it even less likely that I would have recognized him. Back when we first started, we put together a group of people who took normal jobs all over the nation, acting as a massive information network. I know it's still in operation today, and it's made up of people from all walks of life. I don't know how he recognized me unless Thomas said something to him, but from what you said, he must have known who I was before he agreed to come with us."
"I never imagined he would put himself in harm's way for me. But he didn't ever hesitate," Ellie said, her voice subdued. "Before he died, his eyes changed, almost like the fire you use burned in him. He really believed. In Ecclesia, in you."
"But was it worth it? I've known countless people who believed in it, and you know what most of them got? Death. It was so common in the early days that they called it blue-eyed ascension. I know I shouldn't be talking this way about it, about something I started, about something that has done so much good, but I feel like I die inside every time I see someone like that."
Shaking her head, Ellie looked at the mountain landscape they were passing by.
"I don't know. I don't know if it was worth it, but he certainly thought so. All I know is that When I face death, I hope I can do it like that."
Falling silent, they traveled without speaking for the next few hours, each lost in their own thoughts. John led the way up past the quarry and around the cliff, entering the valley closer to where the iron mine was located. Stopping his horse, John looked up at the sun, judging how long it would take them to swing by the inn. As much as he hated what he needed to do, he had learned long ago not to shirk his responsibilities. It took them about an hour to get to the village of Fairford, and Haver separated from them at the edge of town. Going into the inn, John was happy to see it almost empty. The waitress who worked with Sven was named Esther, and according to John's knowledge, their relationship was only that of an employer and employee, but he still sat her down to talk to her about what had happened. To his surprise, Esther just nodded quietly and got out a letter to give to him.
"Sven had a feeling he wouldn't be back, but he didn't tell me why. He just left this letter and told me to give it to you if you came back, or Thomas out at your farm if you did not. Thank you for telling me."
Taking the letter, John opened it up and spread it on the table so Ellie could read it as well. "You may not remember me, but I was one of those rescued from Gelvin's prison when the old National Army set fire to the city. You led the ecclesia through the fires to rescue us, even though the warden and guards had already fled. As I watched you carry the wounded out of the burning city, fighting through the enemy to save even one more person, I vowed that day that I would devote myself to living as the ecclesia did. We are the flame that burns for the people, the flame of hope. I have no one in this world but my brothers and sisters in the ecclesia, and when I saw you again I knew my chance had come to repay you for the life you gave me. I have a feeling I am not long for this world, but even if that's true, I know the flame that burns in my heart cannot be extinguished. It will continue to burn long after I am gone, bringing the hope and light and warmth it gave to me to others. All hail the eternal flame." Taking a deep breath, John closed his eyes and placed his forehead on the edge of the table, covering his face with his hands. Feeling a soft hand on his shoulder, he took another breath and straightened up, doing his best to hold it together. It had been a long time since he had thought of the term eternal flame as anything but his title, but reading the letter had brought with it a flood of memories. In the darkest hour of his days in the military, he and his companions had made a solemn oath, swearing to never let the flame of hope die out among the people. They had jokingly called themselves the Ecclesia, an assembly of the downtrodden, and spoke about how they would bring hope to their shattered nation despite knowing they faced certain death. The next day had brought miracle after miracle, and the majority of them had walked away from what should have been their end, their spirits burning with a new passion, a new fire, the eternal flame. "We should tell Ava," John said, smiling wanly at Ellie.
"And then we should go home,"
Ellie said. "Yeah, let's go home." Standing, John put the letter in his pocket and took another look at the bar. Though he hadn't known Sven long, and death had long ago ceased to bother him, there was something about this death weighing on him. Shaking his head, he followed Ellie out of the inn and down the street to where the ecclesia had set up their office. One of the holy knights was outside, but ran to get Ava when John mentioned the nature of their visit.
"I'm truly sorry to hear that,"
Ava said, bowing her head slightly after John explained.
"What is to happen to the inn?"
"I would suggest it be given to Esther, Sven's employee. She was the one doing most of the cooking anyway. And I would like to donate to a fund managed by the ecclesia to help keep it running."
"That's very kind of you,"
Ava said, smiling brilliantly.
"What would you like to give?"
Taking out the 100 gold note he had prepared, he gave it to her. Staring at it in surprise, she looked up at John, curiosity clear in her eyes.
He was dedicated to the eternal flame, even to the point of death, and his eyes were as blue as the summer sky. He found his flame, and his memory should be honored as such.
I didn't know you were a believer.
I was, once. Maybe I will be again.
Clasping her hands in front of her chest, Ava bowed her head deeply.
That is why the eternal flame still burns. I thank you on behalf of all the ecclesia.
Nodding, John turned and walked away, leaving Ava staring after him. Looking curiously between John and Ava, Ellie poked his arm.
What was that about? His eyes being as blue as the summer sky?
After helping Ellie up onto Storm, John climbed into his saddle, and they began to ride out of town, making their way toward the farm.
One of the original members of the ecclesia was a member of the Moratoi horse bandits. He was that exiled prince I talked about. Well, in Moratoi tradition, when someone dies, it is said they open their eyes to the sky, looking for the Great Road. We adopted something similar, saying that our companions found their flame. After a while, we began to notice that many of our brothers and sisters seemed to have an instinctive knowledge of their deaths, and they would burn with a strange fire, an unconquerable flame that turned their eyes blue.
That's amazing.
Amazing? No. It was the worst. Seeing the eyes of someone you love light up with blue and knowing that was the last time you would ever speak to them. It was awful, but it is also what saved our nation. Where the eternal flame burns, hope appears. That was never about me. That was always about the flame of self-sacrifice that took so many to the grave. The peace we have, the safety, it was built on their bones.
Blinking, Ellie wiped at the water pooling at the corners of her eyes. Still, she smiled at John, twitching her reins to move Storm closer.
Then they should be honored as heroes, and Sven among them.
Looking up at the darkening sky, John nodded, a million memories flashing through his mind.
That's right.
The farmyard was quiet when they rode in, but as soon as Ben heard the sound of their horses, he ran out of the barn, shouting and jumping with excitement.
Thomas! Evan! They're back! Ellie! Welcome back! Thanks, Ellie said, swinging down from Storm. How are things going? They're great! 2 of the cows gave birth, and one of the calves has a red spot around one of its eyes, and Thomas said I could name her, so I called her Strawberry, since it looks like a strawberry. And Mr. Sutton, Thomas says I'm really catching on quickly and said we could go for some special training to the mountains once you got back for actual combat experience. Can I go?
I said we might go, Master Ben, not that we would go, Thomas said, following Ben out of the barn at a more sedate pace. Welcome back, sir. Ma'am, I trust your trip went well?
Overall, John replied, handing Merlin off to Evan, who had come out from the bunkhouse.
Though we lost Sven, I wasn't aware he was a watcher.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Should I inform the ecclesia?
No need. I already did. How have things been here?
Everything has been running as it ought, sir. As Ben probably informed you, we've delivered 2 calves, both born last night.
Yeah, he mentioned.
After going into the house and getting changed, John came out to the porch and saw Ellie sitting there, her hair still wet from her shower. After a moment of hesitation, he flicked his finger and her hair dried instantly, causing her to sit up in surprise. Feeling it, she looked up at him, her eyes wide.
That's convenient.
Being a mage isn't all downsides, he said with a lopsided smile. So when did you figure it out?
That you were a mage? Probably for a few months. I never would have thought you were that mage. But I've seen you casting spells here and there, like those rain spells you were casting to help the corn grow.
You saw that? I was almost positive you were asleep.
I was, but my spirits are always awake.
Narrowing his eyes, John stared around at the air.
Spirits, huh?
Oh, stop it. You're scaring them,
Ellie protested, standing up. The top of her head only came up to his nose, giving a whiff of her summery fragrance. Staring down at her bright eyes, John found himself suddenly emboldened, and his smile returned.
As long as I don't scare you, I'll be fine.
Ellie was bolder still, and her hand reached out to grab onto his shirt. Pulling him close, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him swiftly on the cheek. The touch of her lips was like the fluttering of a butterfly on his rough skin, but long after she had pulled away and fled inside, the warmth they carried remained on his cheek, burning hotter than any flame he had ever held. Chapter 47. Far across the world, in a marble palace perched high up on a hill, a nobleman hurried toward the throne-room. Sweat dotted his brow despite the spring chill in the air, and he slowed to a walk as he got near the wide doorway. There were no guards, save for the statues of warriors that stood at each side of the archway, but he still stopped before passing through the door. Doing his best to even out his breathing, he swallowed and straightened his waistcoat over his bulging stomach. Saying a wordless prayer to any deity who would listen, he strode into the throne-room, doing his best to project a confident air. Tapestries hung from the rafters of the long room, and 2 rows of pillars formed a pathway down the center of the room, leading to a raised dais. The wings of the room, which should have been filled with nobles attending court, were completely empty, and the only person in the entire room was the woman lounging indolently on the throne.
"Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" "Slow down, Duke Benoit. Catch your breath."
Empress Katrine's voice was husky and slow, fitting her lazy look perfectly. A handsome woman, the Empress carried a sharpness hidden in her eyes that sent a shiver down the Duke's spine. She was dressed in a sky-blue dress with silver and crimson embroidery and wore a large ruby at her throat, playing with a scepter she held.
"One must not rush. Isn't that what you told us all those years ago?"
Feeling his breath catch in his throat as the Empress shot a look at him from the corner of her eyes, the Duke hurried to bow. He had served the late Emperor and his father before him, but he had never had as much trouble facing them as he did facing the Empress, despite the fact that she was almost a quarter his age. Trying to gather himself, he suddenly noticed the silence in the throne-room and looked around.
"Your Majesty, where is everyone?"
Oh, we sent them home."
"But, Your Majesty, there are important matters to attend to in court today."
"More important than their lives?" the Empress asked, letting out a low laugh. "Court is over, my dear Duke."
"Your Majesty, I must protest."
"Protest all you want, but we already sent them home. No need to create more confusion by dragging them all down to hell." Swallowing, the Duke tried to think of what to say, but words failed him. The Empress wore the look of a careless ruler, but Duke Benoit knew exactly how hard she had worked to keep the nation together after her late husband had died. Fiercely loyal to the crown, he had served her as best he could, and seeing the air of disinterest she projected made the reality of their crumbling country all the more painful to watch.
"Did you have something to report, my dear Duke?"
Reminded about the news he brought, Duke Benoit winced and bowed his head, suddenly afraid to add to her burdens. There had been nothing but terrible news for the last year and a half, and he was afraid any more might cause her spirit to break. Sensing from his uncharacteristic hesitation that the news was dire, Empress Katrine sat up slowly, transforming from a languid noblewoman into a regal ruler.
"Duke Benoit, We would like to know what you have to report."
Trembling slightly, the Duke bowed low.
"The food that Lepira sent, it was destroyed."
A mocking smile spread across the Empress's lips, and she leaned forward slightly.
"All of it?"
Nodding sadly, the Duke straightened up.
"Yes, Your Majesty. Crowds at the southern gate rushed the shipment, and in the confusion the caravans caught on fire."
Letting out a pealing laugh that echoed loudly through the empty throne room, Katrine clutched her stomach. After her laughter subsided, she stood up, her expression almost happy. Pointing to the door of the throne room and the city that lay beyond the palace walls, she chuckled.
"And let me guess, are they now saying we burned the supplies rather than let them be distributed to the citizens?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "Huh! Of course they are. As if we would stoop so low. But then public opinion is such a fickle thing, isn't it, Duke Troch?"
Hearing the Empress addressing someone behind him, Duke Benoit spun around and saw a thin vulture-like man slowly making his way into the throne room. Beside him were a number of other nobles, known supporters of the Duke, and half a dozen cloaked figures. Duke Troch was the leader of those nobles who opposed the Empress's rule, and they had been working for years to undermine her. Now, thanks to their efforts, public opinion had turned against the Empress, and they were riding the rising wave. Walking forward, Duke Troch didn't bother to bow or even greet the Empress, stopping at the foot of the dais and staring up at her scornfully.
"It's time for you to step down from your ill-gotten throne, witch!"
Stepping back, Katrine sat down on the throne, the smile fleeing from her face. With a frosty imperiousness, she stared down at the thin Duke, matching him glare for glare. Where his carried glee and indignation, hers was colder than the wind in the deepest winter. When she didn't speak, he sneered.
"Your supporters have fled, and you've been abandoned by everyone of any importance. Your crumbling nation is a testament to your lack of qualifications for ruling, and even now the people clamor at the gate seeking your blood. What do you have to say for yourself?"
Letting out a small sigh, the frosty expression on Katrine's face melted away, and she turned to glance out one of the large windows, looking away to the south. Just when Duke Troch was about to speak again, her husky voice spread through the throne room.
"He warned me about this. Did you know that? He predicted this would be the outcome. Our way of thinking was too different. He said that if we wanted to help this messed-up world, we would have to help people change their beliefs before we tried to change their lives. But I was young. I was so young. Did you know I wasn't even 16 when I arrived here? A 15-year-old girl who had known nothing but peace, nothing but a regular school life, thrust into a bloody war."
Interrupting the Empress, the Duke spoke in a mocking voice.
"What does this have to do?"
Crushing pressure slammed down on Duke Troch, nearly driving him to his knees. It only lasted a moment, but it caused the Duke's sentence to choke off in the middle.
"Shut up,"
Empress Katrine said, shooting a glare at the Duke.
"I'm monologuing. Now, where was I? I was young? No, I already said that part. This is why you shouldn't interrupt people, Duke Troch. It throws them off. Yes, a bloody war. I nearly died, you know, but I didn't. I was saved by the most handsome of Prince Charmings. But he wasn't a prince. He was an emperor. The emperor of a small, weak, insignificant nation. And I was young and in love. So when he asked me to come and save his people, I said yes. Like a fool, I said yes. I was warned about the outcome, but I didn't listen because I was in love. and for a time I was proved right. We fought together, defeating enemy after enemy until none dared stand before us. I wanted to leave because I had already seen the writing on the wall, but the Emperor insisted I stay, insisted I marry him, and I was still in love. So we were married for 6 blissful months. But you all know what happened after that, don't you? Because you killed him, poisoned by those who had cowered behind him for so many years. Ha! I should have killed you all then. It would have fit the name you whispered behind my back. But I didn't, because I was still in love, and he begged me with his dying breath to keep this nation he loved together. Ah, whatever. This is getting way more depressing than I thought it would be. Let's just cut to the chase. Standing up, the Empress walked to the edge of the platform and stared down at the Duke and his followers, her eyes coming to rest on the robed figures. Lifting her scepter, she pointed at them. "And who are you? Are you this spineless worm's backers? Because I know he would never have the courage to speak to me this way if he didn't have someone backing him up." Slowly lifting up his hand, the first robed figure revealed his face. A sideways figure 8 was tattooed on his cheek with a silver snake threaded through it. Bowing to the Empress, he spoke in a gravelly voice. "Greetings, Empress Katrine. The Infinitum sends its regards." "Of course it's you snakes, not content slithering around in the grass." "The plans of the Infinitum are too numerous to count, and our aims are not for mortal minds to worry about." "Ha! What a bunch of pretentious fools! Do you really think you'll be able to defeat me here?" Bowing again, the tattooed man spoke calmly. "Yes, we do. Your supporters have fled. Your people have turned against you. While we couldn't have defeated you at the height of your power, we are confident your power has waned." "And what makes you think Lepira will allow you to get away with this? They are allies of the imperial throne, not of a cult of madmen." "Do you really believe you can rely on them? No matter how powerful the eternal flame is, there's nothing a dead man can do." "Dead?"
Katrine said, her brow furrowing.
"Yes, dead. 1.5 years ago we poisoned him with the deadliest poison in the world, and there has been no movement in his chambers since then. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Empress, but a dead man cannot save you."
A slow smile spread across Katrine's face as she shook her head, looking at the tattooed man with a hint of pity in her gaze.
"Wow, you are all way stupider than I thought. You know why they call him the Eternal Flame, don't you? 117. That's the number of times people claimed he was dead in the last 10 years. That's like once a month for 10 whole years. Ha! Do you really think you succeeded where so many have failed? Pathetic. But a better question would be, why do you think I need him to come and save me?" As she finished speaking, the air in the throne room began to pick up speed, rushing around with enough force to cause the nobleman to stagger. Stepping forward, Katrine hung in the air, her arms outstretched as she used the air currents to support herself. Down below the steps, Duke Troch pointed a shaking finger at her and opened his mouth to speak, but a soft click sounded, and the top half of his head suddenly flew away, splattering the marble floor with blood. "I told you to shut up," Katrine said, not even looking at the Duke's corpse. In the center of the throne room, the noblemen began to back up, their expressions horrified.
Rushing forward, the robed figures threw back their robes to reveal their pale faces. Most of them wore tattoos of the infinitum symbol, combined with a skull or a snake, and they began to activate their spells immediately. Letting out a laugh, Katrine waved her scepter, causing 6 more Windblade spells to activate with rapid clicks. Floating to the side to dodge a poisonous arrow, she spoke a command, and a shield of wind sprang up around her. Flying forward, she summoned a whirling windstorm and threw it at 2 of the enemy mages.
Ha! How pathetic! Did your masters send you here because they hated you?
Staring up at Katrine, the tattooed man who had first spoken pointed at her, his voice trembling.
You're a legendary mage.
Oh, you only discovered that now? That's too bad. Honestly, I can't believe you thought you would have a chance.
With another wave of her scepter, she summoned 6 more wind blades, sending them at one of the mages. Desperately trying to block, he managed to defend himself against 2 of them, but the other 4 tore his body to pieces, causing blood to fly through the air, caught up in the swirling storm. Another poison arrow spell flew toward her, but it was deflected by the wind shield that swirled around her. Laughing, Katrine shook her head.
Do you know Witch of the Wind wasn't always my title? Just like the Eternal Flame wasn't always called the Eternal Flame, Katrine said, her tone almost happy. Come, let me show you why they called me Bloodstorm.
A short 5 minutes later, the throne room was in shambles, and the only 2 people left alive were Empress Katrine and Duke Benoit. Blood splattered the walls and pillars, and the tapestries that had hung gracefully from the ceiling were reduced to little more than rags. Looking around, Katrine tapped her scepter in her palm, slowly floating down to the blood-slicked floor. Just before she touched down, she seemed to think better of it and remained hovering to keep her dress clean.
Have we found where the Eternal Flame went?
No, Your Majesty, though there seem to be some clues around Kingsmouth.
We cannot wait any longer. Soon Infinitum will begin to send legendary class holders against me, and I won't be able to defeat them. If he can pretend to be dead, why can't I? Actually, that's a great idea. Come, my dear Duke, let us leave this cursed city behind.
Taking the crown from her head, Katrine twisted the metal with her bare hands, causing it to snap apart. Tossing the broken crown to the ground, she began to float out of the throne room, the Duke trotting along beside her, his feet leaving bloody footprints across the floor. As they vanished through the doorway, their conversation echoed in the empty palace halls.
Your Majesty?
Yes?
What did they call him?
What?
What did they call the Eternal Flame? Before he was the Eternal Flame.
John?
Katrine stopped for a second, countless emotions flashing across her face. After that moment passed, she dropped to the floor and walked forward, her voice barely a whisper.
Armageddon. They called him Armageddon.
The end. This book was read for you by Michael Kramer, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Germination, Battle Mage Farmer Book 2, a fantasy LitRPG adventure by Seth Ring. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.